In part by Progressive Insurance. What if comparing car insurance rates was as easy as putting on your favorite podcasts? With Progressive, it is. Just visit the Progressive website to quote with all the coverages you want. You'll see Progressive's direct rate. Then their tool will provide options from other companies so you can compare. All you need to do is choose the rate and coverage you like. Quote today at Progressive.com to join the over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. And they may be able to help you too. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a free timeshare exit information kit that reveals how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. To get your free timeshare exit information kit, simply go to icanceltimeshare.com. That's the
through the weepy branches of cypress trees that creeps across the There's something that lurks in the swamps of South Carolina that creeps across the boggy ground, peers through the weepy branches of cypress trees. It keeps out of sight, only rearing its head, with blood-red eyes and long, sharp teeth when provoked. And the townspeople near his swamp, they love him. They practically worship him. And they call him Lizard Man. Now, normally I'd tell you how I first heard about this creature, and I'll get to that. But today, I wanted to start with some basics, like how Lizard Man's first victim was a car, all beaten up with teeth and claw marks. There was a teenager inside at the time, mind you. A deputy sheriff found him curled up in the back seat the next day, shook up but otherwise unscathed. Kid moved out of town pretty soon after, and who can blame him? Before he did, he told everyone who'd listen about the enormous tail he saw swishing back and forth across his windshield. This was in the 1980s, so that kid's probably still alive somewhere. But everything we'd want to know about the creature is in the transcript of his police interview anyway. About 7 feet tall, scaly. The word dinosaur comes up a few times. And you could tell from their questions that the cops thought they were dealing with a straight-up crazy person. They didn't know this was just the first of dozens of sightings that would be reported over the coming decades. And since most people who encounter him tend to get away, locals say that Lizard Man is more interested in just scaring you and keeping people away from its home than in eating you. Although that's not to say it won't do that if taken with the idea. A pair of hikers who disappeared in the 90s must have stumbled across Lizard Man on a bad day. Only trace of him that search parties found was a finger and a shredded jacket covered in blood. So, it's important not to get too complacent. This thing is still a killer. And you know who found that out the hard way? Me. You're listening to Run Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 11, The Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp. Lizard Man's domain is Scape or Swamp. It's on the fringes of a little town called Bishopville in South Carolina's Lee County. Although folks who lived there were initially petrified of this creature, they put bars on their windows and kept weapons by the bed, that sort of thing. These days, they talk about Lizard Man less with fear than excitement. They actually celebrate him. It happens once a year. Bishopville's town center is flooded with people in green face paint and reptilian suits. Stalls are set up, selling wares like keychains and green lemonade dubbed lizard juice. One guy even has the gumption to sell plain old watermelons and claim they're lizard eggs. And I swear I'd seen one of these Lizard Man tchotchkes in my grandma's house back in the day. I didn't know what it was at the time, and maybe I'm misremembering. But it might explain why, despite my best instincts, I couldn't resist getting into trouble one night, when I happened to be in Bishopville for the festivities. My family had taken a spur-of-the-moment trip to nearby Myrtle Beach. Impulsive vacations, by the way, are the best kind, but that's a tangent I won't get into now. Just know that I didn't set out to hunt down a monster or nothing. My family and I simply saw a flyer for it down in Myrtle and thought it'd be a fun detour for the kids. It ended up being more for me. From the moment we got out of our rental car, I was soaking up the kitschy lore about this swamp creature. But I was struck by something else too. Belief in this mysterious lethal entity hadn't divided this community. It brought them together. Imagine that. Not everyone at this fest was all kumbaya, though. As the day dwindled, I noticed this one guy walking through the hordes with a notepad, an analytical squint to his eyes, a twist in his lips. I pride myself on reading folks pretty well, so I knew I was looking at someone who was here to rain on the town's parade, figuratively, although there was an actual parade that day too. His name was Hank, and sure enough, he told me he was there because he thought Lizard Man was a load of, well, you know. He was determined to prove the town wrong once and for all, and I was curious to see him try. One thing real quick, don't go judging me for leaving my family in the lurch. They were full of carnival food and lizard juice, so they'd gone back to the hotel for a quiet night. I was excited to have the evening free, even if Hank didn't share my excitement. In fact, he'd been more than a little reluctant to let me tag along on his mission, so I walked through the swamp beside him, tried to be low maintenance. The air was gummy with humidity, and it took all of 10 minutes before I was drenched in sweat. Plus, I had my brand new Nike Retro LeBrons on, which were getting trashed, but I kept my complaints to myself. I told myself I'd stay at it for an hour, until sunset. I didn't even have a charge on my phone, let alone a flashlight. Hank was more prepared, to say the least. I'm talking waterproof satchels, some fancy camera with an enormous zoom lens, collapsible hiking stick. He'd done this kind of thing plenty of times, made a whole career out of it, in fact. Apparently, he had some popular blog where he documented his travels to the darkest corners of the country looking for the creatures that supposedly lived there. And then, he proved they were phonies, a classic debunker. There's enough evil in the world without making up stuff like the Lizard Man, he said as we walked through the swamp. And again, I kept my mouth shut, not wanting to be a nuisance. I agreed that humans were responsible for our share of evil. But that didn't mean there weren't other things out there too. Worse things. I'd had my own brushes with the unknown, of course. Plus, I'd seen how belief in a monster brought Bishopville together. They seemed happier thinking Lizard Man was real than Hank did thinking it wasn't. So I was more inclined to side with them. We crept through the cypress trees, dodged seeping puddles of muck. I tried to ignore the constant buzz of cicadas around me. If you've never been in a swamp, that's the one thing you need to imagine about this story. Swamps are noisy, disorienting. Birds scream, bugs bugged. And our shoes squished and squelched with every step. And those cicadas, it got so loud that it started to drown out Hank's grumblings. So loud, these natural sounds began to sound entirely unnatural even. And soon, the only sound I could distinguish was my own pulse, pounding inside my head and getting more labored by the minute. That's when one of my sneakers got stuck in a patch of mud. I tried to call out to Hank, but he couldn't hear me any better than I could hear him, which is to say, not at all. He just kept marching ahead, leaving me to tug at my ankle trying to get free. And by the time that had happened and I'd raced forward to catch up with him, he wasn't there. I couldn't see him anywhere. And of course, I couldn't hear him either. And that's when a very troubling thought occurred to me. I was lost. I mean really lost. No cell service, no sense of direction. I'd been following Hank, so I hadn't been paying attention to where I was going. And everything looked the same, just trees and swampy stretches of marsh. The light was fading too. I stood there mulling over my options. They seemed to be, wait for Hank to find me, which might happen, but it might not. Or pick a direction and start walking, and just hope I ended up somewhere better than I was now. Before I could make up my mind, though, I noticed something up ahead. A small shard of light had broken through the tree canopy and was bouncing off some murky water. The light was flickering as the surface began to ripple small and fast, but getting bigger and choppier. And I know what you're thinking at this point. Run, fool! But what I was thinking was, Hank had fallen in and was thrashing around beneath the surface, probably stuck in the swamp's muddy floor. That must be why he disappeared so fast on me, and which is why I ran up to the water's edge, about to wade in when... The water heaved and a pair of sharp teeth tore through the surface. I fell back, or maybe I lunged, my body reacting before my mind knew what was going on. Either way, I hit the ground and immediately began crawling out of there, my reflexes working faster than they had in decades probably. But it wasn't enough. A powerful set of jaws latched into my right sneaker and began dragging me back towards the water. I grabbed what I could, a shrub, a tree root, and held onto it with everything I had. I still hadn't looked back yet. I knew what was there. I didn't want to see it. A pair of crimson red eyes belonging to the half-man, half-lizard denizen of Skateboard Swamp, who was about to rip me from nape to gullet. But as my fingers gave out, my body twisted around and I found myself staring at a plain old alligator. Perhaps a cousin of lizard man, who knows? And I'm telling you, I never thought I'd feel relief to see an alligator, especially one with my foot in its mouth, but considering the alternative. Not that the relief lasted too long. This thing had a mean, hungry glare. It meant to consume me. So lizard man or no, I was still in serious trouble. I was still forced to react decisively. I was still forced to do something unbelievably rash, which was say goodbye to my new LeBrons. I kicked off the Nike the gator had in its mouth and felt my foot release. Then I was on my feet, sprinting back into the trees. I want to pause here for a second because maybe some of you have heard this tip. When running from one of these reptilian horror shows, you should move in a zigzag pattern because it apparently confuses the thing. So I zigged and I zagged it up, hopping over roots and circling trees. I was kind of pleased with how nimble I could be and pleased that I'd remembered that bit of advice in the heat of the moment. I shouldn't have been, because it turns out that that whole zigzag thing is a myth, maybe even a cruel hoax. And thanks to that, this gator caught up to me in no time. This time, I felt its jaw latch onto the back of my other shoe, and I pitched forward. Let me tell you, I kind of felt like it was the end. And in those situations, you may have heard your life flashes before your eyes. And I can tell you that at least that bit of folk wisdom was right. I thought about my family, the one back in the hotel sleeping off their sugar crash, and my grandma, of course, who I figured I'd be meeting again real soon. I also felt a certain sense of irony, though. I'd always sought out the supernatural, and here I was getting ripped to shreds by nothing but a regular old gator. Not exactly the finale I'd imagined for myself. Nevertheless, I closed my eyes, trying to meet my fate with whatever stoicism I could muster. That's when a loud roar thundered through the swamp. It seemed to come from all directions, breaking through the dense, disorienting noise that had, until then, still engulfed me. Very suddenly, though, everything became eerily quiet and still, as though the swamp itself was retreating from whatever had let out that roar. Then the ground began to shake, almost rhythmically. Footsteps, I realized, heavy enough to shake the ground and getting faster. And maybe I was just reflecting my own feelings onto it, but I swear that gator had a look of terror in its eyes. It released my foot and turned to make its way back to the water when something shot out from the trees and snatched it up, the whole half-ton of it, in one fell swoop. The both of them disappeared in an instant, half an instant even, and whatever this thing was, it was enormous and muscular. And I swore I caught a gleam of wet, mossy scales. I could still feel those shaking footsteps rumbling, and the stillness was broken by the vicious sound of cracked bones and the frenzied scream of the dying gator. Whatever had grabbed it was also big enough to eat it. I should have run then, but here's another bit of folk wisdom you may have heard. It's possible to become so scared you simply can't move, and this one, sadly, is also real. There is, it turns out, a special brand of terror that just makes your body stop working, that makes your mouth dry up and your mind go blank. I felt that. Oh boy, did I. Because even though I hadn't really seen the thing, I was sure that was Lizard Man.
If you love that chicken from Popeyes, you'll also love that flounder fish sandwich and shrimp tackle box from Popeyes. Made with Alaskan flounder, the flounder fish sandwich is seasoned with Louisiana herbs and spices, dusted in a southern crispy coating, and fried to a golden crisp. And as for the shrimp tackle box, You'll get 8 Love that flounder for... Never mind.
It wasn't until the sound of his feasting died down that I slowly regained control of my limbs, and I had no idea I could run so fast, especially when I was one shoot down. By this point, night had fallen so completely I could barely see 2 steps in front of me. But I flew through that forest, branches whipping my arms and bugs meeting their end against my cheeks. I was sure Lizard Man was right on my heels, hunting me like prey. It may well have been, but it was my speed and the general lack of visibility that caught up with me first. My toes bumped a thick tree root mid-stride. Yes, I know, I was falling over a lot. You try walking, let alone running through a swamp, okay? Anyway, I tumbled forward through a thick wall of brush. The thorny twigs nipped at me like tiny vipers, and I was left there splayed out beneath the thick and heavy swamp air. Sweat streamed into my eyes, blinding me. Or, wait, a light was doing that. A bright glare bobbed through the woods, hitting me in the face. I was lifting an arm to shield against it when I heard a familiar voice say, "Rodney?" It was Hank. Oh man, how fast a stranger becomes your best friend. I was on my feet in seconds, wrapping the debunker in a bear hug. My story came stuttering out of me, all fragmented. I knew I wasn't making sense. All I was clear on was the headline. Lizard Man was real. I'd seen him. Basically, I'd definitely heard him. And Hank cut me off with a disgusted snort. "Not you too," he said. "Everything has an explanation, so I'll go over every inch of this swamp until I find one." Despite my protests, Hank headed into the darkness I'd just escaped from, and I sure wasn't going to accompany him this time. So I was left alone again, watching as the swamp slowly swallowed his bobbing light, feeling certain of one thing. Hank the debunker was walking straight to his doom. One thing I haven't mentioned about Hank yet. This debunking wasn't just his job. Eviscerating legends and lore was kind of his life's purpose. Like me, Hank grew up hearing plenty of tall tales about creatures that hide in the dark corners of our world. In his case, the storyteller was his mother. Unlike me, though, these stories didn't haunt or invigorate Hank. They pissed him off. He felt like his mom was lying to him, or worse, being condescending. It left him with anger towards the fantastical and a distaste for anything but cold, hard facts. On the one hand, he'd found a way to make a decent living off of this skepticism, so that wasn't so bad. On the other hand, it was now leading him to certain death. So, anyway, back to the swampland I almost died in, the one Hank was walking through. He clutched his flashlight but soon realized it wasn't enough. The beam barely penetrated the murky darkness of the swamp around him. Time to bring out the big guns. He swung his satchel to his front, fished out a pair of night vision goggles, and slid them on. He took a deep breath. Hank needed a moment to get used to the goggles before proceeding as usual. The world was instantly bathed in an electric green. He could see the details of each branch. A rustle came at his right, and he turned to meet the shining eyes of the muskrat peering out of the brush. The next thing he saw was an object floating in the water just up ahead. My shoe. The one the gator took. Hank bent down and whipped out a tape measure, clocked how big the tears in the Nike's fabric were. The fourth tear from the front was deeper than the rest, and the bite overall was broad, which told him this was an alligator's doing. The jaws weren't nearly as large as witnesses claimed the lizard man's mouth was. Now you and I know this shoe was ripped up by a gator, but I hadn't managed to get that part of the story out before Hank walked off on me. So to him, this very tasteful and cool, but also very shredded piece of footwear was a strike against the lizard man theory, which made him giddy. So he threw the sneaker, the evidence, in his satchel and prepared to move on. Then he saw something race through the high grass to his left. It was fast, unnaturally so. Hank's flashlight was too slow to catch it, but he could hear a low hiss as it scurried through the undergrowth. His heart started pounding, not from fear, but from excitement. He could sense that he was about to blow the myth wide open, and beneath the night vision goggles, a large grin spread across his face. He took off in pursuit. Hank was quick on his feet. This thing wasn't going to get away from him easily. He followed the animal deeper and deeper into the recesses of the swamp. The cicadas had started up again by now and were even louder there, more insistent. He knew gators could only move fast over short distances, but whatever Hank was chasing seemed to be moving faster the longer he gave chase. That should have been a clue, but Hank simply picked up his pace too, till the pair of them were racing through the undergrowth. Hank stopped then, because he suddenly couldn't hear the thing anymore. He looked around before realizing why that was. In front of him, crouched in the dark hollow of a ball cypress, was a scaly reptile. It had its back to Hank, trying its best to tuck into the trunk, like it wanted to hide, but Hank could make out a spine which was long and curved, and covered in bright green scales. Half concealed in the small of the tree could be anything: reptile, costume prankster, even lizard man himself? No, Hank wouldn't let himself believe it. He'd take a pick, then coax it out for a clear shot, confident he was about to expose the truth of whatever or whoever it was. He pulled down his goggles, lifted his camera, and snapped a photo. In the dark of the swamp, the flash was blinding. A loud hiss cut through the air just as Hank was hurriedly slipping back on his night fishing goggles, ready to continue chasing if necessary. And that's when he saw it, the thing he'd really taken a photo of. An iron-scaled humanoid, 7-foot monstrosity, with bulging muscles and glowing red eyes. Its 3 talons tensed at its side. Its razor-toothed mouth hung open in a furious pant. A thick, barrel-sized tail swung at its back. This was Lizard Man. Lizard Man was shy. Lizard Man did not appreciate having his picture taken. Lizard Man had tried to hide to avoid confrontation with this swamp intruder, but Hank had chased him, and now Lizard Man had no choice. His talons shot forward. Hank stepped back just in time, but not quite out of reach. The claws tore off his night vision goggles instead of his face. He staggered backwards, ready to run, but the creature was on him, and now, having been forced to act, it wasn't going to waste a good meal. Hank screamed as his jaws sank into his shoulder, instantly pummeling bone and muscle into jelly. He punched at it, trying to free himself. But yeah, that wasn't going to do much against Lizard Man. You know that, I know that. And at that moment, poor Hank knew that too. Minutes ago, there wasn't much that would have convinced him Lizard Man existed. But feeling its impossibly large teeth tear into his flesh, that certainly persuaded him. Just before the cryptid's bite found his vital organs, Hank mused on something. About how he'd been so wrapped up in completely, totally rejecting his mom's stories, he'd never considered that maybe he'd gone too far in the other direction. Maybe the world was just too big and complex, too unknowable, for there to be a rational explanation for absolutely everything. Maybe there were some things, some monsters out there after all. It's the kind of mind-blowing realization that might have led to a crisis of identity if Hank wasn't about to be slaughtered. He felt a talon dig into his throat. The skin split, blood shot into the air, and then the pitch-black swamp suddenly, somehow, got even darker. Hank was never seen again. Of course, I told the police what I'd seen, file a report and all that. The woods were searched, but there was no sign of Hank. No sign of a struggle. No sign of anything, including his camera. Obviously, my family forbade me from doing anything like that ever again. Not that I was in much of a hurry to repeat the experience anyway. We walked past the newsstand as we were preparing to head home and scan the papers. The festival was over, but Lizard Man was still around. In the headlines, all of them were some variation of Lizard Man strikes down naysayer. That's probably the worst part of it for Hank, even worse than his gruesome death, that he became proof of Lizard Man's existence, and by extension, proof of the existence of all manner of horrible creatures. Or maybe Hank would just be happy he'd proved something in the end. I hope so, because believing in the unknowable corners of our world isn't so bad. It's not deluded either. It's hopeful. I mean, we should be more willing to have faith that creatures like Lizardman are real, even if they're scary. Because Hank was right. There are an awful lot of wicked, evil people out there. But there's also a lot of good, loving, caring ones. So if some horrific monster can exist in our world, just imagine what other wonderful, magical stuff is out there too, just waiting to be found.
Hey Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the Mr. Ballin podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. Today's episode is a fan favorite. It's called Love Makes You Do Crazy Things. The audio...
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Whether you love true crime or comedy, celebrity...
It's the middle of the night. You're in a deep, heavy slumber. Until, slowly, you stir. You realize your chest is heavy. You open your eyes, but you can't focus because you're not awake. But the thing is, you're not asleep either. All you know is there's something on top of you, something alive, that's deeply inhaling whatever breath emerges from your lips. You want to move, but your heavy, sleep-ridden limbs won't let you. You want to scream, but your mouth won't open. And just trying to do either of these elicits a growl from the thing that's on your chest. Unfortunately for you, this isn't a dream. It's a boo hag. And if you feel it sitting on you in the middle of the night, you're out of luck. It's already too late. I heard about the boo hag while staying in the Georgia Sticks, somewhere outside of Savannah. See, I'd been tasked with writing a script set in that area, and sometimes the words don't flow unless you're there in the flesh. Unfortunately, even after I got to town, the words still weren't coming. It made this worry seep in. A cruel internal naysayer in my head started telling me all kinds of tales, that I wasn't good enough to write this thing, that I'd never get it done. Which is why I found a way to procrastinate putting pen to paper. It involved making a social call to some friends who lived even further out in the boonies. They were surprisingly iffy on having me. When I got there, I found out why. Something had happened. Next door. It had made them afraid for the safety of any potential guests. A creature called a boo hag had made a social call to their neighbor. According to them, this kind of hag is a special breed of witch, straight from Gullah folklore, brought to Georgia's low country on the lips of enslaved people who toiled there. It's considered by some to be a metaphor for possession, or an old explanation for sleep paralysis. But really, the boo hag is a whole lot more than that. It's a night prowler, a denizen of evil that sneaks into homes through the tiniest of cracks, an open window, a door lock. Once inside, it sits on its victim's chest and steals their breath while they sleep. That's how these vampiric creatures feed, you see. On your air. Your life force. If you somehow manage to fight back, boo hags don't like that. It'll make them take something from you. Something even more essential than your breath. Before I get into what that is, I do want to warn you. This story, it got under my skin, and I'd bet it's going to get under yours too. You're listening to Run Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 10, Boo Hags. Mary stood in the middle of the living room she'd grown up in. It was exactly as she remembered. Floral couches with perfectly fluffed pillows, dried flowers, and expertly picked out vases. The patter of rain on the roof echoed through the home. The amber glow from the wall sconces made the space seem cozy, peaceful. It wasn't. A closer look revealed the room was teeming with dust, every inch of it. It seemed to coat Mary's clothes too, even though she'd only just arrived. No one had been in this place for a long freaking time. Which brings me to why Mary was there. Her mother had been missing for over a year. That was long enough for an estate lawyer to give Mary a ring and tell her the news. Her mom was presumed dead. The house was hers. Now, Mary and her mom had beef, the unresolved kind. I'll explain more on that in a minute. But what you gotta know now, standing in that living room was making Mary feel a lot of things. Hurt, guilt, stress. But she was a 26-year-old social worker in a tough real estate market. Being given a house wasn't something she could say no to, so she decided to make it into an Airbnb or something. Everyone needs a side hustle these days. Then she'd hightail it out of there, back to her life in Savannah. The day was spent blasting Olivia Rodrigo from her phone and cleaning. Dust, cobwebs, rat excrement, the works. She also took it upon herself to sterilize the place. You know, get rid of any personality. No renter's gonna want to look at family photos, and the living room mantel was covered in them. There were those braggy kind of photos, mama doing important things with various high-profile community members. She was into appearances, you see, especially her own. Mary put each picture into a trash bag. They go to the attic for the time being, but one made her pause. It was of Mary and her mom in front of church in their Sunday best, beaming. It hurt to look at it, because it was a lie. Before and after that photo, Mary's mother had been on her case about everything under the sun. Her hair was a mess, dress was wrinkled, you get the idea. That was it, the story of the demise of this mother and daughter. Mary trying to please her mom and always being told she wasn't good enough.
Yeah,
She got into college, but not the right one. Found a job, not a well-paying one. All that's to say, as an adult, Mary had a fair amount of crippling insecurity, which she blamed on her mom. It was why she cut ties, told her mother not to contact her unless it was to apologize. That was 2 years ago.
Appreciate the follow.
The silence stung just as much as her mama's disapproval.
Ken, how do you know your shadow banned, Ken?
A soft tapping sound came from the window.
What I missed last night?
The rain was coming down outside harder than before. It made long, weeping streaks on the glass. Through those streaks was someone's blurry face, looking right at Mary. It was a face she'd know anywhere, even when it was marred by rain. Her mother. But seconds later, the figure who was possibly her mom vanished. Mary ran to the window, looking across the gloomy, wet lawn. To the left, the right, nothing. This was the kind of thing she'd been worried about. Being back here was messing with her head, tearing open old wounds. That's when a mean voice took over. That same kind of nasty internal naysayer that yours truly had experience with. It told Mary coming back was a bad idea. She was too weak for this kind of thing. A jarring shriek tore her from her thoughts. A series of chimes followed. The cuckoo clock in the foyer was going mad, telling Mary insistently it was the top of the hour, 6 p.m. She'd been working all day long. Suddenly, she felt like it too. She spent the rest of the evening making herself a half-assed dinner. As she ate, she felt an unwelcome thrum of anxiety build. The house felt large around her, looming. Like if she wasn't careful, it would consume her. For the second time, she wondered if coming back was a horrible mistake. When she turned in that night, she wasn't shocked to see her childhood bedroom had been redone. The walls were once full of rock bands and sports teams, but her mom had swapped those out for pale yellow paint and frilly linens. She designed a room for the daughter she wanted instead of the one she had. Mary brushed aside the sharp sting of hurt that came with this thought, got in bed, and turned off the bedside lamp. She was asleep within seconds. Mary couldn't say what occurred to her first, but sometime in the wee hours of the morning, she became aware of the room around her. One of those half-sleep, half-awake moments where you're vaguely alert, but your body is still snoozing. I've felt this way a few times. It's brief, though. Moments later, I'm knocked out again. But Mary couldn't just doze off, because even though her body was limp, she could still feel everything. That's how she knew. There was someone kneeling on her chest. The room was pitch black. Mary couldn't see, but she could feel a pair of slimy, wet knees jammed against her clavicle, rocking back and forth, cutting off her air supply. She wheezed as two frigid, clammy hands pressed down on her shoulders. Something prickly and damp tickled her face. It was hair. Whoever was on top of her, they were bending over, inhaling deeply, soaking in whatever feeble breath escaped from Mary's mouth. Then came a soft, hoarse humming, a lullaby of sorts, as if this person was coaxing Mary back to sleep, telling her not to worry, that everything would be okay. No, ma'am. A person was kneeling on her chest in the middle of the night, and they were humming. Things were definitely not okay, so Mary struggled, only she couldn't actually move. Her brain wanted to. It urged her to respond, but her arms were dead weight, legs too. Her body was still fast asleep. She tried screaming. She could visualize her mouth opening wide, but it stayed shut, silent. She was trapped. And this thing continued to inhale Mary's air, to press on her chest. Sunlight hit Mary's face and she sat up. It was morning. The rain had cleared. The room was empty. She put a hand on her chest. It was tender, but she could breathe again. She slouched as relief hit. It'd been a dream. A messed up one, but yeah, beats the alternative. She closed her eyes. Her head ached, but she forced herself to get up. Because if last night's dream told her anything, it was this. The house wasn't good for her. The sooner she was done setting it up, the sooner she could leave. In the kitchen, Mary waited for her bread to toast and made a to-do list. 1, clean the bedrooms. 2, put personal effects in the attic. As she wrote, her mind wandered. The paper blurred, her eyes itched. A yawn stretched her dry lips. Damn, she couldn't remember the last time she was this tired. Her bread popped out of the toaster, startling her. When she went to grab it, she caught a glimpse out of the window. Her mother was outside. Again. This time she stood a few yards away by an old willow tree. Mary stared, mouth agape, heart pounding. She watched as her mom lifted a hand, waved. Then Mary blinked, and the vision was gone. Before she could berate herself for letting this place get to her yet again, a familiar shriek came from the foyer. The cuckoo clock, shouting at Mary that it was already 10. She better get a move on. So, that's just what she did. She worked herself to the bone that day, making progress on her to-dos. But that night, the nightmare returned. A damp, unseen stranger sat on her chest, singing a lullaby and taking Mary's breath. It happened the next night, too. By day 3, Mary was delirious, sleep-deprived, but she was also so close. One more day of work left. You know, some odds and ends. Moving the final bits of crap to the attic, waiting for the new couch to arrive. After that, she could put this house up on all those rental websites, then reap the benefits of this depleting week. She decided to get some reinforcements to make it through this last stretch. You know the kind, good old sleep aids. So she hopped in her car, then drove 20 minutes to the town pharmacy. The pharmacist was one of those men that was either 60 or as old as time itself. She remembered him from when she was a girl, so she guessed the latter. When she dumped her Sleepy Time haul on the counter, he gave her a look. The knowing kind. He said, "You might not want to hear this, but I don't think this'll cure what you got. It didn't help your mama either."
If you love that chicken from Popeyes, you'll also love that flounder fish sandwich and shrimp tackle box from Popeyes. Made with Alaskan flounder, the flounder fish sandwich is seasoned with Louisiana herbs and spices, dusted in a southern crispy coating, and fried to a golden crisp. And as for the shrimp tackle box, you'll get 8 crispy pieces of butterfly shrimp, a regular side, hot buttery biscuit, and your choice of sauce. Does it make sense for a chicken place to have seafood this good? Not really. But it's so delicious, Popeyes might just have to take another look at that famous jingle. Love that flounder. Never mind. Popeyes. We don't make sense. We make chicken. And also seafood. But only for a limited time, so sail over to your Popeyes and try the flounder fish sandwich or shrimp tackle box for just $5.99.
Sure, the pharmacist sounded ominous, but Mary hadn't slept in 3 days. Everything felt ominous. So she just stared at him blankly, even as he dropped a bombshell on her. He said that Mary's mom had been there just days before she went missing. She'd bought the same haul, and based on what she'd told him, he wasn't sure it was sleep either of them needed. It was to get rid of the boo hag that lived in their home. Mary frowned, trying to keep up. Her mind felt slow, heavy, like it'd been filled with mud. But she heard a few things. A boo hag, a witch who steals your breath at night. But that isn't the worst of it. Her head was pounding. Just standing there trying to stay awake was tough. For another, this guy was making her feel all kinds of anxious. She had enough on her plate without an old folktale making it harder for her to sleep at night. So she interrupted him with a quick thank you and booked it out the door. She didn't even take her slumber meds with her. The sun was setting when Mary got home. She went straight into the kitchen to pour a glass of wine. Her hands were shaking as she mulled over what the pharmacist said. It hit a little too close to what she experienced that night. The woman, the breath. Before she could stop herself, she pulled out her phone and did a quick Google. Boo hags. She caught a few things. A witch from Gullah or Hoodoo lore. Can be stopped if you leave out something like a broom. It gets distracted by counting the bristles. That cruel voice in her head interrupted her reading. It told Mary she was idiotic for believing in boo hags, that she was just looking for an excuse as to why she couldn't handle being there. An explanation for her own weakness. Mary slammed the phone down, rubbed her temples. In the silence, the house creaked lightly, as if settling down for the night. Then, a more distinctive sound emerged. The floorboards groaned loudly. Somewhere upstairs. It had the very specific tone of footsteps. Mary set her wine down, waited. They came again, louder this time. She slowly stood and grabbed a knife from a drawer. Her hand trembled as she held it aloft, making her way to the foyer, to the stairs, then up, one step at a time. She reached the landing, waited. Then a noise came from her mama's room. A foot scuffing against the wood floor, followed by a sigh. Mary inched towards the door and reached out. She twisted the knob, raised her knife, and flung it open. The bedside light was on. It cast a myriad of shadows around the room. In the inky recesses of the space, a figure stood, backlit, but Mary would know that silhouette anywhere. It was her mother. This time, she didn't disappear. She wore a nightgown. Her hair was a true mess, kinda in a bun, but pulled every which way out of it too. Frizzy stood up on end, nothing like the polished woman Mary remembered. And she didn't say anything. That was unlike her too. Finally, Mary spoke. Just a whisper. "Mama?" Mary's mother turned. Half the light from the lamp caught her cheek. She looked terrible. Ashen, sunken eyes and skin that seemed to hang off her face like a draped curtain. You know, all this time, Mary's mama had been what we'd call a big bad. A looming villain in Mary's head. The source of that naysayer voice that always brought her down. But seeing her mom confused and haggard, it took away a lot of the power she'd had over her daughter. At that moment, Mary didn't feel any righteous anger, just pity. So she set down the knife and found herself saying the only thing she'd ever really wanted to say. I forgive you. At least in this moment, she meant it. Her mom turned all the way around. Mary, thinking they were about to hug it out, opened her arms. She stepped closer, but as she did, she noticed the other side of her mom's face was wrong. The flesh on her cheeks hung even more there and seemed to be uneven. The edges of her eye were peeling off, exposing raw muscles, tendons. When Mary's gaze traveled down her mom's body, she stifled a scream. The front of her nightgown hung open in tatters, like it had been slashed. The skin beneath it was uneven, too, full of ripples, yanked tight in some areas, hanging loose and pursed in others, like her mama had been torn open and sewn together again. As Mary took this in, her mom reached her hands into the seam at her belly and pulled. Her chest came apart with a loud rip. The hand shoved the skin off her chest, took a shoulder out, then an arm, then pushed her mama's face back like it was a hoodie. The skin dropped to the floor and a figure stepped out of it. A woman. She was shiny, pure muscle. Stringy, matted hair hung over her face, but it parted just enough for a single bloodshot eye to peer out at Mary. Below that piercing gaze, a lipless grin. The person Mary had just achieved a milestone emotional moment with was not her mother. It was a horrific and possibly grotesque creature who had been wearing her mom like a garment. It was a boo hag. The slick woman who had been living inside her mama took a step forward, and Mary finally had the wherewithal to tell her own feet to start moving. She shot out the room, down the stairs, into the foyer. She was almost at the front door when the cuckoo clock shot out at her with a wail. It was the top of the hour. Now this had happened a ton of times already, but even so, it still scared the hell out of Mary. She flinched and staggered backwards. Her foot caught the bottom step and she fell upwards against the stairs. Her head collided with the wood so hard she saw stars. But she became alert enough when she heard movement at the top of the landing. A look-up told her it was the boo hag in all her skinless glory. She crawled towards Mary on all fours, limbs twisting over themselves in her haste, a bloody, deranged acrobat. Mary struggled to her feet, then veered into the living room. She probably should have headed to the door, but, instincts and all that. They don't always do you right. As she ran, she flung open a hall closet, trying to slow that thing down. A broom fell out and hit the floor with a clatter. Mary really didn't notice. She was headed towards the kitchen to the back door, but something made her stop. A low, familiar humming came from behind her, the one she woke up to every night. The boo hag was sitting on the ground, fingers buried in the broom's bristles. She was counting each one fervently, humming as she worked. Mary remembered what Google told her. Giving the boo hag something to count was one tried and true way to stop it. She had to give it to the internet. It really does have all the weird random crap you could possibly need. Now this kind of bizarre turn of fortune was a good thing. It bought Mary time to get away. But she wasn't running for the door. She was thinking about her mama, in particular of that skin upstairs on the floor, discarded, ready for this monster to put it back on whenever she felt like it. Image was everything to her mom. Some old hag wearing her face around and making a mess of it, that would have been her mom's worst nightmare. Mary hadn't really gotten to tell her mother she forgave her, but she'd felt the forgiveness in her heart anyway. And the next best thing to her mama actually hearing it, doing her a solid and getting rid of her skin before the boo hag could take it again. The hag was still counting behind her. Mary flew past, up the stairs, into her mama's room. The hide was still there, left in a pile like sloppy soiled clothes. Mary nudged it with her foot, grimacing at its sodden weight. Then her eyes landed on the bedside table. A big old Martha Stewart-style candle sat on its surface. Next to that, a lighter. Mary knelt before the rubbery mask that used to cover her mother, held the lighter up, She clicked it a few times until the hair caught, then the face, then the neck. Mary stepped back, watching what was left of her mom erupt in flames. Tears stung her eyes. She felt a weight lift then. For the first time, she was sure of one thing. If her mom was alive, she'd be grateful, maybe even proud. Mary was so in tune with her own thoughts she didn't hear the floor creak behind her. She just felt a sharp, jolting pain as the broom handle smashed against her head, and everything went dark. Mary awoke to a familiar feeling, her body limp and helpless, her mind active and alert. She could feel the boo hag's legs clamp down on either side of her. She couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do a single thing but stare up at this creature. A mass of wet, ratty hair hung over her. The skinless face glared down. Ripples of muscle and veins popped from the hag's cheeks. That fleshless smile looked eager. Mary expected the hag to do her usual routine, breathe in, steal her breath, to ride her till exhaustion took over and Mary fell asleep. That would have been nice. Instead, the hag lifted a finger. Her sharp, yellowing nail glinted from the light of the still burning flames behind her. That's when Mary realized her mistake. By burning her mom's skin, she'd taken it from the hag, which meant she'd be needing another one. The hag plunged the nail into Mary's chest, then ran it down the length of her abdomen, slicing Mary open like a peach. Of course, Mary couldn't scream. She felt it, though. It rose in her throat, pounding at her lips as it tried to release. But as her flesh was torn away from her body, that silent wail faded. Mary's consciousness dwindled, soon becoming as dead and lifeless as her paralyzed body. The boo hag inhaled deeply as she ripped Mary apart. She wiggled the bouncy, taut flesh off Mary's limbs, peeling Mary like an orange rind, the kind that comes off in one whole piece. Once she'd gotten the skin off, she put an arm inside. The warm squish of blood oozed around her, soothing her now dried-out muscles. She put the other arm through, then stepped into Mary's legs. She drew the stomach and the chest flaps together. At that moment, the sunlight hit her face through the window. Dawn was here. She'd gotten Mary's husk on just in time. It was her armor against the day, against those who might recognize her for what she is. The boo hag moved to the glass pane. She looked out at the weeping willow trees, the swampy marsh beyond that, the closest neighboring house just down the road. As she stood there, she wondered who would come next. After my friends finished their story, we ate dinner in silence. The whole time I was dreading the drive back to my lodgings. In the dark, with nothing to think about but the skin-stealing hag who lived next door. When it was time to hit the road, I decided I'd speed by their neighbor's house, not give it a second glance. But that sure as hell didn't happen. As I passed, I stopped to take it in. It was dilapidated. Paint was peeling. A nice home that hadn't been tended to in a while. There was a light on in an upstairs window. A figure stood there. Maybe they'd been watching the whole time I lingered out front. It was a young woman. She stood very still. So much so, I wasn't sure she was real till she lifted a hand, gave me a stiff wave. I didn't wave back, just put my car in gear and drove away. Like I said, I'd been having my fair share of self-doubt, just like everyone. But all things considered, I decided I felt pretty good about being me, and I definitely didn't want anyone else taking my skin for a ride. Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan and Lee Mengistu. Editing by Matt Scher. It was also sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Creature vocalization.
Inspirational tweets coming out from Draza, which we love to see. Now for the setup for Orlando Phase, looking very, very solid over towards P4. This is a dominant start. 30 seconds to go on this hill. Toronto Ultra setting up from the right side. Can they find a push through? You're going to get through Sim first. Well, you managed to do that. Scrap will find him. Draza going to have to back on down. He may well be 12 and 5, making now 13. Is the 14th going to be found there as well over towards Kleenex? Not quite. Holding it down, not quite getting as many points as they were like. Forced up for a second. But for Toronto Ultra here, we're going to be heading into a second rotation. They're going to find themselves 70 plus points behind here, chance. Not necessarily what we expected heading into map number 1.
It honestly is like a snowball effect as well, right? Toronto had that early rotation in P2. It gets broken down, and since then, Atlanta FaZe have just been handling the map perfectly. So much so that even going into this new set of rotations, Atlanta FaZe currently have the left side spawns for that future P2 rotation. Of course, got to get the kills first. A long way to go before we get there. And Ultra, for the first time in a long time, it will start soaking up the hill. Kleenex inside the objective, and has all the players on the wings. And of course, well, Toronto finally have a bit of an advantage. It's a cruise missile to break it down. Draza gets Toronto out of time.
Yeah, BC coming around from the flank for the P3 side as well. Scrap should be dead to rights anyway. Second gunfight going to come through inside. Trying to stay alive as long as he can. A couple of players from FaZe just staring at him. Coming in off the respawn, nice and tight setup from FaZe to stumble Toronto Ultra. Maybe trying to find some control over towards P1. Some good time for FaZe. You have P2 rotation for the most part here. You keep an eye on where BC is. He's going to be heading over now with 10 seconds to go over towards P1. These kills starting to come through at the right time for Ultra. Those are the numbers that are going to be here. You need to probably see a decent break from Toronto Ultra over towards P2 side. And BC going to hold it down, though. He can find one. Draza won't be able to find anything. Big gunfights coming on through. Insight is there. It's a aggressive Atlanta FaZe. If BC falls, it's a good break on the initials coming in from Toronto Ultra.
And this is the opportunity to make amends from that first P2 mistake, right? They would have lost the rotation battle, but a good spawn and good gunning coming through. So you get this initial time. Don't want Sim to be alive for too long, but Scrap ain't going to be the guy to stop him. Envoy there for the trades, and him an Insight there for the next two. FaZe players being back down, gonna have to hit through the front, and if you feel the tides might be turning, Jamie Craven Insight cannot get the cruise missile. Big kills coming through from Atlanta, and the kills continue to keep Toronto off of that time. And there is so much happening on the minimap as well. You got rotations, you got scrap time being fought for. This is teams trying to keep up with everything, and for the moment, it's Atlanta coming out on top.
Incredible stuff from Atlanta FaZe so far. Rotation looking very, very solid as well. Insight was taken down on an early rotation as he tried to find his way over, but nobody from Toronto Ultra carrying the boat right now. Atlanta FaZe are going to be feeling so good about this rotation, so good about map number 1 and their chances in this series. Let's go for a listen with Atlanta FaZe.
Try to get out.
Jamie's gonna be third, maybe. Yeah, he's third.
He's third. Stay down. I did.
I was running coop side too. Yeah, so listen, just holding 10.
Yeah, there's one in coop side, okay?
Yeah, stay on time.
I'm trying. Middle, Toby.
That's one coop.
Head. Come here. I'm needing time.
Time goes up. Let's be sure.
In the back. Let's go in the back. Scrap. He's trying. He's just late. He doesn't even know you're there. Nice. It's one coop. I'll coop. Yo, head out. You guys left hitting out. I don't see him coop. I'm trying. Hold this on. Bottom shop. Kleenex. Yo, Arsenal, son. He's right stairs, holding stairs. I'm needed.
Bro.
He's stairs, holding stairs.
Stand up top third. Hey, let's play through coop.
Nice, good chance. I'm still third.
Yeah, one more top. Third, right side. You should play coop to play that guy.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, that guy's
One scrap. He's just sitting there. Stop, one third. You want to chop, yeah? Chop.
Shop super weak.
Stop that.
Nice. Hit me back to the back.
Grab the back then.
Nice shot. Yeah, stay up.
Play that guy. Third mid-side.
I am back.
I'm team. Just keep playing. Guarantee that shit. I'm trying, bro. I'm looking at the push. There's just running behind you. White trap. Back left, Dylan. Dylan's one shot back left. No, man. He's BK, W. One time.
I'm not a big fan of the comms, but I am a massive fan of the gameplay. Atlanta FaZe, when they get that iron grip, there is almost no escaping it. Ultra fighting just from so far behind. They're getting teed off on the hard point, so much so that they just can't really collect any of these timed gunfights. It is so difficult for them to work for. Maybe good news from Ultra, though. They have a rotation. One of the only times they've been able to try to keep things stable and get ahead of the game. Bad news comes, they are down by 100 points.
Yeah, it has really felt like they've always been that step behind in terms of these rotations, and well, we haven't been able to say very often
often that they are the first ones here and they will find some good time, but this is a very good opportunity. Insight once again going a little spree. Cruise missile would be a really, really big help over towards the next potential couple of hills if Atlanta FaZe allow it to go that long. Push going to come in from the top 3 side and also pushing in from red. Insight needs to try and survive. He knows this. And boy will find the first under draws through the front side. They have a potential pinch being set up as well. Celium says no to the cruise missile once again. Scrap all alone. Finds one. Push in from Celium. Is it going to come? Is he going to offer him the gunfight? He is, but Scrap will back on down. The rest of the team also already over here, and all of a sudden, Kleenex is able to find the kill. The hold decent enough from Toronto Ultra, but they wouldn't have minded a few more there.
It's such a long way to go, though, right? The cruise missile could have been the setup to break through this P1 as well, but now you are still fighting from behind. But the 100-point lead does get chopped down to about 50 or 60 going in towards new. Actually, 60 on the dot. So the hope is still here, but a long way to go. The fight for power positions, by the way, right now commencing on the map. The fight for the time it is getting traded. Atlanta FaZe, every single kill they get sets them up so far in advance. And looking at the kill feed, they seem to be getting them all.
It's going so well for Atlanta FaZe in this map number 1. About to break 220. Toronto Ultra trying to set themselves up the same as FaZe did, but Draws are holding down the street, locking down the bridge side of the map, and it may well be the game here over towards P1. 4 seconds to go until you're hitting 230. It's good lock in from FaZe so far.
And Toronto, I mean, they got to flood. You got to get them off time, right? You're going to have to continue to do so for just a little bit longer because Atlanta FaZe still bodies on the point. So Toronto overcommit just a little bit. The back spawns, I don't know if you call that open, but it doesn't matter because Atlanta FaZe, they're going to be the first team over towards P2 and Ultra. This is not an opportunity or a situation where you can take your time on the brakes. You have to fly to break this down.
They have to move, and they have to move quickly. They found a break over towards P2 last time around. Can they do it again? But you absolutely must this time around if you are Toronto Ultra. Scrap can find one through the mid alley. Isn't going to find a second. Drawza is there to shut it down. 10 seconds away now for FaZe. Drawza, can you hold it? It's looking like it's going to be Atlanta FaZe to deal what is only the 3rd time that Toronto have lost a hard point. Oh, yeah. Atlanta FaZe, map number 1.
All about their business. Not even a big celebration, just locked in, ready for map 2. But as you pointed out, that is only loss number 3 on the year in Hardpoint, and that is the perfect record Ultra had on Karachi. No longer. Atlanta FaZe coming to play, and I gotta say, just looking at it on paper, you have to imagine Ultra had the edge. They played them twice at the major, had their number both times. Atlanta FaZe, maybe those improvements starting to show off just a little bit. I know specifically on P4 on this map, Atlanta FaZe have looked like the best team on that hill specifically, and that is certainly a place to get ahead of the game, but that was start to finish a lights-out performance from Atlanta. Again, all about their business here on Sunday.
Yeah, fantastic start to the series for Atlanta FaZe. Really big game coming in from Drawza. Kind of performance he was brought into FaZe to do. And going up against the best teams in the game, you need him to bring that kind of level in my word, he brought it. 5,000 damage to tip it off. An 80-point win against Toronto Ultra is nothing to turn your nose up at all. Fantastic start for Atlanta FaZe, and I mean, it just kind of felt like an Atlanta FaZe game, right? One of those moments here and there where they just find clean breaks and just make it look so easy. There's so many transitional kills coming through in their way as well. It just felt like the rotation game was won by them nearly every single time. We were very, very rarely seeing Toronto Ultra first ones here. They're going to be able to hold it down. And even when we did, it started early. The breaks from FaZe were coming thick and fast.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you had the like sort of omnipresent force of the ARs on Atlanta that were there the entire time. Like the 2 different times Insight was nearly going to get a cruise missile. The first time it was Drawza that shuts him down. The second time it was Celium. But even when we're watching like Insight's like perspective, he's just having to look 2 different directions constantly because Atlanta FaZe were always on the map, hitting the hills from every single direction. And of course, the awareness on point as well. I know that back jump kill again. Simp was like by himself over by Coop fighting the entire Toronto team. He gets 1 kill. He doesn't overchow. He just backs down. And literally because he just stays alive, helps buy his team maybe an extra 20 seconds. So slaying there from the ARs. Big brain plays coming out of the SMGs. And again, just a well-orchestrated map. From start to finish, Atlanta FaZe had the edge. They quite literally never looked back.
All the way through. As you can see from the game flow, not a single misstep from Atlanta FaZe. And that's one way, I mean, I don't even think Toronto Ultra, you could see in the player cams that we just got a shot of that. Very, very similar on both levels of things. Toronto Ultra won't be too perplexed by that, and they know they were just outplayed. I don't think they'll be too concerned It may well just be their third hard point loss of the season, which, again, just beggars belief. But they will not be too concerned by this just yet. They know they have it in them to win these next 3 maps that they potentially needed to. And it's still going to be a very good series, but that is a one that Atlanta FaZe will be feeling very nice about, especially a comfortable win in map number 1 up against Toronto Ultra.
And Rio S&D is going to be a fun map to go into as well for both of these squads. On the Toronto side, they have had FaZe's number in Search and Destroy. It's kind of a wild thing to say for Atlanta that they're not like the clear-cut best S&D team in the game, but they're also a straight-up step behind right now. New York is teed off on Atlanta in Search and Destroy. Toronto, it's been the exact same thing. Atlanta, better than everybody else in the game mode, but they have not eclipsed to sort of get that top spot back. Rio's an interesting map. New addition. You got the Terrors on it. Do you think it's going to be fun for them? And maybe more good news for Atlanta. We also have watched Toronto get 6-0'd on this map as well. That's sort of a good news, bad news thing, because, of course, for Toronto, if you get 6-0'd on a map and you're playing against Atlanta, they've gone back to the drawing boards. They're going to come in with a new game plan. They have a bit more experience now. They're going to try to make that adjustment, but S&D, not a pain point for the team, but a pain point against the top squads. Could not win an S&D against Toronto at the major. They got to show off the goods here.
100%. It's their first opportunity to show what goods they have on Rio as well. From Ultra, we have had, well, various different outcomes, of course. A couple of wins underneath their belt. Of course, there's a 1-1 record, sorry, but that one loss, as you rightly pointed out, was not very good. One that they will absolutely want to forget about, but I think you're right. You know, they wouldn't be coming back into this map if they didn't already have a plan and have already figured out what exactly went wrong. Probably mid-map control was something that we were really struggling on, so it's going to be interesting to see what FaZe can do with that. But Toronto Ultra, we know they've got it in them to bounce back here. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. They are the consensus best team in the game right now and can very much turn this around. But I think it's the manner of the map 1, right? I think that's what would concern me more than anything. It was a comfortable map number 1, but that is in the past. We are heading over towards Rio. Search and Destroy coming up. And for both these two teams, Atlanta FaZe, I mean, as mentioned, they have very much struggled against Toronto Ultra. But are these S&D stats going to help them out in this one chance? Well, their S&D stats look really good, apart from against Ultra and Subliners, essentially.
Look, it's Atlanta FaZe. We know the players. Abizi, First Blood King. All these guys have massive clutch potential in the late half of the round. Their S&D stats are fantastic. It is quite literally just not against Toronto. Toronto has Atlanta's number. They've, like, again, 7-2 map count at the major, undefeated in Search and Destroy. And this is, again, going to be a very quick look on what they can do. Abizi, always going to be a fun player to watch. First Blood King, you just know he's going to sprint into the action. Him and Sint maybe playing a little bit of bait on the ace side of the map, and looks like Ultra not going to fall into this trap. No trophies out in round number 1, so it's going to be one of the slow rounds. And again, for an adjustment sake on Toronto, there were so many bang outs on the B site the last time they played it. They have just completely switched up the pace. Doesn't make it necessarily easier as Sint finds the first blood, but you see Toronto, brand new game plan they're going to be bringing to Rio.
Little angle coming in from Celium. Couple of shots over the top, and then Simba's there to finish things off. Information is key here, and Abizi's getting plenty of it down this side, but no information over towards the B side. This bomb will be looking like it is going to go down. Simpenko will be here very, very quickly after the fact. Insight going to take a couple of bullets. We'll back on down. The bomb is down. It's a 4v3 for Atlanta FaZe. Can they manage to find an attack here? If you're Ultra, first gunfight's going to be huge. Amboy will find it, won't get out. Abizi is there to trade things away. Inside needs to stay alive with 25 seconds to go. He's getting hunted and gets hunted. CleanX now left in a 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 2 now. Knows where the players are over towards the bridge side. Has to challenge, and Abizi will find it. Great retake from FaZe, but they have the numbers.
Absolute suffocating. Nothing he can do. You get the first blood. You have the man advantage. Nobody overcommits. Nobody makes a mistake. It is the Terrors up top after the bomb gets planted. Great news is they get the intel on Insight out by the steps. The better news is they at least trade out that kill on Envoy. So the team worked completely on point. That is exactly how Atlanta FaZe want to get things done. And as far as round 1 goes, again, no trophies coming through at the start. Got to be careful about the stuns and nades. Atlanta play around it perfectly and get that early advantage in the game.
I think for Toronto Ultra that we've seen the passive setup starting to come through in that attack, and what they were trying to offer up with that, I think, you know, an element of that was a lack of trophies, of course, but curious to see if that continues on the attacking side. It's certainly not going to be the case here for Atlanta FaZe. Head first over towards the A side. Envoy and Co. actually enjoyed a couple of moments here and there over towards the garage. Scrap will find first blood over onto Draza. That's a Hail Mary from the other side of the map by the looks of things, but relevant of that, Amanda Face still, well, we're filming a plan over towards A side. Not going to come around this time. We're going to try and switch it up. Doing the dance though in the middle of the map. It looks like Toronto Ultra are ready to answer this.
And Scrap never overcommitted, right? He doesn't try to take that map space. He just lets the action come to him. So he's got intel on it too, if not the entire team of Atlanta. And you see his teammates already nearby the elevators. Kleenex trying to strike. He's got Envoy here from the help, and Atlanta FaZe have to back down again. But now if they go this direction, it's going to be Insight looking over top. So the AR's constantly calling out to themselves, what direction do you have to run? They're ahead of the game. They get all the kills. And why not collect some scalps along the way? Headshots rolling through. Trade instantaneous. And the smooth moves that Atlanta FaZe wanted to go for on the rotation. Toronto, again, mistake-free. Both the ARs posted. Both the SMGs knew exactly where they needed to run. And that is efficiency on those rotations as well. You can see they're bringing their very best today against Atlanta.
Flowing like water on both sides of things there, right? The defense answering where they needed to. Not even necessarily too many kills going down, but just making sure you have those bodies there. Those guns up, the information gained. Good job from Toronto Ultra to keep track of exactly where FaZe were going. They lock it down pretty convincing round on either side of things. Nades over towards this A side. Only one player holding it down. Insight now will be trying to track a player over towards the side who's playing a little bit more aggressive than we see Scrap do on the previous round, but the push over towards B starting to come through now. Envoy's cleared out the site, may not have found the kill, and you've got to try to not overcommit there as well. Simple fall. The BC was there to find the first blood. It's a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, they had a player trapped, and it was a BZ that was trapped. He might live, but at least you get the nade kill in the meantime. So they're playing off the information well. Number 5 on the back line right now. Draza's watching these players slide out towards the steps. And here's the smoke to get aggressive. You lose a man in the meantime, but Envoy trying to jump out and make the play. Keep in mind, he has the bomb, so his life incredibly valuable. And then in the meantime, it's like the grouping scenario right now. The wolf pack of Atlanta FaZe talk about a way to play with trades. They're just riding each other's coattails for the moment. And again, you got the man advantage. It is just about trading the kills. Envoy will be able to get the plant down, but can he live for long?
I would like to think probably not. If you're a FaZe fan, yeah, a BZ shotguns him. And all of a sudden, Insight is left now, and a 1 versus 3 not going to happen. The wolf pack of FaZe working out wonderfully. Diffuse going to come on through. Defensive rounds remaining king here so far between these two teams. FaZe 2-1 to the good. And yeah, for Ultra, there, just no info, right? Really good movement coming in from FaZe, clearing out different sides of the map, and all of a sudden they know exactly where Ultra are. The defuse comes through, and Atlanta FaZe regain the lead.
And going out of their way, again, to play mistake-free Call of Duty. Both teams getting after it. And this is effectively, in a sense, just like preparation for both of these squads for if and when they have to face off against a major, or at a major, rather. Either way, Atlanta FaZe so far, so good. Making moves on the map. First blood's been on point. Might want to dodge a nade this go around, but got a BZ 5-1 doing what he does best. As it looks like Atlanta FaZe might be ready to square up towards the middle of the map, or just get the coordination flowing. Scrap might have had an initial nade kill when he was on defense, but he got met with one in kind. Ultra gonna have to fight with a man down.
Can FaZe find a way through still, though? A hit over towards B seems like the more likely when you do have that number advantage. Kleenex is going to be there to maybe potentially shut this one down. Inside going to try and watch the flank. Now going to take a little bit more control over towards the street, looking over towards Bridge. We'll be getting that information. FaZe don't know it. Ultra know where they are. Push going to start coming on through. You'd imagine Envoy is going to start hitting a potential flank, or is he just going to go through boxes? Either way, this bomb is down. Next gunfight wall is going to be huge, but Kleenex will get taken out. 4 versus 2 now for FaZe, and Rio maybe potentially starts to become a bit of a problem here for Toronto Ultra. Still surviving over towards his side, though, is Inside, but he is the only remaining survivor of Toronto Ultra. No eyes on there from Draza, but this is just such a difficult position for Inside to do anything from.
It is utterly hopeless. If you get a kill, that's great. Not even going to have that opportunity. I mean, both these teams playing very mistake-free. This seems to be one where if you get that initial first blood, that might be the thing that just decides the round based on the way they're playing it. I mean, Atlanta quite literally get the frag nade coordination down the mid lane, pick up Scrap, and then you saw what they did with Celium. Leave him on one side of the map, but he's just playing an absurd off angle where he's never going to die. Everybody else grouped up together for the trades on the other side, and again, it is just off angles on point. Everybody playing their life like clockwork right now. So the first blood fight might be the most important thing right now on this map.
Looking over towards Toronto Ultra's stats, 71% conversion when they do get a hold of it, so not too hot either. But well, I mean, you're gonna get two there, so that's gonna help. Kleenex gets 2 free kills on the Simp and Abizi, who are trying to make the play. It certainly wasn't it, and all of a sudden this attack for Ultra is looking very, very solid. Celium and Draza gonna have to try and find something here. The push gonna come through. 3 for Kleenex in the round. Draza left all on his own. Bombs are going to be down over towards their side, and once again it is a hopeless situation. Good shots coming through. Big round for Ultra. It's answer back there.
Get the first blood, win the round might be the name of the game. And I will say, I didn't miss it on the mini map. I don't know if Atlanta FaZe had bad intel, if they were calling out the cross, but someone took a deep route. But either way, you had the Terrors trying to make an aggressive play. They just get fed into the blender that was Kleenex, waiting for the kills to line up. So either bad comms in the moment or just an interesting attempt that doesn't pan out. Either way, Kleenex happy to collect those kills. That is a nice little freebie round going through. Again, thus far, 100% rate. Whatever team gets the first blood has been able to execute.
Which way is it going to lie this time? Seems to be important. Simp not quite coming across the crosshairs of Kleenex, who's found himself in an interesting spot. And he's got company. No shots coming through on the other side of things, and all of a sudden they could be pinned in. Get out. Managed to get out of dodge, and all of a sudden Envoy is here to help. Backing it up. The odds are on Ultra, and without taking any casualties, find the information, back phase down, but it makes phase maybe think about what they have to do here. Insight is going to slow them down momentarily. Ultra will be heading over, 50 seconds to go here, still 4 versus 1.
And Insight did his job by slowing them down, but now on the flip side, Scrap is playing a completely different angle. Instead of being tucked in the back of his spawn, you see the cheeky spot he's got top catwalking. That is a trap being set. Atlanta FaZe best not fall into it. And things are open, things are sneaky. Abizi, you see how smart the man is, getting the intel, checking every corner. There's the first blood they were looking for.
Well, usually a first blood is preceded by a round. Can they find it though? Next kill's going to be massive. Insight's going to try and hold it down here. He will get some information. Will he find a kill though? Playing the tight angle over towards the boxes. Abizi once again just clearing absolutely everything. No spot is free, but Kleenex has found himself in a good spot. Is able to find 2. Envoy makes it a 1 versus 1.
And there's only 3 seconds on the clock. This is Operation Stay Alive in the smoke. Try to hide, can't do it. Envoy, not Houdini. And Draza too quick on the jump. The only way Ultra could have won that round would have been off the clock, because Atlanta FaZe spent so much time swinging the map back and forth. And that disappearing act, not good enough. And Draza, you already know, he's chatting about it. Having a good one there, but that is just great work on just the spots that are being checked. I mean, think about that. Scrap's got a cheeky hiding spot. Abizi sniffs it out. Insight tries to play it an off angle. Everybody on Atlanta seeming with heads up ready for that one. And even the nice little corner in the smoke. Atlanta FaZe can't hide from them, can't run from your fate. 4-2 lead in the moment, but Insight, there's the first blood Toronto. We're looking for Kleenex soaring and flying, and at least the trades are going to come through, so you still keep the man advantage. 2v3 right now for FaZe to work with.
Oh, I swear to God that it even felt like Simp was going to win that one as well. Scrap eventually able to pick that one up. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Ultra. Draza and Celium going to have to find something here. It's going to be a double hit coming in over from the top of the escalators. Yeah, back it up. No need to chill that. Scrap and Go just trying to stay alive here. You got to hunt them down if you're FaZe. 25 seconds still to do so. Shot's going to come in from Celium. Makes it to 2 versus 2. Awkward gunfight inside. Oh, wow. Just about going to find the last one. That got scary for a second. They just about get it. Insight with the final kill. We'll get a better description of what actually happened there from the kill cam coming in. It's a good snap, to be honest with you. Does well.
And you can just see how on point you have to be with the trades right now, because that is a moment where both teams are just straight up in the mix in this moment. So Scrap a little bit lucky just to be able to slide past, drag the attention, but I mean, again, for Celium, so close maybe to getting that trade. Everybody going to be in the mix, but Ultra again, you get the first blood, you win the round. That is reign true. This is some of the best search and destroy we have seen on the year thus far between these two teams. No nade kills coming through though, so Atlanta FaZe, maybe this is just going to be their game plan. Look for some intel and just run back and forth, or maybe try to sniff out if that B site gets left open. Ultra, no pressure on the map for the moment. Gotta be careful if you rotate over towards A. Envoy has an option of some weird angles, but they've seen nothing, so yeah, plant the bomb. Why not?
Well, you're on your way over though if you're Ultra. That bomb will go down. Utility, not a lot for Kleenex. So you're going to be the tip of the spear that can potentially puncture this defense of this bomb. Draz is going to find insight, and that just makes this job a lot more difficult. Flank's going to come on through. Abizi gets snapped onto. Scrap will find one. Envoy gets out. Information is there that one player's chasing him down, and the backup is on its way. Simple find one, though, after turning it around 2 versus 2. Envoy makes it a 2 versus 1. Can you find Celium? 15 seconds remaining. Playing a sneaky little spot. The shot's under the bomb, and here comes the child coming in. Big retake from Ultra. A man down as well. 4 apiece. And that might just get some wind in their sails.
I mean, as far as this game is played out, that is the difference maker round. That is the we do not get the first blood, but we still execute. And that is credit to the new pickup of Toronto Ultra in Dylan Envoy on the flank. I've never seen someone play the spot that Abizi just played. Envoy, it seems like he was just expecting it, because he also had a player that he could have shot in the back top Eskies, but if he went for that one, he would have died, and Atlanta FaZe win the round. So Envoy completely heads up play in that moment. He just bails his team out. Talk about the battle we have, right? I mean, battle for championships these squads are going to be getting after, but also the battle for who made the better roster change. Draws a map 1 fried. Envoy right here making a big play. It is toe-to-toe with these juggernaut teams.
It's brilliant to watch. Just writing notes for playing Rio Search and Destroy. Although I don't know if my ranked teammates will shoot quite as straight as everybody else on these rosters, but well, neither will I.
Gold lobbies? No.
Whoa, come on. Kleenex now. Trying to back it on down. Honestly, he has kind of been forced into this situation. Maybe needs a little bit of help to get out. Celium was in an aggressive position. Is he going to give it away, though? Shots going to start to fly in, and Simba's going to have to be there to cover. Celium has been back down, but Abizi... Oh, yeah! Insight is there to shut it down. It was looking so promising. And now we have the 4v3 for your Ultra. We're actually going to back on down. That was a huge moment.
I think Atlanta FaZe, you want to make a play off this, right? I mean, if you're the man down, you try to jump into it. That is exactly what they do, but Kleenex plays it perfectly. So again, Atlanta FaZe, they do the right thing in the right moment. Ultra just ahead of the game. Kleenex going to shut you down, and I'm telling you, that previous round was a difference maker. The momentum shift. Ultra, they have it now. 1 round away, and they tie this series up. That is a hell of a round. I like that from Abizi's perspective. That looked to him like he was licking his chops. That's the freest flank of all time. Is it too good to be true? Yes, it is, but here's a look at Kleenex playing that off angle, watching the flank for his team, seals the deal on the round, but the instincts from Abizi, when that was too good to be true, he was like, wait a minute, someone's gonna be watching this, and as he had that thought, Insight's already got the barrel in his face, killing him, so fun Call of Duty for the moment. Kleenex, by the way, making up for maybe the game 1 performance as well. 10 kills already. And Ultra panned out once, maybe happy to give up his B-bomb plant. Of course, now, flank's not going to be open. Envoy not in an open route. Celium's going to be watching that pressure, so we do have a different situation right now for the bomb plant. So Ultra players, it looks like they're going to 4-man group up together and work straight through mid, but that is not a good start.
No. Kleenex caught with his pants down. Scrap's going to get a stun off here, or at least a nade, so some shots are going to start ringing on through, and if you're Ultra, you really do need to get moving. Envoy's found a way through, but the smoke distorting everything, but maybe giving him some timing. Celium will be taken down, trying to clear out every single base he possibly can, but Draws has found 2 in the middle of the map with the Renetti. He's going to find the 3rd as well. Draws are lighting up the kill feed. Atlanta FaZe tying things up, sending us to around 11. Big plays from Draws.
Yeah, I think that might have been an ace. That might be a top 5 play of the week if we managed to catch it from his point of view. He just went electric there with the Renetti. And again, the battle of the new guys on the roster, just setting ourselves up for the round 11. Difference maker potentially in this series. Ultra, they have had their number in search and destroy the entire year. Granted, it's the start of the year, but nonetheless, here we go. Atlanta FaZe looking to get that revenge.
FaZe on the attacking side. The ace comes through from Draza, confirmed by production. Fantastic work from him. Was having a slow game, but the fall spree in the top right corner kind of proves that things have turned around. Sim now putting some aggression down over towards this A side. Look at this from Atlanta FaZe. They are stacking. They are feeling confident. Ultra backing on down. These next couple of gunfights are huge, but they get slaughtered in garage, and all of a sudden it's down to Kleenex. He needed a man of his talents. Surely not. Draza does get gunned, but Kleenex now still with 3 bodies to get rid of.
He's got to go so fast, too. You got to look for the kills instantly. It's 2 players nearby. You got a rival 9. This is hopeless. Death is inevitable. Draza out here calling game. He was saying he's going to introduce you to God. I think we met him in the round 10. And Atlanta FaZe get that S&D win. Happy to see that real S&D. And 2-0 up in this series. They have achieved that flow state.
You could smell blood in that round 11. You could see it. All 4 of them together, pushing down ramp. And as soon as that player backed up at the dumpster side, they are in. 2 kills go their way over towards garage, and that is the round. Draza turned it round after what was, I mean, he was having a fine performance, but made it just a very good one in those last couple of rounds. Really good performance from FaZe, who now have themselves a 2-0 lead and an S&D win over the side of Toronto Ultra. Is this now the time for them to turn their fortunes around against the Canadian side? A high-roast control will decide if we go any further. But man, I mean, look, Toronto Ultra were bringing that back to a certain stage there, but FaZe called game. I mean, 2 massive rounds to bring it back.
I mean, keep in mind, the round before Draza's ace, that was Ultra actually with Envoy on the flank. The first round we had where the First Blood team did not actually win the round. Thinking that might be the momentum shift, Draza just steals it right back. And honestly, not just like that top 5 play, maybe the #1 play we have seen of the week, but also a few rounds before where Atlanta FaZe checking all the corners, Scrap playing off angles, gets found out, insight the same, Atlanta FaZe on point.
Fantastic work from Atlanta FaZe so far. 2 to the good up against Toronto Ultra. Map number 3 is going to be coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a banger.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Here we go, the map number 3 coming up in between Toronto and Atlanta FaZe. And it's being, well, all really one-sided so far, but both these teams, we know what they can bring to the table. Heading into a control, this game could still go either way, but Atlanta FaZe really proving that they can hang with Toronto Ultra. The question has been asked so many on different occasions that we have seen so far this season, but Atlanta FaZe are not going anywhere here. Chance 2-0.
Not at all. I mean, this, again, looking at the pick and bans, as we can talk about the record runs that these guys have had. If we're talking about best teams of all time, Atlanta FaZe, especially in Cold War, was injected into the conversation. Guaranteed top 3, maybe top 2. We could talk about that on a different day. But it was the series count where they went 13-0, had an absurd map win percentage, plenty of 3-0s, so many wins on LAN as well. And Toronto Ultra matching it. So many series wins in a row. They have been nearly untouchable. But again, looking at the map pool that Ultra let get through in the pick and bans, they're testing the waters against Atlanta FaZe. Turns out the waters shark infested. They're getting limbs bit off left and right. You lose your perfect record on Karachi. Granted, a nail biter of the round 11 for the game too, but Atlanta come out on top of that as well. And now you have the least played control map for Toronto. Going against Atlanta FaZe with a perfect record. So this is perfect records being risked on so many different fronts. And just the fact that it's Atlanta FaZe that could get the final stop before their series 13-0 got tied. Things could have been good. Turns out, though, Toronto players can't fly. CleanX and Insight never sprouted their wings. And that's almost certainly going to be a reset, some sort of issue. But that just means we get more time to wax and wane about Atlanta FaZe potentially getting a 3-0.
And look, I think it wouldn't be unprecedented coming into this that FaZe did this, but realistically speaking, it would be very, very impressive. You know, we talked about in the sense of that, you know, Toronto Ultra come into this and sort of said, yeah, okay, we got 6-0 on Real last time around. We want to try it out against the best other team in the game. We want to try our good maps. We want to try some of our bad maps up against them as well. But for all that it is down to these map picks coming in from Ultra, they want to try some things out. Still, credit where credit is due. Atlanta FaZe have looked fantastic so far in maps 1 and 2.
Yes, I mean, I think the interesting thing about this series is like Atlanta and Toronto, the expectation in a winner's final or a grand final or something, maybe at every single major, but certainly the next one. That seems to be how things are shaping up, how the pick and bans are going to look different, what adjustments go through. If they happen to square up on a Rio S&D again, is Scrap ever going to try to play that weird off-angle top cat, or do you not even risk it? Do you back down and play safer? So it is just comparison of how do these teams look today versus how are they going to play each other against the major. So it is a learning experience and a learning series right now for both of these teams. But for Atlanta FaZe, it's vibes flowing. Again, Draza coming out with some cocky tweets. He has been known to do it, and so far he has absolutely delivered. Monster performance in game number 1. Him and Selly were lighting up the kill feed. And again, when things were looking a little bit sketchy, a little bit rough, Draza gives you the ace in round 10 to take that momentum. So here's a look at that scuff play. Shout out to the observers for catching this, by the way, because it is chaos in these moments to try to pick whose perspective you're going to watch. But it is Draza the round before. Man can see through smoke, and here's him gunning down players left and right. That was the first blood he gets on CleanX. The rest is with the Renetti. Shots on point, easy wins there. And again, nice little reload and drops the final guy as well. Killing everybody on the map. Draza making his presence known.
Phenomenal from Draza. That was the turnaround, wasn't it? Oh, and he's letting them know. We can all let Bridge. Don't necessarily need a repeat. But irrelevant of that, Draza's feeling himself in this Atlanta FaZe squad. It's got to feel good. You're going up against the team that really have had your number, especially finding a search and destroy against them. Look, you're Karachi, you know you're a good hardpoint team. You know Atlanta FaZe are going to come into that. The search and destroy has notoriously always been fantastic for them. So to find that after Ultra really have had them pegged in a corner here the majority of the season so far, to get that back has got to be a nice feeling. Scrap clearly is not feeling the pressure though. My man, what year am I in? Is he going to fidget spinner?
Yes, absolutely a fidget spinner. Look, man, he's a young guy. Fidget spinners, they stay around.
Finishing
Different
up some
generation. But
homework.
again,
What you
I
doing?
think the calmness you see on Ultra, like obviously they're feeling the heat in this series, but again, this is a team that is already thinking long term. They have 200 CDL points already. I don't know if that's necessarily a guarantee that they make champs from this point on if they lose every single series from the rest of the year, but they're in a comfy spot, you know? You get to have fun, you get to relax. And that is, honestly, that's relatively impressive. I mean, smiles on that guy. He can bounce. What do you know? New tricks.
Yeah,
He's like a seal.
I mean, we can't tell if Insight's succeeding, but maybe he is. Is Jamie able to do it as well? Oh, balance isn't quite there. Don't put your eye out, mate. Come on. Insight's far too old to be playing with a fidget spinner these days.
And look, and if you're looking at the player cams, keep in mind, in game, incredibly intelligent. Don't be fooled. Super smart in game.
Oh. Well, I mean, look, I think, you know, we do like to be body language experts. Chance we have been over these past couple of weeks, but Toronto Ultra don't look like a team who would do this here and down. They're kind of cementing that, you know, they are coming into this and trying out some things up against the best other team in the game, and that's how they're feeling about it. At 3-0, of course, they will not want to happen. They will not want to have lost the first two maps by any stretch of the imagination, and they are heading into, well, their worst control map against FaZe is one where they are perfect, but Toronto Ultra will still be all smiles irrelevant. What happens here? They are playing the long game against FaZe, but FaZe for confidence, just to help them get things back up and running against this Ultra side. A 3-0 would be lovely. Heading into high-rise control, can they find it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just paying attention to the stats, by the way. It is a perfect record overall for Atlanta FaZe on the map. Their attacking rounds, a big reason why. It is the life count where they have the advantage, so they can spawn trap, they can slay. But Atlanta FaZe are also nearly perfect when it comes to the objectives. When they get the wipes on the map, they're so quick to triple or quad hop the zones. They'll play the objective, they'll play the TDM, they can do it all. So Ultra gonna get pushed in this one. Couple kills coming through. Easy wins already. And again, a double stack on A, but a time maybe to look for the spawn kills, but can't get them all. Nice little bounce back there from Ultra. They're keeping the map controlled.
Oh, if Salim gets taken down here as well, all of a sudden. And if there's a forced into their spawn. What was such a meticulous start to the attack. Almost playing like a search and destroy round. They don't find anything from it, but merely a touch over towards the A side. Now all of a sudden you are stuck in your spawn. And a couple of very, very good AR players going to keep you in there as well. Inside shots not quite crispy enough to find the kill. That nade from Simp is probably going to be solid, but not solid enough. Shots going to be coming in once again inside through this fence. It's not the easiest gunfight, but the gunfights for Atlanta FaZe are significantly worse. Yet to find one apart from Simp taking down Kleenex. It's been a clinic so far on how to spawn trap from Ultra. They're locking them in eventually. Some respite for FaZe over towards the A side, but have they run out of time?
This is truly absurd as well. I mean, this is everybody on point with the crosses as well. This is Atlanta FaZe are going to have to flood into his zone, but they're going to flood into Daz straight out over towards A. Kleenex waiting for the gunfight that he knows is going to happen. The coordination, though, good enough to at least get a trade. Salim does have a trophy and a single reinforcement, but he doesn't have the big play. Abizi is going to fall. This is going to be the round. It's actually Draza that takes him down. 0.9 on the clock. Atlanta FaZe actually keeping it close. Somehow get the extra kills. And so desperate to stay alive. If they pull this off, this would be insane. But I think they might actually be able to get it.
It's looking like they have an opportunity. Gunfights coming on through. Scrap can find one. Inside's there to answer, though. They eventually do get them off. A minor scare for Ultra. Atlanta FaZe just about survive. Final kill coming through from Insight. Yeah, Ultra, I mean, for what, 75% of that round? Very, very solid locking it in.
And that is a wild round, too. I mean, for the side of Atlanta FaZe, right, that is a decent opening break that instantly gets slammed in their face. Ultra get the map control. They nearly make some magic, but, I mean, you got Scrap 9 and 2. Maybe the fidget spinner knows something I don't. Balancing on his nose. Now he lights up the kill feed in round number 1. Trying to follow things up. Abizi there for the first blood. Quick trades coming through, but Toronto, it's only a single man on the zone, and the teamwork always hyper efficient right there. Atlanta FaZe swarming the map, getting all the kills, got every lane covered. Everywhere Toronto tries to go, FaZe is going to be throwing bullets down range in your face. Trying to spread the map just a little bit, but right now it always sort of the situation. If you ever end up in the situation where you're coming out of your spawn, it is going to take a serious degree of effort to try to get out.
It's always tough, as we've seen it from the side of FaZe last time around. Good old not get locked in there. They really can't slow things down. Big gunfight coming through for a BC though over towards Kleenex, but a lot of good work from Toronto Ultra coming in over towards this B side. You want to hope you have your trophies down because there is nades aplenty floating into it alongside of Atlanta FaZe players. Draza just absolutely loving every single gunfight with the Renani, and all of a sudden forward. You've got Celio in position to further cement this as well. And Boy will find a kill pretty much immediately though, and that may well be the route out here for Toronto Ultra. It's more than a route out. They find 3 kills here, Chance.
And this is just on point. Again, just swarming right now. They are happy to see High Rise right now. A well-oiled machine and maybe a body on point right now on the B zone. Doesn't last long. Envoy's going to fall. Draws there for the shutdown. And pretty quick on the rotation as well. He actually gets the intel on Insights. And Toronto, following up, Insight with the kill on the right side of the map. Opens up the left. Bodies on point. This is a triple stack coming through. The zone will go fairly quickly, and they're winning the gunfights as well. Kleenex has fall, so only a double stack. It's slowed down just a little bit, but that ever-present propane tank, it is going to kill anyone and everyone at every given time. Envoy, last one right now on the zone. 2 players behind him. Can't get it done. Atlanta FaZe swarm. Only 20 seconds left in the round.
Can they find one more push? Yes. Oh, the transfer was looking good on Draza, but he just about survives, and if you're inside, you're already buttered up. Draza is here. He will find the gunfight and a potential route over towards the B side. There's going to be a gunfight up against Celium. You're going to have to try and win or not. Get yourself into the corner, wait for your teammates to come on through. Stuns, nades out. Hold it down if you can. Just not going to happen, though. It just has no cover. Nobody else was able to get out. Good hold from FaZe once again. Back-to-back defensive holds where not a single point taken. Ticks were taken by Ultra, I believe, more so than Atlanta FaZe managed in their first attacking round, at least anyway. So a minor advantage on the Ultra side heading into round number 3.
And, I mean, honestly, I don't even know if the advantage necessarily exists for offense and defense, but the defenses have been clean. You can just see the way the game is almost like altered when it's teams like this that are playing, where Scrap's getting a kill down B Street, and he just pre-fires where he knows the trade is going to come from, because when you're playing against teams that have teamwork like this, you know the trades are going to be instantaneous. So it alters the way you have to play. You have to step your game up just a little bit. This is a high-pressure environment. And this is just Call of Duty that is almost atypical. It is difficult to make these adjustments. You got Scrap, by the way. The second time he's gone out towards the crane. Does end up getting traded. Salvo commences. Atlanta FaZe by themselves a little bit of pressure on the B zone. Again, happy to play the objective. Happy to stack when they get the opportunities. But for the moment, only 2 bodies on the corner.
Trying Ultra on the way over. Insight, not able to find an angle. Scrubs naders though. Selling will be able to find one and Boy, and all of a sudden these kills could fall the wrong way if you're a Toronto Ultra fan. Kleenex trying to lock something down to find one is miraculous. And now FaZe can get these 2 ticks in, maybe the 3rd in over towards B. Trophies on overtime. Trying to survive if you sell him inside the point. B is gone now, Chance, and all of a sudden their eyes are set on A. The ticks are over towards the FaZe side after those 3 are locked in at B. They'll have themselves some mid-map control. Toronto Ultra are fighting with their backs against the wall.
Teamwork there from Celium, working with Simp in that moment, or working with Draza rather, but they're getting trades. You can see they just slow the pace down as soon as they get one zone, go back to playing TDM, get those players in their spawn and kill them. Draza on a 5, can't get the 6, but the trades are always there. You still get the pressure on the zone. Maybe unfortunate that there isn't a trophy, but right now Atlanta FaZe on offense. They do it on the objective. They do it on the kills front. The objective might be stopped for a moment, but still up on 4 lives, and with 1 minute and 45, that is so much time for Atlanta to work with. As long as FaZe never get wiped out and forced directly back into their spawn, they might be fine for this round, but as the Ultra have stabilized, bought themselves a bit of map control, and with that comes the kills, 2 in their favor. Atlanta FaZe, this is the delicate moment. Scrap getting the extra kills. You are consistently now working out of your spawn. This could be the problem.
The FaZe though, I mean, you can see them trying to take their time with it just a little bit. Trophies now out. Working their way through this meticulously once again. Celium going to go for the challenge. Finds it on Insight as well. His toes sticking out and Kleenex will find them. Gunfights across the map are going to be important over this next 5-10 seconds or so, because that's going to set up how things start to roll. Envoy will trade this one out. Simp can't find the transfer. Insight is there to find another. Still map control, not there for the defensive team, and Atlanta FaZe in a good spot. 3 lives up, onto the zone we go.
Yeah, no trophies, though. That might be the big issue, right? Every trophy they throw down has just gotten shot instantly by Toronto, but now the pressure around the objective. Cellium gets to fly, Cellium gets to deliver, and do a little bit of extra damage. That is 4 men down. You stack the point, you win the round. Atlanta FaZe, how quick that cookie crumbles.
Cellium goes huge, finds 2, just finds a small gap in the defense, and it's 2 easy kills from Cell to open up the round. Fantastic work from him. Simp is there to seal the deal. And then FaZe 1 round away from 3-0ing Toronto Ultra. Going over towards the defensive side here as well, Chance. They got to be feeling confident. Ultra did bring some heat in their attacking round. It's going to need to be just that little bit warmer though.
I like the play from Cellium at the end, right? Talk about feeling the heat. It is a small window of opportunity. Does he play slow around the point? There was a split second where he could be aggressive. He pounces instantly. So he's dialed in, he is bouncing, but once again, it is Draza right now, MVP of the series with 20 kills, leading the lobby. Ultra don't want that one to get away from him. He's able to get the first kill. You get CleanX behind enemy lines for the Trades B Street, and efficient for the moment. Simp causing problems. Trade's still there, but only 1 body on point. But Envoy right now, the omnipresent threat, able to get 3 kills, but it is still basically all up to Envoy. Can't get help around the zone. He's done his job so far. 1 tick of progress already through. Envoy continues to collect kills. They cannot kill this man. Envoy somehow still alive and still begging for help.
1 kill off the cruise as well. Can he continue to lock this down? B looking like it was maybe going to go Ultra's way, but eventually FaZe will get some control. But pressure now coming in over towards the A side. But if you can find those kills, if you're FaZe, things should surely be looking good. We'll get forced away, but we'll have another opportunity. Ultra with a really good start to the round, and will that pave the way for round number 5? Draza and Sim find a couple of kills, though. We'll slow Ultra down here after an electric start from the Toronto side.
And maybe a weird note, I think Draza has been the guy to get the kills with the exploding propane tank every single round, but another team kill coming through, unfortunately. Doesn't matter, not even a little bit. Atlanta FaZe, another 3 down. CleanX last man standing, trying to stay alive just to keep the map pressure available, but he's having to turn around. His teammates are stuck. He's trying to get out. He can't make it. He gets caught as well. Right back to square one, staring down the barrel of a hot 3-0 Toronto Ultra. This is the final push, the last-ditch effort, and you just look at the kill feed. It is Atlanta FaZe everywhere. You make a move to the objective, you're getting shot by every player on every single section of the map. Atlanta FaZe have strangled them.
Have to absolutely call everything in if you're Toronto Ultra now. 8 seconds, got to get towards a point, but you don't want to throw it over towards the B side. If Easy is there, can you get rid of him? Nothing found with the cruise missile. Draza will find another over towards B, and Cellium will call his in. The big guns are cold. The game might be with it as well. Atlanta FaZe, can they lock it in over towards the B side? The answer is absolutely yes, they can. 3-0 over Toronto Ultra. Statement win from FaZe. Draza letting them know Ultra back to the drawing board.
A learning series there from Ultra. They played with fire and they get burned. Long term, though, who knows how this is going to play out. But Draza going to have a little bit of fun along the way. Make no mistake, MVP in that series. He was absolute lights out, but again, against teams like this, it's a full team effort. Cellium also spectacular through and through, making the big plays as well. Atlanta FaZe go crazy. I'm telling you, that round 10 ace, I think, had a pretty big impact, and that might be the last time Toronto ever play games in the pick and bans against Atlanta. That's just stellar work through and through. Yeah, even Simp there in the damage category, that's efficient. That's a 3-1 on the high-rise control and a 3-0 overall. I think the Karachi might have even been the most impressive performance, man. Yeah. To take down Toronto for the 6-0 record that they had for a 250-172. I mean, they were on cruise control against the best hardpoint team in the game, and certainly had a battle there in the S&D, but maybe the only question Atlanta FaZe wanted to get answered against Toronto, they answered and passed with flying colors. So that is a beautiful look at 2 teams again. We are expecting to battle again at the major.
100%. I think you look at maps 2 and 3 and you see if it goes phases way, not to be unexpected, but that map number 1 question marks will be asked. Desk, we said phase, well, I think the favorites were phase over your side of things, but I'm not too sure we thought a 3-0 was going to be on the cards there.
Did not. It was a bit split, but no one saw this finishing less than 4 maps, right? I think we expected at least to see 2 hard points in this series. Atlanta FaZe, though, showcasing their strength across the board, and they really set the tone in that first hard point.
Oh yeah, they definitely set the tone at that first hard point. To break the streak right off of the bat was really impressive against Toronto Ultra, but I think map 2 had to be the best one for me.
Nameless, what did you think about the strength of Atlanta FaZe? What separated them against Toronto? Was it just the maps today?
Well, I mean, the maps played a huge factor. I mean, Toronto even coming into this, like, they go ahead and they ban Brachi S&D, where they're, like, dominant on that map. I think they're 6-1 on it. So, obviously, they're playing with fire a little bit. For Atlanta FaZe, when they see that map set going into it, like, okay, we have to dominate. And there were some clear, like, distinct differences from this and the finals. Like, in the finals for Atlanta FaZe, across the 2 search and destroys, they actually out first blooded Toronto, but lost 12-4 round count. They had that first blood battle won 11-6. Today, they were converting those first bloods into round wins in the search and destroy. So I agree. I think the Rio search and destroy is massive. Having that in their map plan out definitely gives them like a little bit of an edge. And then the pace of play that we saw on this control, beautiful, like strangling them. Like every time Toronto thought they would get out or Kleenex would get lost, he was finding kills. Still, the other players are in a spawn trap. It did not matter.
Map overall, the Rio definitely was the most competitive in the series, obviously because it went to a round 11. But what's insane is Atlanta was able to get up so far early in that search and destroy, and Toronto started catching on to what they were doing. Atlanta FaZe was just pushing out every single lane like hunter dogs on a map, and Toronto's like, all right, guess what? Kleenex is gonna sit back, and he's gonna wait for those 2 players to push through. Guess what? He gets a 2-piece, pushes around 9, they tie it up 4-4. Atlanta's like, all right, now we go to around 11. We're gonna 4-stack a smoke out van, and then Toronto just did not see it coming.
We have our Monster Winner Spotlight live right now, and it's with the man who was confident before the whole series kicked off. Draza is joining the show, and Draza, I gotta ask you, tell me about the tweets. You were fired up coming into today's match.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to show everyone why we're the best team in the world, and I think we've been putting up a lot of hard work to show that, and we came out here and 3-0'd.
I love that you say that, Draza, because I want to ask, you know, what is the difference for you as a player between Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2? Because Qualifier 1 was solid, but you feel like a completely different player this split.
Yeah, I think mostly my S&D, just playing more confident with the team and make sure we're running together. For me, it's just an S&D. But I mean, listen, we're shooting on all cylinders and we just 3-0'd them, so we're confident and I'm happy with it.
Love it, Jaws. You know, in Search and Destroy, you guys have been solid at it all year. There have been a couple things like the first bloods. You've been #1 at getting them, 8th at converting them, getting first bloods, not winning the rounds. Talk to me about how you guys fixed that throughout this split. It's been getting so much better.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, it's just like not scamming after we get that first blood and taking solo chows. I did a bit against New York and it costed us. So I think it's just more so just running with your teammate, guaranteeing trades because no one in this world can kill us. So if we're together, it's going to be that much harder.
Draza, how do you see the competition right now? Are there 3 teams at the top, 4 teams at the top? Who do you think competes for the title come Miami in 2 weeks?
Honestly, it's just us in Toronto, but as you've seen, we just 3-0'd them, so I think they're ass, and we're on top.
All right, with that comment then, what went wrong against the subliners? Was it just that last S&D?
I think they just exposed our S&D, and that's why we worked so hard on it and showed an S&D dub today. So, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I think they're still ass too, but.
A 6-0 week as Draza gets to go celebrate. We'll see you on Twitter in a few moments.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, brother. Draza bringing that confidence to FaZe, man. And honestly, like with Slasher on the squad, they looked like a confident team. They looked like a structured team. But this is the type of guy who brings that passion, that fire to the matchup, which helps you win championships.
Yeah, he'll go up against Scram, you know, when it comes to those Twitter battles. So they needed somebody like that.
We're going to a quick break. Before we do, a reminder, come watch Draza in person. Shake his hand, get his autograph. All you got to do, scan that QR code today and pick up your tickets to watch the Miami Heretics Major 2 live, presented by Gamergy. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, it's Minnesota Rocker. Can they get their first dub of the Major 2 qualifiers? They're taking on the 1-1 LA Thieves after this. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the fourth matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty. So don't forget that. All right? Like, let's...
Benzo first, bro. Bottom of the list. We start.
I don't even know why am I on the list, bro?
Is that Steve? Is that Mulch?
It's Moach.
Put him in D.
Oh my God.
That first time I met Steve, he was playing for a team called the E-Girl Slayers.
No.
No. At UMG Philadelphia.
I think we throw him top S next to crowd.
behind me, baby. Let's go.
Hey, Ben, relax.
But to the right of Crowder, I think.
Calm down. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
That's fucking godlike to me. That's good to me.
This list is unbelievable.
This is a godlike list, I think.
Talk about aggression. Rocker, 4 players over towards A. Zoinks! There's the second. We missed it!
Congratulations, Chris Puckett, Esports Awards Lifetime Achievement winner, class of 2023.
What do you think of my shirt today? It is a choice. It's a choice. Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight, you look like an idiot. I was like, it's just a little too small, but it works.
Congratulations, Hydra, Esports Awards 2023 Controller Player of the Year.
Here come the thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1. And it's placed up. Looking for the line. And they cut it out. 10 seconds. 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The thieves are moving. But they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion has just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
Hydra straight back on it. He's got time to get it done. No one there to watch him. Will it go through? Formal. Oh, he kills him. Oh my God.
No. Subliner's got the win. He got to defuse the kill. Did not come in time. You have the streaks. You have the bomb planted. You have every advantage in the world. But the defuse came through.
He got it.
By any means necessary. Everything I'm doing is legendary. Step in my office cause I'm a boss, not a secretary. Second to none, I am primary, not secondary. Give me the throne, I'm crown taking. Yeah, this is a rude awakening. Still got it on lock, you ain't getting the combination. About to shock the whole world, I am ready.
There's the play from Liz to the back line, from the hip. Get composed.
I'm just getting started. Time to turn it up. Going off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Pinch, the pinch, mid-8. All 3 of them gone. Rocker, he's able to find another gunfight. Does he get the second hit? He does.
I'm coming with it, you feel it, I make it boom, boom.
Welcome back. It's the final fight here of our qualifier weekend. We had 3 matches on the day, and this one ends with a much-needed victory for both squads. We have LA Thieves sitting at 1-1, going up against an 0-4 Minnesota Rocker,
who we should remind everybody was 0-4 before they finished 3-4 and eventually a top 4 at our Boston Major, Alley.
I mean, I guess history could repeat itself for Minnesota Rocker. They are coming off a loss to the Atlanta FaZe, but if you dive deeper into the numbers, it was a fairly close 3-0. I mean, about a 50-point Rio HP, a 2-round search and destroy, and they go to round 5 invasion control. So still some opportunity here for the Minnesota Rocker. It's just about getting Lynn some help in the slaying department, to be honest, when it comes to some of these series against top teams.
Nameless, I'm looking at the numbers. They've been to 3 Game 5s in a row before getting run over by Atlanta. What's going wrong in the Minnesota camp? Something has to be right to take teams to that Game 5.
Yeah, I feel like, they're like decent across the game modes. It just feels like there's like been a unique problem in each different match that you can look at. One thing, I went back and I rewatched a couple of their series. Feels like they're not that great at tracking names, especially in the controls. Like, we saw it one time, like, it worked out in their favor. Asim got behind him for like a minute and a half, could have spelled trouble. But one time, Shotzi gets behind them in the hard point, then gets behind them in the control, and the same thing happens, the same result. And it just feels like sometimes they get stagnant on the map. So that's something I'm looking for improvement on today. And then also streaking the wrong way. So there's 5 loss streak in our Monster Energy pregame, showcasing now they're on a 4 HP loss streak with a -10 average margin. Yeah, I mean, if you look at their map pool, it's not that deep. They tried to play a couple of sub bases. Now they're at 0-4 on it, pretty much negative on every single map that we have in our rotation besides Terminal and Rio. And Rio is now going to be auto-vetoed against them versus all the middle and bottom of the pack teams. So it's going to be tough for Minnesota to get out of this rut.
We saw LA Thieves forced to go to a round 11 Game 5 against Miami. Another one could be in store for us, and honestly, it becomes a coin flip if that happens because Minnesota, just 4 round wins out of your 3 Game 5 games you've played. On the other side of this matchup, Thieves clutched up. Let's talk about this matchup against Miami. It was sloppy, it was entertaining. Ghosty fired up from the first 10 minutes of the series, and they kept that energy the entirety of that battle.
Yeah, Ghosty went off in that series. He had 20,000 damage, by the way. Led the lobby, 1.14, kind of exactly what you needed to see. The first blood battle was certainly won, 15-4. So the preparation was there. They're gelling a lot better than last team.
Absolutely, and his biggest impact was in that Game 5 when it came to that turn 1 search and destroy, because he was that solo man that had to defend A site inside of plane by himself throughout the entirety of it. And when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, it's just about those opening duels when it comes to those search and destroys. That is the 2 maps that they were able to take on Miami, and the reason that they were able to win those series is through their search and destroys. Now the respawns, they're keeping them close. That was around 5 control. That was within 20 points when it comes to the hard points. So they're able to hang. I think the biggest thing when it comes to this series right now is going to be that control, just because every SMG on LA Thieves has a 0.8 right now, and slaying is important in this game. It's going to be important in this series, and 2 teams that are struggling in that category.
Nameless, we've only seen 2 matches from LA Thieves.
Yeah.
Only 2 matches with this new roster. What do you want to see from the squad today?
I want to see them, show something in hardpoint, right? Like, Miami Heretics haven't looked that great, so we can't take too much from that W. This is a true test versus a team that has proven to be good. Like, they can contend with the best of them. So for LA Thieves, they need to come out, show some strength in hardpoint. That's why they made this roster change. They also have their best control. I mean, we're talking invasion. They've never lost a defense on that map. So the maps are good for them. It's a great opportunity to get a dub.
Allie, who gets more kills today? Nasty or Afro from the UK?
That's a hard one. I might have to go with Nasty just because he's been consistent.
All right, let's see if the maps and modes are going to support that answer. Will the AR be able to pop off while he gets invasion 3 times to start things off? A skid row for our second hard point, and we could close it out with a terminal search and destroy. Nameless, how does this play out?
Yeah, I mean, well, I just think the big revelation here from Minnesota is they're now getting rid of Karachi S&D consistently. They were losing it over and over, costing them series. So now we're going to see how they fare on term. I mean, they're 2-1 on the season. So if it goes Game 5, though, it's going to get interesting.
Time to lock in our Scuff pick'ems, and I'm going to kick things off. They started 0-4 before rattling 3 wins off. Minnesota starts that trend again going into Miami.
This was a tough one. This is probably the one I had to think about the most going into today. I'm going to go with LA. I don't know. I feel like they're finally going to gel.
And you love Dan Ghosty. He's the man.
He is my bestie. He's one of my friends.
He's one of the best to watch. All right, let's keep going.
I'm going Minnesota Rocker. I think they take this one.
Minnesota Rocker fans, I'm feeling some Thieves. No, they're siding with Minnesota. Everyone thinks that Minnesota's getting their first W. We'll find out if the casters agree. We got I Hold Shift, the fantastic golfer, but this friend Study, who doesn't go outside.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Shots fired by Chris Puckett. I will say I've seen Chris Puckett on the golf course. Watch out, golfing friends. That guy is a menace, and not in the ways that you'd expect. This is an interesting one, though. I like the Deskin already said, there's opportunities for both sides. I think largely because of the map pool that we have here, Jay.
Oh, yeah. There's opportunities definitely for both sides. Obviously, for LAT, they're happy as hell that they got a bunch of invasions. More specifically, that invasion control sitting at that map number 3. But I just think if you're Minnesota, you got an opportunity to potentially right all your wrongs. I know you're sitting at 0-4 in the stage, but you had to play 3 of the top 3 teams that we have in the game. You went to game 5 with 2 of them. Obviously, you got ran by Atlanta FaZe, but this common factor for all those matches have been they ain't got no ice in game 5. And now you're going up against LAT, who are 2-14 in HP. Obviously, they're led by this young man in Dan Ghosty, who's number 4 overall hardpoint KD throughout this stage. 1.14. He's taken over, but even for the rest of his SMGs, like Ali said on the desk, they haven't really been performing the best. Kremp is sitting at the lowest hardpoint KD all throughout the stage at a 0.7 run. So I want to see that guy turn it around, and this map number 1 is a good case of it.
Yeah, absolutely the case, as we will get Minnesota spawning on the left-handed side. They will get to the hard point first. Thieves just trying to feel things out. It's Lynn's nice little route being hit as, again, one of the big Rookie of the Year candidates starts things off nice and saucy. 2 for him. Vivid following up, and there's already that SMG gap starting to come through a bit.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Minnesota. You get the initial 3 kills. You're on the initial time. You already have 50 seconds to your belt. You're already going to start thinking about that rotation over towards B2. As LAT are putting a lot of pressure through the middle of the map. You have Cafe. They have find a break at least for a little bit of time, but it's still Minnesota coming out on top in these trades, maintaining that map control.
It's just when you see the SMGs for Rocker start like this, you get a little bit wearisome, I think, if you're anyone on the other side, because we've seen moments where Linz and Vivid collectively can sometimes look like one of the top SMGs do in the league. It just comes down to will they do it on a consistent basis. That's been the bigger issue. As Vivid now flexing back to the MCW, keeps this entire left side street safe. Linz, Vivid just doing it all. I mean, it's just them in the kill feed, left, right, center, upside down, inside out. Minnesota Rocker off to the races.
Yeah, they're doing it the Rival 9 MCWs. It does not matter. They are knowing exactly what is going on the map. The fact that he's still alive, all right, finally, good. Good job from LAT to take care of Vivid. Now you can approach the front side of this hill. You also have a player going on the pinch, but that's easily read by Awakening. Great shots to knock him off of that head glitch, and only 35 seconds left. LAT, they have to make a decision now. Are we going to continue to be aggressive? We need to, because we can't give up all this time, but we don't want to be that aggressive to where we start spawning out towards Palace. That's exactly what's happening as Minnesota already thinking a step ahead.
Yeah, this is stifling from the Rocker. Oh, man, goodness. Accuracy, a little spin, keeps the entire DVD alley completely safe. Vivid even working for a little bit of finesse on the scrap time. And this looks like a revitalized Rocker team. They are moving quick around the map.
Yeah, they're just not playing a top 4 team. This is what they're going to look like. They're playing against a hardpoint roster who only found 2 W's so far in the season. Gifted a rotation over towards bathroom. Now LAT forced a break on in again. Sending a couple players to the backside. 1 player playing patient through the front. They should be able to find a timing in towards Mannequin. Nasty gets it done with 2. Now you have the pressure. That's 3 dead. Make it all 4. The break is there for LA, but it's still close spawns there for Minnesota.
One more chance to possibly fight back here. Good read by Nasty. And I will say, talking about debuts on a new roster change, Nasty has looked particularly good considering the hardpoint record for LA Thieves has not been all that stellar. So great stuff here from the Thieves. 25 seconds to the fight for. Opportunity for Rocker to try to finesse some of the scrap time. You've got Accuracy and Awakening working for it. And wow, clean kills across the board. Thieves will get broken. And now all of a sudden they find themselves spawning a little bit further away than they'd like to be able to contest this new hill.
Yeah, that's just too easy right there. If you are Minnesota, at least you get the close spawns over towards gas to reinforce quickly and they make it count. They walk away with that final 20 to 25. Still keep about a 55 to 60 point lead. But now you're going over towards the P4 where everyone in rank play knows you're not going to get a lot of time off of this hill. You're more focused on maintaining that map control, finding the kills around the hill. And that's exactly what Linz is doing. He does get gunned down by Ghosty. So Minnesota are forced now to try to break in. You have a couple players who are spawning over towards Palace, and LAT, believe it or not, they're doing a great job of soaking a lot of time here.
Yeah, this is exactly how you claw back into a game that's been a blowout to start the first 3 hard points. Get to your mixiest hill and try to find a way to earn some early time. Now, that said, first 30 seconds was decent, but now you've got that parallel mix over towards this back Palace position. Vivid from the sandbags, clean shots all around as Nasty's trying to fight back. Trophy system keeps the Semtex safe, and wow, this has been really good from Thieves. I mean, they get a lot of the early time, and then as soon as things start to get a little bit more contested, they flip the map around. This is perfect.
Yeah, this is perfect, because the fact that no one was going to contest Ghosty as he's laying down behind the motorcycle, I thought you had that angle from top American, but wasn't able to spot him. So LAT walked away with at least 20 to 25 seconds on that P4, and they're gifted the rotation over towards P5. So now Minnesota are forced to break right on in. Awakening might have found the timing. Nope, Krep is able to take care of him, but the rest of the teammates, they're trying to flip those spawns through back gas.
A good stun check, though, coming on Nasty. Alerts him that there is going to be a play over through this Rug's position. Lynn's giving him a good go of it, but Nasty up and over with the pistol. Finishes off the kill. Now for Minnesota, it has to be hitting from the front. And Awakening pushed aside by Afro means that, again, the alarm bells are ringing. Thieves know exactly where this hit's coming from.
You just got to be ready for these fights. You have all the proper cuts being watched, not the overextension though, as accuracy starts it off with the first. Awakening in Lynn's, Awakening with the final as he finds a double on the point. They get the break with about 20 seconds left. They're still in control of this HP. And as we get into the second half of these hard points, LAT, they just got to do a better job putting themselves early at the hill, because that was 3 of the first 4 hills that we had in the game where Minnesota were winning the rotations every single time. A little bit better from Thieves, they'll be able to take this lead and blow it wide open.
Okay, 3 in a row for Afro as well, by the way. Getting the job done with the Rival 9. Looks like it's a 3-1 compositional switch up. So we're not really seeing Krep use the Rival all that often. Headed out for a couple of hills, but mostly it's on Afro, who does not get away. So his streak will end at 4. But for LA, still an opportunity to try to break through. Kremp nearby, looking for the contest. It's only Awakening on the hard point for now. Help nearby as Lenz is trying to play a little bit deeper, and then you've got Vivid right over the top of the tank. And yeah, the setup looks pretty darn good. Nasty trying to break from behind, and he actually kind of sneaks past Vivid, who eventually gets taken out. So good moment here from Thieves again.
Yeah, it's a good break coming in from Thieves. Way to play it patient. Work your way through DVD cut. Work your way through Cafe. Take control of those sides of the map. But that's Minnesota instantly breaking right back on in. They're going to potentially walk away with this final 15. Thieves have to execute this break, and they also have to find a break in towards P2. So let's step aside and see how they set that one up with a listen with LA.
I'm pretty sure. One's gonna be close. I got naded. Wake's like that front green, I think. I'm red. Take your time. Take your time. Run so cool.
He control one shot. Wake. He's in broken. Run him. There's a bullet.
Wait for you guys.
Oh, you're not fighting up close. He's gonna regen.
I'm gonna need him. Don't play a bit of me.
I'll come here.
Across. Make sure they're broken. Make sure they're broken.
Didn't clear him top. I didn't need him top.
You might be holding low. You be holding low.
Let's go. Ready? 3, 2, let's go.
Ready? Get low. Dead. Let's go, man. We'll be enough. How much here?
On the tractor. Second time.
Tractor reach. One shot. Tractor 2. Tractor 1 shot and then square. Tractor 1 shot and then square.
Tractor.
Alright,
Time. Lie down. He's
needing right side time. I'm needing right side time.
Left the tree. Watch out.
Either cross. Green. What's the time? Watch out.
What's the tree? What's the tree?
Mid. Green out.
Do it over to the back now. Right to the back. Guys, blue. Do a pop. Already crossed down. Already crossed. 100%. I'll spawn down against space.
Reach that back.
Okay, Wake's
yeah, well, that's so cool. That's so cool right now. That's so cool.
Wake's hitting the right down.
Mid tank. The right lane. Right, tree tank commit.
Alright, one guy's in deli.
I have deli trap.
I might spawn out, boys.
One's calf, gonna one.
Trying to get across.
We can 6 here. He's on new.
I already crossed.
He's not challenging. Challenge up and do one shot more.
One's gonna call.
Decent moments through P2, and more importantly, when you thought that the gap wasn't being tightened up enough, here's Thieves with the close spawns towards gas and the quick break back into 3. Jay, this is looking decent.
Yeah, this is good right here from LA. Obviously, the energy was there when you jumped into the listening. Just too much energy at some time. I thought those guys are twisted, but they win the rotation this time around over towards bathroom. But how long can they hold? You have a player from Rocker working his way through back gas. One player from Thieves actually spawns behind him towards Palace. So potential pinch on the cards for Minnesota.
Very difficult gunfights as Minnesota try to work their way across the street, but they're finding every single one of them somehow. Kremp now forced to jump out of the hard point, and it's wow. It's almost a little bit too easy there for Minnesota. 4 straight kills come through. Scrap time going to be earned, and now we go over the battleground that is this 4th hard point at the park, where again a lot of this is just fighting over the top of it, not necessarily in it.
Yeah, and this one's going to be a little bit different this time around, because if you are Minnesota, you are trapping them in towards the backside of Palace. At least if you are Nasty, though, you get a spawn out towards the end of gas, so you can potentially set up a pinch as Lynch tries to jump on in, tries to soak the time, and Krep makes them pay for it. He finds a double. Now the spawns flip for Minnesota. Rocker, LAT doing a great job again at soaking the time in towards B4.
Yeah, really good evaluation on when they can get into these hard points versus when they need to be playing for the kills. You saw it from the first time we were here from the unfavored side of the hard point. Now, as you're getting some decent kills around that AS&D and over towards the water street, they're finding ways again to just dig into this deficit in places where you would not expect them to. Awakening trying to find his way back in, but it's Kremp who denies. So once more, hardpoint goes neutral. We'll have a 20-point game.
Yeah, they just have to be able to read this finesse play out of Linz, who's already made his way out through that left street. You have Afro sort of aware, knowing that at least one player has slipped on by, but does he check this spot? He might have got a read on it, and he does exactly that to win the fight. Great job from Afro to gift his team the rotation over towards next. They're going to start off with this initial time, and they can potentially take the lead here if they can hold on for some good time.
Crucial moment in this game, right here, right now. Ghosty does well over towards the old third hard point. Watching this cross, making sure there's no overextension over towards the gas side. Meanwhile, Thieves, with their focus towards the front, do have a couple of members in place to try to make sure no one steps even further towards this hard point. Watch out for Kremp, he kind of spawns out here. Afro needs to keep his life. Finds the first, Awakening from behind, taken down, and the first 30 seconds go the way of the Thieves.
And now they have the perfect read. You cut down the player who's setting up for the pinch, and now you know all of Minnesota are going to spawn in towards the backside of gas, and Afro's hold down this hill to the T. Eventually does get naded out. Vivid trying to reinforce in towards the point, but the rest of LA, they're still here. They're still contesting. Goes with some great shots. They find themselves up by 17 points. They have breached that 200-point mark. Can't allow this time to go to Minnesota. It's been a very, very scrappy hard point from start to finish, but this time LAT, they're going to be the team with the better side for P1.
Yeah, big gunfight win by Afro means that DVD control goes the way of the Thieves, which means early and easy entrance into the hard point. Now it's a 20-point game the other direction. Thieves starting to run away with a little bit of daylight. Kremp over the top, almost snaps back over to get a second, leaving Nasty by himself. Difficult 1v1 with Linz and just tries to bail away, not quite able to get back towards Alley, and Minnesota will secure a break with now some good map control as well.
Yeah, this is good for Minnesota to find the break early on, not let this score get out of hand. Still a 15-point hard point between both of these teams. You have a couple players from Minnesota trying to think early off that rotation. It's going to be Vivid as the rest of his team find 3 in a row, but those kills can come back to bite them because you do not want them to spawn over towards gas. The one-on-one gunfight in towards the new rotation of the hill. While they're still getting all that time, Kremp manages to win it. And now that's 3 dead. It's only Linz.
Wow, and Linz will drop. You do get a couple of the Rocker members that will spawn close. They can try to contest Thieves members, trying to reinforce the hard point, but the angles are not all that great. And you can see Awakening is a bit weary that someone has pushed even towards Ice Cream, which has not been the case. So Thieves will get a little bit of scrap time. Ghosty coming off the old time also reduces this Rocker setup. Thieves can find a way to win it right here.
And this play all comes down to what Liz can get done. He was blessed with a pinch spawn, but he gets nothing for his efforts. As they find 3 in the feed. LAT perfect on the setup. You got all of Minnesota Rockers spawning towards the back side of Palace. 15 seconds until they're able to take map 1.
And the guns are up. Everyone looking right down this back lane if you're Thieves. First kill for Awakening decent. Kremp can't quite slide away. Hardpoint goes neutral. This could be a 1v1 for the game. Ghosty trying to work his way into the hill, and he's able to take down Vivid. Can anyone catch Ghosty in time to stop the game from ending here? Yes, they can. It's Linz for a double. Still 20 seconds to fight for. We're not done yet. It's just down to can Minnesota get into the hill? No, not gonna happen. Afro able to take a couple eliminations. Vivid from behind may bait both of them down, and sure will. We'll get a foot race to the new hill here, Jay.
You gotta go to the new hill, and you see those 2 players from LAT. They're gonna spawn over towards Palace, so you have the numbers. You just have to get towards the bathroom.
They're in. First couple of seconds are tallied. Ghosty to stay alive, and Nasty on the cross, able to find the last kills needed. Whoa, it got tight. Couple of heroic moments. I think it starts with Kremp over towards 2, and then Nasty and Ghosty win the foot race over to 3 just in the nick of time.
And that was such a bang-over hard point between both of these 2 teams. Obviously, LAT, they're going to get excited. They've only been able to find 2 harpoon wins on the whole season, but add another one to the tally as they clutch up towards the very end of that game. It just started off when they started to take great time over to P4, but every single time at P5, even though Minnesota were hitting routes, trying to get it to the time, that was the hill that LAT were able to dominate. When you get back over to basically a tie game at the end of that P1, off the rotation to P2, you called it perfectly. Kremp finding 2 through the backside of Gauges, with his teammates finding another couple kills. You spawn all of Minnesota Rocker towards the backside of Palace. That's exactly what you need to do. They don't win it there. They're blessed to at least find the 2 players off the rotation over towards next. They stay down on the hill. They close out the W. I thought Minnesota Rocker, at least the way they started, they were going to come out swinging, but LAT, they shut me up, and they take map number 1.
And how much of that, and we're going to look at this when it gets to the game flow eventually, the only reason that LA Thieves win this game in my mind is how well they played the 4th hardpoint.
Yes.
I mean, they had to have found, what, 60 60 to 70 seconds worth of their total time on the fourth hardpoint. I don't think I've seen any team do that to this point since the change has come through. So again, I love that because the first time we're there, it's almost a necessity, right? Like the game's getting out of hand and Thieves essentially commit to playing around the fourth hardpoint, and it's right here where they're able to turn essentially what was a 50-point gap into like a 20-point gap, and then they do the same thing on the second rotation as well. It's really kind of a display that we have not seen yet. It's great news for Thieves in that comeback effort.
That's insane because like you said, man, it's unbelievable the fact that they were able to walk away with a majority of that time at one of the most difficult hills to soak anytime. You got players wanting in towards Palace. There's so many different angles you have to check, but they were just not playing for that player on hill. They were playing for the kills around it to lead to the break. That eventually is what get these the W at the very end. Back and forth hardpoint in the game number 1. But if you are LAT, you take a hardpoint, which has been a struggle all season long. You are happy as hell about it. He also knocked down Minnesota Rocco, usually stellar at game 1. So remember the point of the season when they were like 6-1? That now puts them at 8-8. So they have just been struggling overall in this stage. And LAT, they take full advantage of it.
That's a really, really good point. Yeah, we saw that time and time again throughout the entirety of the Major 1 qualifiers. Even in that skid where they were losing series, they were doing a great job in map number 1. And yeah, take a look at the gap here. So from 4 to 5, 63 to 100 points the first time we were there. And then the second time, another 20 or so points. Or yeah, about 20. So yeah, give them 60 seconds worth of time that they were able to earn total off of P4. That is not something we see all that often, and was definitely the reason that Thieves were able to keep this game close enough to eventually take the lead.
Yeah, and it catches Minnesota off guard. Now you are down 0-1 in the series. You are going into an invasion search and destroy. We have an invasion fiesta to start off this one as we take a look at the maps and modes. Obviously, map number 1 goes to LAT, invasion search and destroy, followed by invasion control, where if you are LAT and you see these next 2 maps, you are foaming out the mouth because that invasion control, you are still, even with roster changes, the number 1 team to never lose a defensive round on invasion control. So starting up 1-0, winning a hard point, you're feeling great.
And on the other side, this may lead us towards prospecting towards a potential map 5 situation, which you heard the desk and we talked about a little bit. Minnesota Rocker doesn't want to go to map 5.
No ice, brother.
So,
no ice.
Negative ice. It's so warm in Minnesota when it comes to map 5. It's unbelievable. But the invasion search and destroy, before we start talking the control, because like you said, LA Thieves have been putting on a defensive masterclass there. The search has been a bit peculiar, I would say, largely on the Minnesota side. We talked about it a little bit with their opening dual win percentage being pretty high, but their conversion rate on this map not so good. So it's just, again, finding a way to use your numbers a bit better if you're the Rocker.
It just doesn't make sense to me. On a map like Invasion, where you put yourself in a majority of these rounds in a 4v3, how are you the worst team at converting it? It doesn't make sense. Second overall on the map when it comes to First Bloods. First on the defensive side when it comes to First Bloods, but everything after that is 12 in conversion rate. Like, if you're Minnesota Rocket, that tells you one thing. Like, if we get the first pick, let's not do anything we don't need to. We have everything in front of us. We can even allow the bomb plant and retake in a 4v3 scenario. That's better chances of us going out and challenge one-on-ones. And on the opposing side for LAT, obviously they have been struggling. They haven't really won a lot of series, but the good thing for them on this map is one thing that they tend to struggle with is their attacking rounds. They're 11th overall. But everything after that, when they get the bomb down, it's 100% win rate. So I think if you're Minnesota, you need to stop that bomb play from LA. And if you're LA, just get the bomb down and probably not get first blooded.
Yeah, that's the other caveat. Just don't get first blooded. So we'll see how things go. Minnesota going to be on the offense first. Bomb will be left in spawn, looking for some opening engagements.
Not ideal.
In long-range AR fights, but Lins will step back, pick it up, and now we can start the round, essentially.
You see LAT set up very, very default. You have Afro playing really close over towards Cages so he can avoid the nades because he doesn't have a trophy system to assist him. But it's going to be Awakening finding that first slot onto player in mid-courtyard, and now it's all out aggression for Minnesota up the middle of the map.
Smoke will allow Lins to get a little frisky here at mid-tank, but as soon as that dissipates, he, as the bomb carrier, will have to back up, and it's just a quick, immediate reaction to the setup and information that Minnesota were able to tally together. So now Thieves are a bit in a weird position, stuck in a 3v4 post plant. Afro has to rotate over. You've got Awakening watching this, or he was. Now being contested on both sides, and wait a second, we got a 3v3 here, Jay.
Yeah, Afro's able to even up the numbers, finds the timing. Gets tested by his teammate to take down Awakening. So with only 25 seconds left, he's able to get a little bit more information, can potentially send another player in. Wow. And that's exactly what happens. Ghosty takes down Lynch. Nasty reads the pinch. Now it's all up to Vivid in a 1v3.
Bomb being defused, but Afro comes around just as soon as Vivid gives up the angle. Wow! I mean, it really just comes to a grip of Afro finding the timing on Awakening through mid. Like, flat out. If Awakening watches that the entire way through and Afro falls, that post plant looks very different.
It's just different for Minnesota because they are 12th in post plants as well on this map. Everything on the attacking side, they just struggle with. Even finding the first blood, you're in the 4v3. It's a 3v4 retake, and somehow, someway, you still manage to lose the round due to some bad timings that you get there. But that's LAT retaking successfully. Like you said, off the back of the first kill that comes in from Afro, he forces Minnesota Rocket to now change their setup a little bit, gets more info into his cafe, sets up his teammates, and LAT take the first round.
Big first round for Thieves. Nades deep over through B alley from the defensive point of view. Thieves are fine, shrug most of it off. SMG set up here for Afro again, so look to them to maybe possibly get aggressive over towards A through this cafe window, and that seems to be the case.
And you know that Lens for the Minnesota Rocker, potential rookie of the year candidate. Always loves to play around this A site. He's always changing his corners up, and he's going to get tested early on, but he finds the first blood. This time, your Minnesota Rocker, another man advantage. Let's just make sure we're playing the proper way. Buddy system.
Couple of tags from Afro. Awakening still holds on to this mid-tank position. You have Vivid, who's watching the long A road, and then this crossfire setup here at mid. Thieves looking to just test it. No, not going to happen. Lynn's good for a second. And there's really not a lot of options here for the Thieves as Minnesota starts to get aggressive. Bomb carrier now drops, and it looks like they know exactly where Ghosty's positioned. Give Lynn's 3 in the round as Minnesota bounce back.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do if you're a Minnesota Rocker. Just shut down that early aggression. You show presence at that B point. You're not able to push up aggressively because you know Vivid was roaming in towards Broken, but Lynn's gets it done at this A site. Finds the first kill, finds the second, and then eventually finds the final. Turned himself 3 on the round. Was ready for the cafe push. They tie the game up at 1, but now you're going back to the attacking side where both teams now have trophy systems.
Changes the setup, you'd think, pretty dramatically. Yeah. So let's see what they have to offer. How about aggression from Thieves? I mean, how about aggression from Thieves? Opening nades from Ghosty, he does back off, but a double hit over through Dark plus. Cramp looking to get aggressive over this mid-tank. Little bounce pass off the wall from Linz does not quite land, so Thieves' defensive setup is still pretty concealed, but that opening aggression doesn't really amount to anything until Nasty finds accuracy at tremendous range down B Street. Thieves now in a 4v3.
Yeah, that's good work right there from Nasty. Obviously, accuracy was just simply playing for the info if anyone crosses the Broken, but get his caught off guard. At least the first blood coming in for LAT, and they're already taking ground. Look how aggressive they are, knowing that accuracy is usually the player to watch flank. He drops, we're instantly pushing through.
Yeah. And Kremp is in a position to completely just blow up this round. Pending that Minnesota don't get a queen transition through Dark over towards B, and they don't. Afro's right there to meet it at range. So now it's just down to Linz for a 1v3, and he is in the Bermuda Triangle of LA Thieves defenders. I mean, they're watching him from every angle. No way, no how he gets out of that. Thieves good for another clean defensive round.
And that was just Nasty getting nasty with it over towards that B point. I'm pretty sure he's able to earn the ace on the round. Gets the first blood, finds Awakening on the back end to snap onto the third player through mid-cut. And then knowing the positioning of Linz, takes down the final. Finds himself on a 4 streak, ending that round. Now LAT starting to get that momentum. If you can get Nasty to earn the next 2 kills, you can basically put one of the offenses on your back pocket. Now LAT are back in the attack.
Spam shots from Nasty. Nades going his direction. Tags him a touch, but he'll regen off of it, no worries. Minnesota still playing pretty aggressive. Keep your eye on Linz. I mean, he is far up into DVD alley, and he's looking for more here. He may find timing behind this LA Thieves setup, and he sure does. Gets the kill, gets out of there, and now once more, you've got Rocker with defensive numbers.
Nasty at least gets the info of him rotating back out. So now you know that Minnesota are just going to be setting up for crossfires. Now you have info on 2 players on the right side of the map. So the play call might be not to contest this right. Yeah, let's just rotate it over back to Jose. As Ghosty's trying to now take ground up through the Water Street side. It's actually no one looking in that position. It's Vivid that was going back and forth, but if Ghosty can just push on through, he might find a timing to win a round.
The thing about this is the Thieves would want Nasty to help join them, but he also needs to make sure that Minnesota can't rotate over defensively from B to A. Problem gets a little bit more extended, though, as more members for the Thieves will drop, leaving Ghosty by himself. 1v3, not a lot of time, no bomb. The laundry list gets longer the more you rattle it off.
1v3 with that bomb being down still. Which is not enough. for Ghosty to work with. Too many things he has to check on his way out of Mannequin. He's not going to have a time to even think about that objective. He's just going to play his time, try to find an easy kill, and eventually runs into the preem of accuracy. Well, I've been a really big fan of this season so far. Like, accuracy ever since changing from tactical to default, he's been a completely different player.
Yeah,
man.
true.
He's been great for this Minnesota Rocker roster.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like, you know, I think the thing about it is the first stage, we talked about this actually when our first time that we casted over Rocker was like, there was definitely a tempo issue between the SMGs and the ARs.
Yeah.
But since that little 3-series win streak they went on, kind of near the end of qualifiers, into the major, and since that point, it doesn't look like that's as much as the case anymore. Maybe some considerations about what you get out of Awakening from a day-to-day basis, but it definitely is. This has been the fastest we've seen Lamar play in a while. I think it's what it kind of feels like.
Yeah, he's playing great, man. And they actually have an opportunity as well if they can walk away with this series W to potentially walk away with 3 and 4 again, because their next matchups are versus Seattle and Miami. Very winnable series for Minnesota Rocker. You just got to get this one out the way. They're back on the attacking side. This time they were able to at least spot no players crossing in towards Broken. Crep finds the first bullet on an Iron player and Vivid. Now this is going to cause some mayhem for Minnesota. They now have to worry about their flank.
They will have numbers to possibly approach Nasty, but he is just so covered down by the tractor. Smoke out for Linz, is trying to isolate this gunfight, but like you said, a lot of worry about what's coming along the flank, and it is Kremp along the flank. Awakening drops, Linz only able to tally 1 before eventually falling, and it's just defense for defense, round after round for both these two teams.
Yeah, defensive square up, but I think if you are Vivid in that situation, you just cannot afford to die on the island for the player that's watching the flame, because it slows down everything else for the rest of your teammates. They now have to focus on their back, focus on isolating the player in the front and mid-cut. It's just too much to watch when you drop one player first early into the round. LT, they capitalize on that perfectly. Nasty pulling a page out of accuracy's playbook. When you talk about playing over towards a tractor at B, just dancing around that one stays alive long enough. LAT back on top.
Who's going to break up this defensive onslaught? As Rocker, wow, you've got Linz again getting aggressive, but for the first time it's on the A side of the map. All but he's been seen. Nasty catches this. So if you're Thieves, do you read this and say, let's just go play our 4v2 on B here? Because you know you've got players deep, but if that were to have been the consideration, the decision comes in too late. Now Minnesota have returned over and have a lot of defensive focus on B.
Yeah, they have Lamar obviously playing towards the backside of this tractor. You also have cover fire from Vivid through the backside of the wall. And it's already been 30, making 40 seconds knocked off of the game clock. LAT do not have any information, so it's going to be a nice and slow rotation back over through Cafe. You got to check every single corner before you decide to commit towards the spot fight.
The thing about it is Linz has gotten a good read on this. Smoke comes out, but more hit markers will be tallied. So Minnesota will be very aware that, yep, Thieves have tried at least initially rotated over towards A. Oh, tough gunfight. Linz, Awakening, combined to at least take down Ghosty, but the trades overall, because of the team kill, favor that of the Thieves. The problem here is the clock. 22 seconds, and they're still working for enough vacancy to plant. A is open for the time being. Oh, and a big wipe there from Accuracy, who would be the only one to really contest. Vivid tries to get there, but shut down from behind, and Thieves will get our first offensive win.
That's perfect out of LAT. Even though they waste a lot of time showing face over at B, you invest the smoke right through the mid-cut. You get a team kill coming out of Linz, and then Afro eventually strikes. He was the only player watching over that B street through the mid-cut to put them in the numbers advantage. You already had the info on where Accuracy was playing. That was over at the tractor at B. The only one unaccounted for was Vivid, but since he wasn't pushed up towards Cafe, we stick the bomb plant. You're able to catch both the players as we were trying to rotate to shut it down. But LAT with a perfect post-plant setup, 100% whenever they get the bomb down, and they show it there.
Absolutely. And it's a scary moment for a while, but turns out in favor of Thieves. Now, like you said, a little bit of a cushion here with the 2-round gap, forcing Minnesota to essentially have to win this round here. They want to try to find some way to work their way back into what has been a very defensively sided game. And Rocker, for the moment, putting some pressure down B Street. Nades over towards mid, though, may be something to allow Vivid to make a play, but he jumps over, sees that there's a deep contest, and he will give up that effort.
Yeah, this is one of those opportunities where Minnesota already found himself up on the B bomb. There's no one playing even close, so LAT, they decided to play the retake with the attacks and even the cracks through the door as Nasty finds the first blood, takes down Linz, which has been having himself a great search and destroy so far. The read comes in from Gem, instantly a 4v2.
And there's just nowhere Rocker can go. You have to fight this from the battleground you find yourself on here. Good shots from Awakening, pushes forward, creates a bit of an exit, but Nasty never moved from that back door. No worries at all. Now 3 rounds in a row for the Thieves, and they look like they are grooving.
They're starting to get more comfortable. Obviously, with the new rosters, a bunch of hiccups in the beginning if you don't have that honeymoon stage, but when you're playing through a lot of these matches, when you're practicing together every single day, you're bound to get better, and they are showing it here. As they're now at point game in the game 2, search and destroy. You see the communication is flowing. Everyone is on point right now for LA. Minnesota needs to now find 4 rounds in a row to not go down 0-2 in this series. They are back on the defensive side, and LA team, we're just going to play for the info right off the rip. We're not even worried about the damn bomb.
Yep. And they may have actually read a little bit of this aggression towards Cafe. Ghosty keeps taking a look at it, and yeah, there's nades from Afro towards both sides just to see if he can get anyone caught by it, but not to be. Kremp gives up his angle over through the water street. He'll be the one to collect the bomb, and it looks like efforts will eventually maybe try to feel things out over towards B, as accuracy is the only one here, and Nasty may have seen like an elbow because he's looking right at this corner. Doesn't quite catch accuracy. There's the info. The nade shut down by the trophy system. We're down to 45 seconds.
Yeah, accuracy just stalled out 45 seconds of that game clock, but just throwing those egregious shoulders over towards the pillar. They wasted so much time. Now LAT are forced to make that audible. Right through the mid-tank again, and it's Afro again. Finding that first blood, this time onto Awakening.
Its response as the bomb carrier downs, tries to smoke himself deeper out, but not going to work. Afro switching over to the Rival 9 for this round has worked out brilliantly for them. Ghosty also gets a small read that Vivid was looking over through the deep A street. The only question mark is where is accuracy? And he will find one for free through the middle of the map. Bomb is being planted, and it will go down successfully as Ghosty takes down Vivid. 1v1. Ghosty over the top, and oh, there it is. Afro was just down long enough. Little unfortunate team kill, but doesn't make a difference. How about it? LA Thieves 4 rounds in a row, and Minnesota Rocker looks stunned.
That was just too clinical, Allen. Way too clinical from LA. They needed 2 attacking rounds, 4 defenses to win this map. But the way they won both their attacking rounds was the same play every time. You're showing face over towards B. You're getting accuracy to just hold down that position, keep him at bay, and then instantly sending it in through the mid-tank. You're investing a smoke grenade, using your attacks to make sure you check out the mid-courtyard spots. But then you're just opening up those fights in towards the mid-tank. You're gaining all the info. You're shutting down the players around the cafe, and then you're just getting the bomb down for free. It's a perfect game plan from LAT from start to finish. Obviously, a great performance from Nasty, just shutting down everyone who was trying to go over towards that B point. That bomb site was his, but now they find themselves up 2-0. And if you're Minnesota Rocker, you are forced to now again try to complete a reverse sweep. What the hell happened to these guys? I don't know, Al. I don't know.
It's one of those things, man. Like, you know, we got done singing the praises of accuracy. He finishes with what, 1 kill, 2 kills?
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's hard to like point at an individual. And you know, to be fair, this is a conversation point that doesn't just extend to Minnesota. We talked about this with the Thieves too, because you and I have been watching Joe DeCease and Cammy destroy the Challengers Elite season this season. And it's just like you couldn't point to one player in particular. It just kind of feels like the team is just a bit off kilter in terms of working with one another. And that's not good news, Jay, because Invasion Control has been kind of a playground for LA Thieves, especially defensively.
Yeah, they're the #1 defensive team that we have. 12-0. Absolute perfection on that defensive end. If you are Minnesota Rocker and you can't figure out how to win at least 1 attacking round, this is probably going to be a 3-0.
That would be crazy, because for Thieves, they haven't played a lot of series yet this qualifier, but they still have a pretty winnable schedule in front of them. So a 3-0 here could do wonders towards setting them up for a very unpredicted upper bracket start at Miami. That's all to come, though, as we have to figure out what happens on the Invasion Control on the backside of the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have what could be a very, very, very random 3-0 all the way through today. The thing is, you know, for Minnesota, it's just been one of those things of like, it's hard to put a finger on what's been going wrong in this camp. Where on the other side, I'll be honest, thieves are looking real nice with it, and you've got the opportunity here on an invasion control to do what you've pretty much done all season long, and that's stay perfect on defense.
You could just tell that they are starting to gain that chemistry factor to this roster. When you make a roster change at the beginning of the stage, you swap out 2 players, it's definitely going to take you a lot longer than a roster that does too. But finally, they are starting to get some footing. They're starting to get some confidence in their gameplay as they find themselves up 2-0 in this series. Everything is working for them. Now you're going into an invasion control where you couldn't be more happier to see this map and mode at game number 3. Like we said it overall throughout the season, they are the #1 defensive team. I know that's their second overall, but the fact that they are 12-0, have never lost a defensive round yet, they are #1 in my mind. So if you're Minnesota Rocker, that has to be something that you have to change.
And the interesting thing about the individual breakdown of those stats is that it's not just the fact that they're perfect defensively, they also let up one of the lowest amount of tiers captured per defense, no matter what the map is. The only bit of good news here for Rocker is that offensively on this map, they're actually pretty good at capturing ticks on the offensive front, and we're already seeing that come through. So the first will get locked, second potentially on the way as Linz is playing a bit of a buffer right in front of the zone.
Okay, they were just doing the easy work out the way, trying to get beat, done and dusted as the second segment is to get complete, awakening with some great shots onto Nasty, but his teammates now fall around him. Gotta try to stay alive as long as you possibly can, and unfortunately it's not long enough as LAT sent 3 players to the respawn. Accuracy, the farthest player pushed out, he falls. So now they're in a little bit of a trap. If you see Awakening on your minimap, he was actually able to sneak on by, find that free kill, and stop the clock over at A.
And the only decision-making moment here for both teams is, do we even bother with A, or is this still just delay the clock, try to get back over towards B? Thieves trying to work back through the middle of the map, kind of individually through different lanes, and it's working out decently. Awakening, does he get the first tick of progress? I don't think he fully got it. No, he didn't. So that's going to be Kremp in the zone, depleting. Follow-up in the middle of the map will have Vivid drop, and even though Rocker will get the extra 60, there really was not much of an opportunity to do much else on A.
Yeah, there was no opportunity for them to go over towards A, but Awakening did a great job of at least pulling a couple players from LAT on that side of the map. So like you said, able to extend this time by a minute. Now you just have to get out of your spawn. It's not going to be easy, though, because LAT, this is what they are good at. They are good at holding strong on a defensive setup. They only allowed 3 segments. They're currently up by 5 lives, and now Minnesota are forced to break out of their spawn.
After able to catch a couple of players rotating from the deep side at Palace. Nasty, the one alerted, as he's going to be the next one up to try to catch some players on rotation towards A. And Rocker have done well to stay alive to this point, but there's still a lot of work to be done before they can even see this A zone, and they're going to opt to play a 3-man stack towards the overextension. Afro right there to meet them, finding the first. No follow-up initial trade, and that's enough time for LA Thieves to reestablish some control here through this B lane. And now it's just down to Ghosty to make sure no one crosses over into A.
Yeah, we just got to get back to Cafe if you are LAT. There is a player from Minnesota Rock already pushed out, but Nasty across the map now finds himself on 5 in a row, trying to snap for the 6, but Vivid takes him down. Tries to set up Afro to find 2 of his own, but at least the trades are there. So now Minnesota Rocket with 45 seconds left on the game clock, 10 lives remaining. They have an opportunity to work through the overextension. They already found a couple players on their team over towards the blue area.
Afro playing very passively. Awakening just trying to sneak through the shop side of the defensive spawn. Not going to work out. Afro not able to slide away, though. Accuracy now opening the doors over towards gas side. This would have to be the final approach, though, for the Rockers. Nasty inside of Rugs, completely taken down by Linz with the good wall bangs. Ghosty still just trying to hold his life inside of A. He doesn't have a lot of help here, though, and Vivid just walk up to him with the Renetti. Last player left is going to be Kremp over the middle of the map, and as he drops, Nasty on the cross, almost finds a second, but the stack is in. First tick of progress is going to be good. More possibly to follow, as Vivid has a good stun lock in place. Here comes the hit approach. Vivid, no, not able to find the kills, and just before the second tick of progress gets locked, the Thieves will recover.
Oh, yeah, the Thieves did a great job, more specifically Nasty, finding that first initial fight and then getting a second player one shot, getting your teammates to fly right through Mannequin, instantly put you guys in a 2v4 because the last two players from Minnesota are spawning all the way at Palace. So they had the numbers for the reinforcements. Even though they only allowed one segment at A, they still stay perfect on that defensive end. Now 13-0, up 1-0 on this map.
Yeah, and again, that was a couple of terrifying moments, I think, if you're Thieves, or at least panic moments. So, you again have to give a little bit of credit to the fact that the defense recovered as fast as they did, but I would say more importantly so for Minnesota, that is a heck of a way to start, able to get at least the first tick of progress at A, nearly able to get a second. May have them wanting later in this map, depending on how far we go, but overall, not a bad opening offensive effort. Thieves on their attempts, making it move straight towards B. First blood is all that's needed to allow Thieves to stop the clock and start making progress.
And working their way up through B, they want to get the easy one out the way, but unfortunately that teammate starts off the tumble effect as they go 3 dead in the feed. Minnesota Rocker able to reinforce with more bodies. You just got to take care of Nasty. Great work out of accuracy to slide right on in. Now you are forced to break out of your spawn if you are LAT. It's already been 30 seconds knocked off the game clock, and they don't have a single segment to show for it, so you got to make up for it, and you got to make up for it quick.
Ghosty gets at least a look at Awakening playing over towards the bridge side of the map. Shots are perfect. That'll allow him to get on towards A, so this feels very familiar, almost like the exact opposite from what we had from last time around. Pivot, stun, not going to land. Ghosty, decent shots, but Flint's there to support. Thing is, Rocker 3-man committed to the defense rotating over towards A, and with the kills off spawn, Thieves will get on, stop the clock at 41 seconds, and start making work happen again on B.
Yeah, you just had to take down accuracy. You do a great job of doing that if you are Crep. This little stack is going to come in. First segment already complete. Great read out of Ghosty to read the player going on the pinch. It's another player going on the pinch, though. Are you going to find the timing? I don't think so. He's just going to walk right on by, but accuracy gets it done through the front end. He finds 2, and now only 35 seconds left. LAT, they need to get out again.
Yeah, kind of a big miss right there. Kremp was kind of walking along the Palace wall, never popped up to take a look to see if anyone from Minnesota was trailing behind that play. And now things become very dire. Accuracy having himself a hell of a round here. Now up to 13-9. And one of the biggest defensive influences towards making sure only one tick of progress happened over towards B. Lynn's up and over the truck, challenged, and Kremp able to at least take him down, but is there enough space to stop this clock? Not going to happen at B. It's going to have to be Afro on the A zone. He's able to jump on for 2.9 on the clock, but there is a 7-life lead. Rocker are trying to feel things out on their rotation over. Afro would have to go God mode to try to get this first tick locked in. He will. So now hold on a second. He's pulled again. Rocker over towards this A zone. They're going to get B off this. Second tick of progress is on the way. And with a double stack, this third is going to get completed.
This is perfect. This is a perfect play from LAT. The fact that they're able to single-handedly walk away with one segment at A. You push, like you said, those players from the Rocker. 3 players at that A point. You open up B. You're able to extend this time by a minute. Even though you are getting outslayed heavily, you make up for it at least in the second column. But for how long can you hold these positions? It doesn't look for that long. As accuracy is going to whip out the pistol, find the final kill onto Crab. No more respawns for LAT, but you will take it because this did not look like one of those rounds where you can even make up in the segments, but the fact that you're able to tie it up at 4, W.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people out there watching is like, you know, invasion control, defense, defense, defense. But look, the thing about it is, like you said, that is a massive moment towards being able to at least keep the progression even. Now, the only thing about it is, with both teams being successful in opposite ways, Rocker being a good offensive team, obviously Thieves being a great defensive team, now all of a sudden you look towards the life gap that was just created in that second round as being a potential tiebreaker situation. Rocker still hold an edge, as marginal as it may be.
But they have the opportunity to go back on the attacking side now to earn some more segments. This time around, you do have trophy systems, so it might be a little bit different of a start off. Do we try to commit over towards A, work on that side of the map and open it up? Or do we just go for the easy route over towards B, stack it, get that one, and extend time by a minute? Because it was a 2-minute hold last time for LAT on the defense. Like I said, all tied up in segments. So if you are Minnesota, we got to make sure we put ourselves in the advantage in that situation.
Nice route by Linz, almost 2 free, just right through the middle of the map with an SMG. No one looked at him. Wow, that is buy one, get one special, it feels like, as the first tick of progress is already done, second on the way. You've got Thieves likely going to have to chalk on this and just try to see if they can make life hard on the rotation off the exit.
Yeah,
That's not
they
going to
don't
happen.
have the bodies. They do not have the bodies. Accuracy now with 2. Lins finds his third. He's already aggressively pushed up towards blue. They have 2 minutes to work with and a lot of map control. So if you are LAT, you got to clutch up on these fights. And Afro and Ghosty combined for 2 great shots out of them. You get Awakening 1 shot. Is the trade going to be there? No. So he's able to finesse his life. But for how long? It's still LAT. All of them right in front of him.
It's going to require some more heroics by the feel of it. Decent bounce back once again by the Thieves to at least marginalize the lively to touch. Accuracy just fishing right now. Catching out his prey. Oh, clean secondary shots. Ghosty able to take down Vivid, so it's just Accuracy in the point for now, but Kremp is the one that has to rotate over, and there's not a lot of help behind him, so this very well may be another tick of progress earned by Rocker.
Yeah, Accuracy just made the 3,000 IQ play to just keep the trigger discipline over towards the right tree, set up for the second kill, but they don't even complete the first segment. I don't know what the rest of Minnesota Rocker are doing. When you get a player to drop the 2 Ps and then instantly into the point, all we have to do is simply help them on the cross, but they're more focused on the rest of LAT, trying to set up a couple pinches, and it comes back to bite them as they're able to reinforce their way back on in, but this time it's Lins. He's already pushed up in towards the point. If he can win this one-on-one, he can pause the game clock. He's just chowing, and unfortunately does not win it. But it's still Minnesota Rocker. They're still here.
30 back on once again. Accuracy. You can see him in the head cam. We've all been there. He starts to lean into his monitor just to try to help that slide a little further along. But once more, here come Thieves again. Awakening is caught looking the wrong direction. I mean, how many times are we going to see Thieves re-break this A zone defensively in such quick form?
It just can't be that easy, Alan. Wow. It can't be that easy. You're finding all the right kills. It's just you're not looking at the right positionings. You're just allowing LAT to reinforce easily. It's already been a minute and 15 knocked off of the game clock. Minnesota Rockers still slaying. Keeping in mind, it's 14-11 in lives remaining. So if you are LAT, you got to make these fights count. But Accuracy again making it happen. Lynn's there for the trade. They're able to pause the game clock again.
Plus the follow-up from Vivid through Laundry. Problem is, Afro's almost able to sneak back in once more. Vivid mid-map. Oh, shots on the Nasty. Now the stack can come through. Only 5 lives as well for the Thieves. Second tick's gonna be locked. Ghosty hoping, praying something connects. Couple of kills come through. Have to get on the challenge though. Semtexes are landing. Awakening's the last one left. Not again. How do they keep doing this? 4v9, 40 seconds on the clock.
I'm pretty sure someone just shot from the hill. You don't want to do that. Let's just soak it, man. Unfortunately, you lose that gunfight, and now LAT with 4 lives remaining have to be perfect on the defense. Lynn starts it off with great shots onto Afro. No more respawns. 25 seconds left. Will LAT lose their first defense ever?
Their clock is their best friend. Kremp gives up the pre-aim just as Accuracy slides through, but the damage is decent. 15 seconds. It's not even really a 3v7 anymore. This is just a 3v3 over towards the zone. And wait, Minnesota are trying to play for the kills. They're able to isolate onto Kremp. But Nasty just goes prone. He just can't die. That's it. Shots good from Awakening. Last player is Ghosty, and he will drop. 5 ticks earned for Rocker in the round, but more importantly, the offense won.
Oh, that might be GG. Minnesota Rocker just maintained too much map control every single time around those gunfights. Even when LAT got a clean 3 to 4 dead, they could not push up on the map because Minnesota were already coming off spawn. So you didn't want to get any bad timing, but they didn't get it done in the segments. You walk away with 5, you get it done in the slaying. You put LAT now with 1 of those losses on their defensive end. And I said it in the beginning of the map, if you take away 1 attacking round, that might be just enough to call GG. Now you're up by 5 segments. You're on the defensive side. This is all Minnesota Rocker, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's going to have to be essentially a perfect offense by tick progression if teams were to have any way of getting back onto the defense, because the life differential is significantly favoring that of Rocker. So if they tie the current ticks, it will go down to who has the most overall kills. So like we said, Thieves would have to perfectly win this offense by tick progression if they want to see defense. And Kremp almost puts on a world star display while the rest of the Thieves get on towards B.
That was a snap on for the 2. And obviously, if you are LAT, you walk away with these 6 segments, you're going to guarantee yourself that defense. So it's all about winning this attacking round, extending this map a little bit longer. Now the second segment is about to get complete. Here comes the third time now, extended by a minute. But this is where you got to make sure you make up for these kills. You cannot get outslayed for 2 minutes where you're just trying to fight out of your base.
Wow, what a challenge from Lynn. Decent trade from Afro. Keeps this overextension play alive. Keep your eye, though, on Vivid. He is playing over towards the water bridge. This is really the only option here for the Thieves, and you can see Rocker are very aware of that. Defensively, everyone off spawn is just looking over towards this back spawn position. Accuracy still having himself a fantastic map, able to continue to lock down top blue.
Yeah, he's just shutting it down in those AR lanes, making it easier for his SMGs and his ARs at time to get pushed up on the map. They read the final two players overextended through gas. Now you just gotta stay pushed up because you know that Vivid is blocking that left spawn. No one is coming left streak. All we have to do off spawn is focus middle and right, and they're doing a great job of doing that so far, as that's been 50 seconds knocked off the game clock, and LAT have not been able to get close towards the save point.
Accuracy will drop. Kremp is still looking to see if there's anyone watching for the spawn. He has scouted out Vivid. Lynn's trying to be here to assist, and the kills are perfect for Minnesota. Down to 55 seconds. The lifeline continues to grow, a 6-life margin, and Vivid is not done yet, holding over towards the spawn cross.
Oh, he picks up that kill as well, earns himself the cruise missile, but it already might be a GG. As LAT do not have any map control. They're trying to find a way out. Finally, they take down accuracy towards the B side of the tank, so you're forced to overextend, but with 35 seconds left, this is basically your last push.
Oh! And they just line up one by one for Vivid. He's already pulled out the tablet. Cruise missile on the way. And this will be where the nail meets the coffin in map number 3. And Big Four. In big form. I mean, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Vivid looking for 4, and his accuracy steals it away from him for the pistol swap comes out. And you even got Lynn's top palace. I mean, this is insulting, as Rocker will dominate for the first time in the kill feed, and with that, also here in the map number 3, a 3-1 tally, and that's enough to get the Rocker boys vibing.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to get out of the invasion crucifix. When you go 4 dead, you also give up a streak to the player who's playing the left side of the street. Vivid off spawn, rotates back, picks up the street, finds another 3, whips out the tablet, picks up another 3 with the cruise missile. That was just too easy for Minnesota Rocker on the defensive end. It just simply came down to them winning that attacking round. It wasn't done in the seconds. It was simply done by slaying, and that's just a good job of them not going 4 dead at the same time. You never give LAT an opportunity to put you in that headlock setup, but they stay alive a little bit longer. I don't know, man. This is the Minnesota Rocker. We know they're never going to go down without a fight. They're always going to try to fight their way back in, and when you get great production out of your main AR in accuracy, 6,300 damage, 25 non-traded kills, he went off. But then in the opposite side to him, you have Vivid, 30 and 17, 24 non-traded kills. Everyone played great for Minnesota Rocker to keep them alive in this series a little bit longer.
Yeah, even the 25 and 19 from Lynn's as well. It's just everything seems to have been clicking right there for Rocker. And outside of a couple of moments that you say, whoa, boys, let's not scam. Hey, fact of the matter was, every single round was a winnable one, felt like, for the Minnesota Rockers. So they extend this series to a map number 4, and I think, like you mentioned, the big news here is that you've got accuracy really waking up. Your SMGs looking really polished as well for Rocker in every single respawn we've had so far, and that's great news when you look at a Skid Row coming up.
Yeah, the Skid Row is going to be massive because LAT, they're sitting at 0-2. Obviously, they only have 3 hardpoint wins underneath their belt, and none of them, unfortunately, come in towards the Skid Row map. But at least for them, one stat that really does stand out, and it can pay a dividend factor of them walking away with the potential 3-1, is that they are #1 in rotations. On a map like Skid Row, where you can set up properly for the P2, when you can set up properly for that P5, those can basically be guaranteed 60 points. Just the only thing that they suck at after that is the hold, where they're sitting at 10th overall. That's not the best. You might be putting yourself in the best possible situation to set up properly, but your setup after that is easily broken into, and I think that's the capitalization for Minnesota Rocker to try to break back in because they are 5th overall on that map.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And like you mentioned, it's not just the fact that LA Thieves are finding rotations but not holding. Think about how much of a difference maker that is, because this is their worst point differential map they've played in hardpoint, on average losing it by about 70 points. So if you just successfully hold, that number already goes down. but the problem is they have not been able to do so yet. Is there any inspiration, though, kind of looking back over and reflecting on the patterns and trends of map number 1 that you sit there from either side, whether it's Rocker or Thieves, and say, if you just do this again, or maybe it's slightly better, that map 4 could be really prospecting for you?
I feel like Minnesota Rocker, if you come out the way you did in map number 1 and win the first 2 rotations of those hills, we're talking about P2, which can be a full 60, and a P3, if you're spawning, if the opposing team spawning at the P2 area, it's basically another full 60. So winning the rotations for Minnesota Rocker can force that game 5. On the opposite for LAT, they just can't start off slow. You have a map like Skid Row where it's going to be a lot of insane gunfights, especially with the SMGs, but your ARs need to be ahead of the game because you know Accuracy and Awakening are going to be setting up properly for those next hills, so you have to make sure you're ahead of that.
Absolutely the case. And okay, I like the calls. I think that we could really break this thing down once we start to see it in action, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Rocker start off nice and fiery, nice and hot. It gives the ability and the liberty for a player like Accuracy or Awakening to rotate early, where maybe on the other side for Thieves, you don't really have a hard point in this map that you look at and say, this is a 50-50 hill, and so if you can find a way to win more time like they did on the 4th hard point in Invasion, then you can cut back into a lead. Like, you have to be able to rotate better than what we saw in Invasion. You're not going to have a lifeline of being able to scrap together points on a very neutral hill like you did for map number 1. So yeah, definitely the things to kind of keep in mind. And how much of that do you think starts and ends with what you see out of the SMGs? Because you already mentioned that Kremp has, you know, come into this LA Thieves team and not really able to put together the numbers that I think that they were hoping for out of him.
Yeah, he's right now the lowest hardpoint KD that we have in the league, but it's also because he wasn't really playing a lot of SMG maps with this roster. And then you also run into Optic Texas on a map like Rio, where you're probably not going to have fun. But now you find yourself up 2-1. Kremp had a great map number 1 alongside Ghosty. Actually, everybody played great in map number 1 because everyone had their moments. But now you're going into a map number 4. You need to try to close this one out. And I know if you're Minnesota Rocker, you don't really want to see a game 5. But if you win this one, you are forced to. So the ice has to be there for Minnesota Rocker to even make it there. If you are LAT, you walk away with 2 hard points. Oh, you best believe this roster change was good.
Yeah, I'll tell you. All right. Inspiration possibly brewing here for the Thieves. Rocker just trying to play salvation towards what has been a very messy qualifier for them. But like we mentioned, their road hasn't been particularly easy. And I think on top of that, you still have a Seattle and Miami game waiting. So there is the potential of kind of eliminating what was an 0-4 start. I think the other interesting point, though, because Thieves have only played twice, you win here. Unfortunately, you have to play FaZe next, but then you also have Vegas and LAG in the midst. So there's opportunities for both of these 2 teams to kind of surprise us based on their starts and maybe find their way into a winner's bracket over in Miami for Major 2.
Yeah, obviously for LAT, you walk away with this one, you basically set yourself up to guarantee a winner's bracket spot. But if you Minnesota Rocker, you walk away with this map, you can still keep that fight alive as they're the team spawning not on the preferred side for this P1 HP, but they're the team initially in the time. LAT, they need to get a move on it because you already had a player at least hit a route through tunnel. They're finding a couple kills around the map. They do have the numbers, just have to find a trade, and it's all on the back of Afro. Finds 3 to start.
If Vivid just making a mess of the opening hardpoint actually forces the Thieves to have to kind of recommit over towards P1. Nasty now looking to contest this rotation towards the second hill early, but Accuracy's already in position. Vivid watching over the top of them, and I think at this point, Thieves will have to sit here and say, all right, we need to take every single second we possibly can here at 1 because there's no way we're getting a recontest over towards 2 anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to break it towards P2. The best hill ever created in hardpoint. Now you have Minnesota Rocker fully set up. They're washing the crosses over towards Ticket. Make sure you have your ground covered with the player potentially going to the flank into the tunnel. Now, even though LAT walk away with 39 seconds, Minnesota can make up for it with ease at this P2. If their setup can stay strong. Vivid trying to get isolated, but all of LAT, they're trying to apply pressure through Ticket and Garage. And finally, Afro does take down 1. He's on a 5. Let's slow this one down. Let's earn that group.
Oh, but caught, and yeah. Lynn's just forcing the issue over towards Cranes. Hold on a second. Ghosty gets up, but not in. As Accuracy will deny him any entry towards that back staircase. And once more, Thieves pushed out 30 seconds to fight for. They do take care of Vivid from Garage. And Accuracy in trouble. Uh-oh, not like this. Can't have that happen. Thieves trying to recover on their way over and in, but Lynn's will shut them down. Awakening on the staircase denied, and that is not terrible news here for Thieves. Able to find 18 seconds of scrap.
Yeah, that's perfect if you are LAT. If you're Accuracy, you just simply do not want to commit to that gunfight. It's already scam number 1 out of the Iceman. Now you're forced to hit that early rotation over towards P3. They are going to be the team set up early on. But you already have players like Nasty trying to contest with the back end. He gets cut down. Players to the front get cut down. So Minnesota Rocker read the early pressure and so far set up properly.
He's though trying to cut across through that ticket side. Already have mid-map control. Afro on a burner. Double to start. Wanted more, but accuracy shuts him down from getting entry through mid-stairs. So now Thieves just waiting a little while longer, making sure they can get their nades in first, and the hit will surely ensue right afterwards. Late trophycism from Awakening, that could be pivotal towards stopping any follow-up stuns, and yep, absolutely the case. Double for Awakening, help on the backside from accuracy, and that'll be Minnesota Rocker staving off another Thieves break.
Yeah, this is why LAT, they're showing that they're dead last when it comes to breaking on this map. It's just not going to be easy, as Minnesota Rocker set up just way too strong. But so that Ghost here contesting for the final 10. He's going to get cut down. It now turns into a one-on-one. Awakening with the FCW, not able to win the up close and personal. So LA again breaking in with the final 15. They're only going to walk away with 10, but that's another rotation won by Minnesota Rocker. They are just staying ahead of the game, just making sure they have that lead. Now ready for the next.
They do lose the double up over towards apartments. Decent sauce of accuracy. Makes Vivid life easy for the trade. But Nasty Ghosty still immediately as the hard point opens. The full four-man flood is good. Now it's just accuracy. He's caught in no man's land, just in the pit behind God's stairs in the tunnel. Afro surely got to read that there are players coming in towards tunnel again. Trophy system down. There's the Chow Awakening in his way. And no worries there. Thieves looking solid for their hold. 3 go down, and Minnesota nowhere to be found for their break.
And that's a perfect break right there from LA. You have a couple players work through the back end, a couple players working through top mid. They find all the kills, and they're going to walk away with at least 45 seconds of this barbershop hill. Now it's all about setting up for the next. It's going to be an all-out fight. 2 players here from Minnesota Rocker trying to cut them down. The trait is going to be there. Now it falls into the hands of accuracy, who finds himself in a crucial position and also wins the one-on-one. Now the reinforcements are here. You get this trade on the cramp, you're properly set up.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be with the rival 9 versus accuracy, but you'll take what you can get. And wow, those are some really straight shots considering the distance. Problem is, Minnesota still find the kills they need. Staggered spawns here for both teams, just kind of conga lining over the middle of the map. Kremp still just waiting for help, and it is on the way, but again, Awakening just kind of unpredictably so. Keeps this a bit at bay through mid. Nasty wins a weird gunfight versus Linz off screen, and now it is just down to accuracy. I mean, you gotta hold better than this. That's 2 unbelievably decent setups for Minnesota, and it immediately gets foiled this time here on 5.
And that all comes down to Kremp just simply staying alive towards crates. Yeah. Accuracy could not turn his back to watch tunnel. He had to isolate Kremp, but he still has yet to drop. He stalls enough time for his teammates to get into the play. And keep in mind, he has a rival 9 from this positioning. Usually do not find a lot of success there. Even though he's sitting at 5 and 8, those are game-changing plays out of that young man. Leads to LAT find himself a nice little comfortable lead, potentially up by 20. But now you're forced to break back into P1. You have Nasty going in a deep route to potentially open it up.
He's going to catch Vivid moving through this back staircase. Easy kill from Kremp. Ghosty from the front also eliminates a number of Rocker members that were trying to stay inside the hard point. So here's the follow-up. Awakening last one left in the corner. Wow, big wave. Huge double comes through. Trade eventually there, but it's a 3-for-1 exchange favoring that of Minnesota, who will reclaim the lead.
Yeah, that double out Awakening was everything, because LAT, they had the numbers. They knew the Swans were still going to be behind them, but the fact that he's able to walk away with 2 and eventually stay alive, leads to Minnesota Rocker taking the lead right on back. And look at how step ahead they are in the game. You have 2 players contesting in towards P1, but the other 2 players are already at that P2, cutting off ticket, cutting off garage. And now if you are LAT, it's good to walk away with this final time. Now you're forced to break in towards P2 again.
Good read from Ghosty. Wow, better shots onto accuracy. And now you know you've got Minnesota spawning out. Awakening gives himself over towards bottom side P2. Up and over. Ghosty decent damage, but it's Vivid from behind. Just playing his life until the very last second required. A couple of kills come through, and Rocker will have a 4-man setup here in the second hill.
Yeah, that's a good 2-man job right there out of Awakening and Vivid to hold down those rotations for his team. Now they're going to be able to take the lead right on back. All of LAT trying to set up the breakthrough ticket. Trophies down. Do they know the positioning of Linz? Accuracy holding down the garage area, able to take down 1, but here come the flying trades from Linz.
30 seconds still remaining. Linz off the double. Thieves looking to try to find a late break again as we swap out over and take a listen to the comms of the Minnesota Rocker.
Play the corner right now. Play the corner right now. They could be S2. Okay, S1 tunnel, dude. No, bro. S1. Oh my god. S1 going to launch you. S1 going to launch you. Afro's in behind you. No, let me book. Play the steps.
Okay, I'm hiding apps, bro.
I have some.
Hiding apps.
That's yours, look at my cross. Watch out, book, cramp. He's throwing book, down the book shot.
Top tools.
There's two tools.
Top tools.
Missing on me. One's on me.
Go. One was tools, Ghosty.
He's watching the cross of old cell. Off hill. I'm gonna go mid cell so you guys go around.
For sure they're gonna be top mid.
He's top water tower. Water tower, Ghosty. Water tower, Ghosty.
Wait, no, I'm on top.
Okay. They're spawning top mid, I'm pretty sure.
He wants to ask, watch you, man, you guys. I see weak, Rusty.
I'm hitting us 3.
I see Ghosty. One behind you guys.
Look laundry. I made the laundry.
I'm hitting SU now. SU play for me, crap. He's gonna go back to SU though.
Go see you. One more.
The team killed.
Two more.
We should run. I'm gonna run the new. I'm trying to get
Tommy, one shot, crap.
I'm gonna hit.
You went green, we went in the hallway to concepts.
I'm trying to get
I don't see him green.
One's out on me. I got an new though. Back door. No, bro. Two new. One was out, one was back.
Got the go.
Wasn't me up.
You want to go steps?
Wasn't me up, so they were laundry.
Hold on to your horses, friends. Minnesota do a decent job finding a late break, but now we've got Thieves on rotation in towards Barber. Couple members still surviving. Kremp over the top of the God Stairs does well to make life a little bit easier here for Ghosty. And they're going to know that this hit J is coming around the backside. This is just down to who wins this next gunfight.
Yeah, this is perfect, because if you win these sides, if you're LA, you can basically hit the rotation. You can sink all 4 kills at the same time, but they want to make sure they keep this a contested match, at least for now. They're just going to wait for the timing to go for the chow. Afro starts it off. He finds one. Ghosty there for the trade. Now you're sending Nasty. That's perfect teamwork right there from LAT to keep Barbershop in their favor. Now with only 20 seconds left, it's all about the rotation. Afro, he was the player to drop. He's going to be the player to spawn up first. He cuts off the proper angle. Them just breaching that 190-point mark. They have an opportunity to close out the game here at P5.
And Kremp so massive on that rotation. Back through 3 into 4. Now earning himself a cruise missile to try to establish a possible full 60 here at the 5th and final hard point. Minnesota right through garage. Denied by Nasty. Trophy system comes into place right at the exact moment he needs it to. Lynn's only able to find one, and Thieves will put together the hold, and they're going to call their cruise missile here. They're just trying to create extra space to make sure more time gets soaked.
Yeah, they're just trying to allow his teammates who just dropped to come off spawn and try to pick up at least a cross. But Vivid makes Afro pay for it. It's not Kremp getting it done with the cruise, gets it done with the gunny. Able to find another 2. Minnesota getting spawns everywhere. You have a player towards ticket. It's going to be a one-on-one towards the point, and Linz is able to win it. They still have an opportunity to force the game 5 right here, right now, and they might have just done it.
Thieves have to find some way to contest or neutralize the hard point. Clean shots from Afro, but do they get there in time? 2:45. They're trying to find the player on the hard point, and they can't quite see him. Boy, would you like to have a cruise missile now? Not gonna happen as Minnesota secure a break. It would look to be another solid rotation from the Thieves, but that lingering stat of rotating as one of the best teams in the league on the map, but not being able to hold is the demise as Minnesota sends this to a 5th map.
Oh, Minnesota just iced up. They iced up towards those final moments. Barbershop was not their friend all map long. But the P5s and the P2 is where they were able to make up for it. We said it before the map. You beat LAT in a couple rotations, you're going to be okay because you're one of the middle pack teams in those breaks. You're going to find a couple, and they find the most important at that P5 to close out the game. I thought LAT, they set themselves up perfectly. You had a cruise missile to work with. You find all the kills. You know, all of Minnesota Rock are going to spawn over towards Ticket. But when that cruise missile gets invested, now there's only 2 players who are watching an angle. Even though everyone is indoors to simply not die by the cruise missile, when the first engagement comes out, it's Afro trying to challenge in towards the garage area. He gets gunned down. Even though Krep finds 2, this is spawns for Minnesota Rocker. They now start spawning towards Ticket. They had bottom garage control, and then you also had Accuracy who spawns over towards the tunnel side, so they were blessed with a great pinch to set that one up, close out the break, close out the game. 250 to 231. It's a back and forth hard point that we had, but in those final moments, Minnesota Rocker knew exactly what was needed to close out that game and now force the game 5.
And that's the thing too, just to, not to beat the dead horse here, but it is important to know, like, you drop the cruise missile out in the open, you have to know they're coming tunnel and garage side.
Yeah.
It definitely is one of those things that feels like a major miscue that Thieves are not necessarily prepared for that. Like, we could sit here, we could break breakdown. Was that the right time to call in the cruise missile or not? But regardless of that, if you're going to use it, then you better be set up for it. So small miscues lead to a potential for Minnesota Rocker to pull off a reverse sweep. But the problem is that means you have to win a game 5, and they haven't been particularly great at doing so. It'll be terminal when we come back on the backside of the break to see if Rocker can find themselves a much-needed win here in the second set of qualifiers. We'll be back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Welcome back, everybody, as Buttercup and the rest of the production team is ready to go here in Columbus. Is that Crystal's cat? Whose cat is that?
I don't know. That's a pretty cat, though. That is a very, very pretty cat. My cat does not look that luscious. My cat might be a demon compared to that one. That one's might be an angel.
Well, I'll tell you, speaking of Angels and Demons and not looking at the musical piece, but look, this is just a bizarre series, flat out. There have been moments where both teams could have pulled away and won any of the maps that we've had to this point, but we find ourselves in a map 5 situation. Thieves up 2-0. They were looking calm, convincing. They were going into an invasion control that has been one of their best overall map modes. Didn't find a way to win it. Couple of moments there at the Skid Row that looked winnable, or at least pull-backable. Not the case. And now you go to a terminal where you saw that for a moment. Hey, this is a pretty even square up, and maybe the only difference maker is what the universe takes, because Nadeshot tweeted this up 2-0, and well, I saw Paradox's response to it was like, man, he really tempted the universe with this one as we head into a map number 5.
Come on, Mr. Hag. We can't put that juju on the air. Not if the boys are up 2-0. Let's walk away with the 3-0, and then we start chirping a little bit. But now their backs are against the wall. You're in a game 5 versus Minnesota Rocker, who simply can't find any ice here. So I still got LAT in favor.
All right. A little prediction from my boy. I like that. Offense up here for the Thieves. And for Rocker, one of the things to keep an eye on is where is Linz going to play? That is always kind of the question mark when it comes to search and destroy, but it will give you a pretty, well, it's a good indication on what exactly they want to do. And it's Linz watching the mid-cross accuracy behind to be able to find first blood. That's good stuff from accuracy to win the gunfight onto the player who's being the island guy over towards Burger, but everybody else conga lining in towards the terminal. So now Vivid is going to have his hands full. Does he decide to climb this ladder, potentially play for a kill? No, he's going to spot Afro up close and personal and win the gunfight. Instant 4v2. That is an impressive gunfight win by Vivid. Doesn't miss a shot. Afro thought he had the jump on him. But now the bomb down in the tail of the plane. Kremp hoping he gets a peek from Awakening. And he's not going to be gifted one. Rocker just holding on to their 4v2. There's the call out on the cross. Kremp hoping that Vivid will chow this. Another stun follows up. You've got Linz on the wing. And here comes the break attempt. Vivid trying to get away, but wait, Ghost has gotten 2. Hold on a second. Now it's just down to can Kremp collect this bomb and get a safe plant, because just like that, we're in a 2v2 situation. Oh, but it's an instant conga line right up through the orange ramp as Vivid and Awakening said, screw this. We're not going to allow a 4v2 to happen. We know you cannot rotate over towards B. All we have to do is just shut down the player that's watching over the bomb planter. They send it right up the orange ramp to find that first round. Obviously, it starts off with actually getting the first blood, but Vivid winning that gunfight onto Afro, putting that bomb all the way to the backside of the plane was very difficult for LAT to try to come out on top as Minnesota Rocket take the first round. Okay. And again, like we were kind of alluding towards, we could spend some more time talking about it. Everywhere that the Thieves are good, Rocker seems to be kind of bad, statistically speaking. But the opposite could be said when it comes to things that Rocker are good at, Thieves aren't particularly good at in this particular map. So it will be a battle of who can successfully pull off their strengths better as we have an opening duel over towards the A side of the map. That'll lead us to an early 3v3. They take down the player in mid-hallway, and Afro instantly traded in a nasty takes down accuracy. Great shots, but now he is getting soloed out. Just want to try to play your life. Good job of getting away with it. Now it's a 2v3. Nasty finds another on the round. He's still trying to dance to the bottom of Naski's. Does get traded, but it's Awakening to try to clutch up in a 1v3. Rotation timing here is actually really good from Awakening. Problem is, the Thieves are just staying together. Ghosty and Kremp, former teammates. At one point in time, Awakening clean shots to Ghosty. Kremp going to give him a little bit of a look, and the tag is in. That's going to be enough for Awakening to say, I'm out of here. The question is, does he actually commit to the A rotation, or does he just slowly re-wrap this back in towards B? And he's called the B plant. Kremp has not given up this position yet, though. Holding from the bottom side of Askies. Awakening goes to check. Kremp gets the read. Oh, the patience just tucked in a corner. Huge 1v1 win. Yeah, that's a huge 1v1 win out of young Kremp. He plays the 50-50, and Awakening walks right into his trap. Could have potentially played that a little bit different if he decided to back down towards Burger, because that's already ground that he covered, but he was expecting Kremp to not be in that position. LAT, great job from Nasty again, just holding down that B point. But then they almost give up a 1v3. You don't want to get it to be that close. Thankfully, Kremp played the 50-50 correctly, and they were able to tie the game up at 1. Who's going to budge first on their strengths? Again, that's been the big news about how this matchup has panned out. Quick hit here from Afro with the SMG in hand, just trying to finesse around the side of the smoke. He sees a couple of Rocket players on the exit. First one good, but Linz, another key trade back. Awakening still in position here, top third. Yeah, he's going to find Nasty. Crab, the angle just barely good enough. And a lot lot of action over the top of the escalators as we get to a 2v2 over the top of B.
Instant 2v2. Left up to Lindsay and Vivid, the SMGs going up against Ghost and Kremp. Because they're not going to commit towards this B bomb plant. Going to rotate their way on back, but you know that they don't have any info. Potentially catch a player from Minnesota Rocker. Push up on your side of the map, but now they get some info onto Lynch towards top 3. Rotation's going to come in over towards A, and that's going to be free. Just got to try to send in to get the bomb down.
Thing is, Rocker will also know that, okay, if they're taking shots through mid, that means we can reclaim this front side at B. Lynn's now watching the cross. He's seen Kremp. So we're going to get a foot race back over towards this A site. Lynn's, wow, great shots to Kremp, who does not get away. The wall bang is good. Ghosty does get the plant off, though. Reposition. Sees Vivid on the drop. Should be a freebie, but Vivid eludes the fight. Now Lynn's over the top of the landing gear. Doesn't miss a bullet. And the 2v2 goes the way of the Minnesota Rocker.
Oh, that's easy right there from Lynn's. The fact that he's able to find that first kill onto Kremp with the insane wall bang through the terminal. Starts off with the insane shots through the cockpit. The snap out of this rookie just gets the job done for Minnesota Rocker. No panic in their breath. I would have liked to see, though, LAT not fully commit towards jumping down the bottom Eskies. Like, after your job is already done when you get the first blood. But when you give them a free trade, and you force it to a 3v3, we're now forced to do a couple things that we didn't want to. But you see the shots from Linz. Read him perfectly like he had wall hacks in that gunfight. As Minnesota Rocker take that round.
Massive round for Minnesota, 3 in a row for Linz. Looking long range. Ghosty trying to get some redemption from the last gunfight. Only able to get a couple of tags. And the Thieves are stacked heavy over towards A. And this is from a very weird angle. You got Kremp on the railing, Afro right below, and then Ghosty watching the mid-cut.
Oh, and it works out to perfection. That's why the crossfire is set up to the T. Kremp finds the first kill. Player from Minnesota tries to go for the trade. That's when you walk right into the 3M of Afro. An instant 4v2 is actually trying to send it onto Nasty to at least make the numbers a little bit more manageable. He gets that kill, makes it a 3v2, and he still plays his life. Great play.
You can get the top third here, maybe even scout out another. Ghosty immediately below him. Kremp also, I don't think was scouted. Couple of shots that will alert accuracy. Can he make a follow-up play here? He tries to cut this back over through mid. Doesn't see anyone at the moment. There's a double stack of Thieves players here, but neither of them will be red. Bomb still down here for Minnesota. Here comes the check, and yeah, didn't anticipate 2 members inside of the hut. So now Lynn's by himself. He may just forfeit this round and try to hold his 3 streak together.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would do in this scenario. Yep, 10 seconds. It's back up all the way to the backside of security. Guess we couldn't get in for free. You had something in your luggage, Linz, that they were just not going to let you through. That's going to be an LAT round, holding strong on defense, but that setup was beautiful. Kremp, like you said, on top of the railing. Afro watching his low window push. You find the initial 2 kills, and you just keep the numbers on your side. They tied the game up at 2. Such a back and forth search and destroy that we have.
I don't think we've really seen too many teams try to pull that type of defensive setup before.
No, that was beautiful. First time I've ever seen it.
Yeah. A little bit of cheekiness coming through. 2-2. Little cinematic pan across the backside terminal. 3-man stack here for Rocker defensively. Over towards B. Nade from Kremp. Doesn't tag anybody. And that will lead to Lynn's kind of pulling the same setup that he had previously with Rocker. Just watching this mid-cross right through that window alley. Shots coming through. No one worse for wear as Thieves are at the precipice of breaking into A.
Yeah, they have 3 players in the terminal just ready to hit on in. A couple wall bangs coming in from accuracy. Gonna keep a couple players a little bit damaged, but there's still wall bangs. Afro, we gotta stick it live. He's just like, there's no way in hell this guy's gonna waste all of his ammo on this wall bang. But accuracy says, nah, I'm gonna continue to do it. Assist my teammate in towards the plane. Afro slides across, is able to live, but potentially worked his bomb plan because it's still Vivid towards the lower end.
Yeah, and how much has he seen here? Did he see Kremp cross through this little pixel peek? That may be the bigger question. Bomb gets planted. Accuracy over to the slide. Here comes the nade. And then the double shell right afterwards. That's a smoke trying to get them through. Vivid making sure no one's just hiding in corners. But the problem is, kills are coming out for the side of the Thieves. Afro just standing right on top of the bomb saying, you have to come through me if you want to get this. And wait, they may actually do that. Awakening shut down. Afro spams him in the rear end. But oh wait, accuracy still up, but not for long enough. Pistol through will finish off the gunfight, and the Thieves will hold the post plant.
Oh, actually trying to get it all done right up through the ramp side. He was able to find 3, but the fact that Afro was able to withstand all those bullets to start off with the wall being even sliding across towards the bomb. Just great plays from Afro. LAT are second overall in post-plant scenarios, and that's why they hold strong. You get that bomb, now you put yourself in that setup, you could potentially walk away with the W. The fact that Afro, like I said, was able to stay alive as long as he was in plane, he eventually makes the final play to secure the round for LA.
And now Afro, what can he do off 3 in a row? Trophy system down early, smoke already coming through. Rocker going very quickly. Wait, the trophy doesn't actually impact the stun, but it may not make much of a difference. Afro and Nasty combined for 2, only dropping 1 in the process. Crep gonna take away the A side of the map, and Nasty off the regen will even get a couple of tags into Awakening.
What's up,
Thieves looking good for this hold. This comes down to can they break down this little do setup between Awakening and Vivid, who are trying to rotate out. Ghosty will read it, but not be able to secure a kill. Rocker able to reset again.
Yeah, they're already trapped though. You have Crep, who was able to take a lot of ground through the flank positioning. The team shots coming from Ghosty and Nasty to eliminate Awakening. And now it's Vivid left in the 1v3. Should be able to get a freebie onto Nasty. It's not going to be as free as I thought. LAT withstand the pressure through the top side of the Yeskies. Afro, even if he's stunned, he's still going to win a gunny. Finds the first kill, but then it simply just comes down to the fact that Nasty's able to get one on his traits and play his life. Because Awakening, he tried to send him down to Eskies. He was trying to find that trade once he couldn't, and Nasty then gave up his positioning with that Renetti. Just we cannot commit to the bomb plant. We do not have anything covered. LAT took all map control, and now that's 2 rounds in a row. LAT starting to pull away.
Starting to feel a little bit like Invasion, right? Back and forth through 4, and then all of a sudden Thieves start to kind of change the mold a touch. Cramped with a little bit of help from a trophy system, looking to get aggressive over through mid. Doesn't see anything initially, as Rocker have not gotten to top third, nor have they played the mid staircase. So do Thieves try to use this information as maybe a chance to once again isolate this Minnesota defense towards B a bit differently?
You know that accuracy at least is going to be holding down that burger push. We can cross through the hallway. You can get information onto the second player in Lens. You're going to know exactly the setup that they are in, the default that they have been playing basically every single time on defense. Now here comes the push in towards plane again. You make sure no one's underneath you. Gotta shoot the propane, no one in the cockpit. It's only a matter of moments before they slide on them, but this time Minnesota have a team fire set up.
Yeah, Awakening is here to help Vivid, who's often been the sole defender over towards A. And the longer this takes, the more you have to lead shots from Afro. Awakening does secure the trade. Kremp not able to follow up, getting tagged through the wall by, again, Accuracy, who seems to... I mean, this plane looks like it was out of an episode of Masters of the Air, dude. This thing's made out of paper mache. Shots landing all over the place. Ghosty finally able to take down Awakening that you would think would open the door at A. But Linz has rotated over, destroyed by Ghosty. Last one left is Accuracy. And he may find some timing here. Gets the first. Oh, snaps to the second. There's not enough time for them to get the plant. But does Accuracy slip away at the right moment? Oh, it's a 1v3 for Accuracy. And Rocker bring us back to within 1.
The Iceman gets it done. He knew that there was only 13 seconds. Ghostly just finished a gunfight, so he's still going to be weak. Someone has to be committed towards the bomb plant. But the repositioning out of the Iceman, you need some ice in a game 5. There's no better person than the Iceman Accuracy. She gets it done in the 1v3, clutches up in the 1v1 as well. Just reads the play to perfection. Keeps Minnesota's Rockers' hopes and dreams alive in this search and destroy, as now they are down 4-3. Back on the attack. Accuracy can literally do no wrong.
Another different setup, though, here for Thieves defensively. Stacked over towards the A side of the map. Crep actually kind of throwing shoulders in and out of the jet bridge. It's Vivid who's at range with Arrival, who I'm sure was just going to try to make sure nobody pushes through this angle, but he, with Arrival in hand, you would think is going to be part of the play in terms of how do you break open one side or the other. Just comes down to what does Minnesota do first before they try to get Vivid involved.
Just playing for early info. Actually going to crawl his way in through Burger, try to isolate Nasty towards the top side of these Eskies. He's going to be able to spot him again, gets him weak, but the back down is now going to allow the rest of his teammates to reinforce. That's the only player playing over towards B. We're now sending it on him.
Wow. Wide open. They have to play for retake, do the Thieves. Vivid, keep in mind, still has Arrival 9. He's just playing over towards Dreams. And just making sure the flank stays safe. So you're going to get a 3v3 on site here. Kremp is on the rotation safely over. Afro just bobbing and weaving, seeing what he can see over the top. Rival 9 in. Lynn totally destroyed. Down to the pistol. He's got accuracy spent in the corner. Ghosty will get the kill, and then no chance for Vivid to get there to assist. What a pop-off breakthrough for Afro.
That is a perfect retake right there to LAT. Sent 3 players through the bottom Eskies. Last player was ready for that, the last one on Minnesota to come through hallway, but it's all on the back of Afro. The fact that he's able to slide his way up through Eskies, win both of the crossfire gunfights that were set up for Minnesota Rocker, get the info onto accuracy, set up his teammate for the third, and then the final kill in through the hallway. That was just perfect out of LAT to not put them at game point.
Wow, I mean, talk about clutch 2 rounds in a row, just in very different ways. Can they put it away? Will map 5s continue to ruin the Minnesota Rocker? Nades up and over. Spam shots from the defense. Deep by Vivid. Not quite able to land, as this has been the exact same setup almost every single time for Minnesota. Lynn's watching mid-hall. Accuracy over the top of him, and then Awakening floating back and forth depending on which side he seems to favor.
And then eventually for LAT, the push comes in towards Terminal. So how do you make the adjustments again? Because it's going to be Lynn's at least spotting 1 player on the cross. You're going to invest the stun. You're going to invest the nade, but nothing is going to be able to connect. It's already been 35 seconds knocked off of the game clock, but now you're trying to ISO these players at B. Lynn's is able to get away with his life, but accuracy tries to make up for it, and he gets picked off. First blood to LA.
Now, the thing is, you have to commit someone else to getting on top towards this B site, which means Vivid once more will be by himself over at A. He did a pretty solid job in round 1, holding this exact same position. Fire extinguisher gets hit, no one in the cockpit. Here comes the double up the wall. It's a triple up. What the heck? Minnesota full gamble stack over towards A. And it works out near beautifully for him. 2v2, but Kremp, dead silence, tries to get proactive. Thing about it is Rocker doing the same thing on the other side of the map. Nasty gets taken down, and now it's Kremp for a 1v2. Not all Kremp finds the first to the 1v1. 10 seconds, has to play for the kill! And Kremp takes him down at range! Minnesota Rocker continue to be baffled in map 5s as Thieves take a huge win here in the quals.
Welcome back to the league, my friend. Young Kremp gets it done in the 2v1. I thought Minnesota Rocker, when they made that mid-round adjustment on the defense, the 3-stack into was the plane, they were going to secure that round. They started off all the gunfights. They even isolated the last player who was playing it nice and patient over towards Dreams to force it to a 2v1. But the fact that Kremp wins that first gunfight on the lower steps, that can't be that easy if you are Minnesota Rocker. It has to be better buddy system. But then with the final 10 seconds, he's not even thinking about the objective. He knows that Awakening has to be on that side of the map. The only positioning he can check it from is to the mid hallway and gets the perfect read, not once, but twice on Big Wake. 2 one-on-one clutches between those 2 players. But that eventually leads to LAT walking away with the SD 6-3. Finally, they get another W underneath their belt. They win another hard point. Everything is starting to come to fruition for this LA roster. And like you said, Minnesota Rocker, again, stink in game 5. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, dude, that's absolute pain. From a top 4 team in Major 1 to not being able to win a single map 5. Yeah, the quick follow-up from Lynn's. And then Awakening, who goes to see if Kremp's going to play for the plant by looking down cockpit. Kremp picks up the gunfight perfectly. What a decision. So 6-3 in the final after what was, again, that invasion was kind of in the same form. We were back and forth for the first 4 rounds, and the Thieves, they seem to make the right adjustments, the right reads, and maybe there's something there, Jay. I don't want to dig into it too much. We'll leave it for people like JP Krez and his stream to break down, but that's the same defensive setup every single round from Rocker, and Thieves picked it apart almost perfectly every single time they had a chance to after 3rd round.
Slow and steady wins the race. You show face at B, and then eventually you isolate the player in towards the backside of the plane, because there was not a single time there was 1 player in it, and when they were, they read it perfectly. They were able to hit the adjustments, but LAT, they're starting to turn heads, man. They make that roster change. They're winning hard points. They're winning game 5s. They are getting it done, and now what's that put them? 2-1 in the season, in this stage?
2-1.
They're great. They're doing great.
And they have a very winnable schedule ahead of them. But hey, we got drama here in our final series of the weekend as we send things back over to the desk to close us out.
3 matches in the books now for LA Thieves. 2 of those are W's. Thank you very much, Study and I Hold Shift. Great casting as always. And I love Study's breakdown at the end there. Kremp versus Awakening. 2 1v1s that went in favor of Kremp. Crucial rounds that end up with another LA Thieves Game 5. Another rocker. Big loss in a Game 5.
I said in the pregame as we set this up, it's in the S&Ds where LA Thieves are starting to find some of this insane success. In the map number 2 Invasion, it was just trading defensive rounds until LA Thieves round 6, they get the first attack win of the game, they play the time, they route to A, and they pinch through dark and they play the player out tank so they can get the bomb down. And then in that game number 5, same thing. They were trading defenses, and LA Thieves was the first team to win an attack in round 5. And then obviously to close it out, their second attack round was Kremp in the insane 1v2.
Lamar almost a hero in this round. Great stuff from him throughout the S&D. That final round, he had a little bit of confidence. Wanted to get first blood for his squad. With him out of the picture, LA Thieves knew what to do.
Yeah, I mean, in the Search and Destroyers, I feel like Minnesota Rocker scammed so many rounds. Like, even some of, like this clutch, like in this round, Awakening had over-chowed through plane. Just doesn't need to happen. On the Invasion, multiple times, you have Linz and Awakening sitting at mid-tank, and just like a player is able to get on through, find a pick. Just Minnesota, 4 straight Search and Destroy map losses, and it feels like they are not on the same page whatsoever. Only rounds they're getting are massive clutches from players like Accuracy or Vivid going out and making a huge play. It's just, it's not good Call of Duty out of Minnesota. And now with, you said it was 4 Game 5 scripts?
Yeah, so they played 5 matches. 4 of them have gone to the Game 5 and resulted in losses.
And they've gotten beat like 6-0, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3. They have been getting cooked when we get to these Game 5s. This is a glaring issue on the side of
Minnesota running out of gas despite dropping the first 2 games and forcing a Game 5. They show us they have the energy to win a second hardpoint, just not enough gas in the tank to finish the mission. Minnesota's still looking for their first win, but LA Thieves and Nade Shot celebrating somewhere. We got to talk about what's going right here in LA. You did play the bottom 2 teams in our major 2 seeds, right? We got to keep that in mind with your 2 wins. Your loss, it was against Optic. What is the future here for LA Thieves with 4 matches before Miami?
I think they have plenty of VOD review they can do right now to fix some of these very small mistakes in some of these respawns. Their Search and Destroy looks great. Decision making looks great. And these situations where they're able to change their game plan looks great. It's just about the fundamentals a little bit in some of these respawns. They find themselves behind in those rotos early game and has situations where players like Kremp and Afro have to make miracle plays by the end to close out a game.
I thought the hardpoints were actually pretty good throughout this series. You know, in that Invasion, they had a great rotation over towards bathrooms to close things out. When we get to that Skid Row, like they had 3 hills in a row they had spawns on, right? And they had the opportunity to close out on P5. The spawns are just wild there. They're spawning blue, they're spawning tunnel. If Afro stays alive outside tunnel, they close that out and win this series 3-1. So I think LA Thieves, great foundation to build upon, and Minnesota are a solid roster that they just beat.
And I think we all need to give some applause to the folks at the LA Thieves coaching camp. We have J-Cap and Shane making big decisions like putting this guy in for your scuff play of the game, bringing him back up from challengers. He played for the Royal Ravens in London last year, now wearing red for LA Thieves. And Byron dropping a 10-3 performance on us on that map 2 Invasion S&D.
Yeah, it was just an insane Search and Destroy out Nasty completely through. I believe he ended with over 10 kills by the end. And again, the biggest moment for me was that attack round. You had just seen it in your screen. It was Nasty that made it on site to the A bomb and gets the guy off the cross so that they can get the bomb down and win that round. So big plays out of Nasty, one of the most consistent players.
He also does a really good job on their defense. Like, he was playing backbeat street and just staying alive, waiting for players to push through, get overzealous, letting his teammates make plays through dark or make plays through DVD. It was working out wonderfully, and Thieves looking like one of the stronger S&D teams we got. That's 4 in a row, by the way.
4 in a row, and right now to talk about it in our Monster Winner Spotlight, we welcome Afro to the show. Afro, great to see you alongside Byron once again. What's it been like playing with another UK member on a winning team so far here in Major 2?
Hey, it's good to have my boy back, man. It's been a long time since we played together, since Vanguard, I think. And, just very happy to have him back.
And you individually looked very impressive, especially on your pushes in S&D. Is this something you guys have been working on? Is this just a call that you're making in the moment? How did this go about on Terminal?
Well, S&D, like, me, it's always been like my thing, and that's kind of what I grew up on and how I like got through the scene. So I've always been like instinctively good at that, and all 4 of us are all good at that. We're all good at S&D, so yeah, we haven't really been working it too much, but I think just instinctively we're just really good at it.
At Afro, I mainly want to ask, I feel like you've gotten better at hardpoint now. Your search and destroy looks great. What do you think is the biggest problem with your control right now?
I don't know, because we were really good at control, it seemed like. But
I don't know. I don't have it.
I think it's generally just speeding up off our kills. We get kills, sometimes just don't move. I think we need to start moving with our kills a little bit more.
Well, that's
really it for control right now.
I can't help it.
Afro, looking at your guys' HP,
what do you want me
much
to do?
improved throughout this series. Obviously, still some work, but even in your guys' losses recently, been super close games, and that's different from the beginning of the season. What changed with the roster change? Like, what did you guys change in your fundamentals coming into this split?
I think with Carl coming to the team, he's a lot faster, very direct, just running, which helps me a lot, so I don't have to do it as much. I think that helps our hardpoint quite a lot. I think him coming through China as well, just playing a lot of this patch, just helped as well. I think that's the main reason. Obviously, Byron, big old Byron, we love Byron. Yeah, I think right now we're just meshing really well. So.
It's been so fun to watch you guys all together, especially with the energy that Ghosty has been displaying recently. Does he ever intimidate you?
Doesn't intimidate me. He's my little hill kid. Oh, my bad. Hold on. King of the Hill, my bad.
King of the Hill. Yeah, Dashy's rebranding this.
King of the Hill,
Hill Kid and King of the Hill, whatever you want to call him. You guys are purring your way to success. Congrats on back-to-back dubs.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is Afro. That is LA Thieves. They're walking away with their second victory, and they are pushing for a top 8 seed and a winner's bracket start come Miami, something no one expected after watching this team struggle in Boston and then seeing that they had to make some roster changes.
Yeah, and it's tough when you make an entire half your team roster change as well to start finding some success. So it looks good for them heading into major.
They are so ready to go party. Do you see how quick they got out of their seats? LA always throwing a party there at the Thieves headquarters. Shout out to my boy Nate Shot, John Robb, and all of the crew there. Let's take a look, though, at all of the games that went down today. We started with the Subliners and a hot 3-0 over the Heretics. We all saw this one coming.
That was a masterclass. I mean, that was a New York highlight reel from start to finish. And honestly, like, New York, they look strong. Championship contender, one of the best. But I feel like the story's more so, what's going on? Miami headed into their major, man. Like, can we get something going here? They haven't won a match since before the patch. And, they bring in Eric Boom, and it's supposed to be like this huge difference. They've only got worse.
I think what kind of hurts me with this series is the fact that Miami just kind of like fell into what their statistics already lay out for them. Like in that set base, it was the second P2 that New York got like the biggest lead at from that hold, and it's mainly because Miami can't break. They're worst in the league. And then you go to map number 2. Yeah, Miami clearly did some VOD review. They were playing for Kismet pushed up B Street in the corner, but unfortunately, it was just Kismet and Hydra. They're able to change that in the middle of the game, and unfortunately, Heretics wasn't able to give us any new looks.
Subliners showing their strength there officially on top of the leaderboard, following a loss to our former #1 seed going into Major 2, Toronto Ultra. Toronto ran into a very angry Draza of BZ, Simp, and Celium, and Draza let them know he thinks that team up north rhymes with bass.
Yeah, he said that they were ass. I'll say it out loud. Listen, I think that, one, this drama-filled match, this is going to be set up for some classics in the future. I think Toronto played with fire today, playing Atlanta on their best maps, and, it's up to them to have the mental fortitude to understand that, like, this is practice. You're going to have a winner's bracket spot, and when it comes to land, that is when the real fun begins. So for these guys, this won't be the last time that they battle, and it's going to be a lot closer. But for Toronto, just knowing, like, hey, you ain't that far ahead anymore.
Ali, at the end of this fight, the Twitter fingers, they were out and about. Who do you think gets the last laugh as we head to Miami?
I don't even know, man. I don't even have Twitter on my phone anymore, and I'd like to give that advice to the players as
Introducing a completely reimagined Dix and an all-new golf.
Today's episode is a very creepy and highly disturbing camping story. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is asleep, go to their front yard and spell the words "I hate my neighbors" in gasoline all across their front yard, and then light it on fire. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the afternoon of May 6th, 2008, a 54-year-old man called Ricky Williams stood on the riverbank casting out his line into the waters of Dismal Creek in western Virginia. Ricky was hoping to get lucky and catch some trout, but he'd been out here fishing for 30 minutes so far and there were no bites. Normally, Ricky wouldn't care because he loved just fishing for hours and hours at a time. But today, he and his dog, who was right with him, were really hungry because they'd been out in these woods camping for several weeks now, and their food supply was finally dwindling down to the end. And so if they didn't catch any fish today, they might not eat. Now, for context, where Ricky was fishing, Dismal Creek, despite its bleak name, it was actually a beautiful, secluded spot on top of a mountain that was on the Appalachian Trail. The Appalachian Trail is a very famous 2,200-mile-long trail that runs up and down the east coast of the United States. And why that is relevant is because there's this special code for people that hike on the Appalachian Trail. And the code, which all hikers know, is basically if you come across another hiker on the Appalachian Trail, it is your responsibility to help them if they need help. And it is their responsibility to help you if you need help. So it's this community of hikers that are always looking to help each other. And so Ricky was very aware of this code on the Appalachian Trail, and he was secretly hoping, as he cast his line over and over again and didn't get any bites, that a hiker or a group of hikers might come by this area and maybe they would see him and come down and learn that he needed food, and they might just give him some of their food. But another half hour passed and no hikers came by, and still Ricky could not catch any fish. But then suddenly, Ricky's dog, who was right next to him, began to whine and kind of began shifting around like it was sensing a predator in the area or something. But as Ricky was trying to calm his dog down, he began to hear a voice in the woods right behind him. Somebody was moving towards him. And when Ricky heard this voice, on the one hand, he was pretty excited because maybe this is a hiker who can give him some food. But on the other hand, Ricky couldn't help but feel really uneasy. Now, you need to understand that Ricky was an older guy, he was kind of frail, and over the past few weeks that he'd been camping with his dog, as his food supply had run down, he had become skinnier and skinnier and skinnier, and so he really did not pose any sort of threat to anybody. He's like this weak older man. Now, generally speaking, the Appalachian Trail was a very safe place, but over the last few decades, there had actually been several murders that took place on the Appalachian Trail. And in fact, one of those killings took place less than 2 miles away from where Ricky was fishing with his dog. And in that double homicide, a very well-known killer named Randall Lee Smith had stabbed and shot to death 2 hikers. And so while Ricky was really looking for help from fellow hikers, at the same time, he couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive because, again, Ricky was like this small, frail guy, and Ricky was well aware of these murders, and he was well aware of the fact that he was super close to one of the murder sites. And so Ricky was totally on edge as he's listening to this male voice get closer and closer, and then finally, this man in his early 30s steps out from the tree line, and he looks over and he sees Ricky, and for a second, the two men just kind of look at each other, but then this guy just grinned at Ricky and said, "Hey, how you doing?" And immediately Ricky felt relieved because he could tell just from looking at this guy that very likely he was not a threat. The man introduced himself as Scott Johnston, and he told Ricky he was actually camping in the area with a friend of his, and they were out here fishing just like Ricky. And Ricky pretty much immediately said, "Oh, great, nice to meet you. Do you have any food for me?" And Scott was like, "Absolutely." And he dug into his bag that he had with him, and he pulled out a couple energy bars and a bag of chips, and he threw them over to Ricky. And he also gave some fresh bait to Ricky, so he too could cast out again. And for the next couple of hours, Scott and Ricky just stood on the riverbank and fished together. And after a while, the trout did start biting, and they did start catching fish, so the day kind of turned into a great outing for Ricky. And it got even better, because as soon as the men were done fishing, Scott asked Ricky if he wanted to join him and his friend back up at the campsite for dinner. And remember, Ricky had no food, so this was an amazing invitation, and he said, "Yes, of course, I'd love to join you." So the two men packed up their stuff right as the sun was going down, and then they began walking back into the forest where Scott had emerged from. And as they were walking, Scott's fishing pole got tangled on a low-hanging branch, and he was really struggling to get it out of the tree. And so finally, he just told Ricky to, go on ahead. My campsite's right up there. It's a straight shot. Just go up the hill, and you'll see it. Ricky asked Scott if he was sure, and Scott said, no, it's totally fine, go ahead. So Ricky said, okay, and he walked the rest of the way up the hill, and then when he walked out of the tree line into the clearing where Scott's campsite was, immediately what Ricky noticed was this enormous man who was like twice the size of Scott, and so 4 times the size of Ricky, kind of hunched over the campfire. And this huge man, who presumably was Scott's friend, he heard Ricky walk into the circle, and remember, it's nighttime and they're kind of in the middle of nowhere, and so this guy, he turns his head around and sees this strange man just standing there, and Scott's nowhere to be found, and so this guy, he grabs a club, like a piece of wood, and he looks at Ricky kind of menacingly, like, what are you doing here? And Ricky, who was so caught off guard by just how big this guy was, he put his hands up and he said, I'm so sorry, Scott sent me up here. I don't know if this is the right site, I'm sorry. But just at that moment, Scott had finished untangling his fishing line, and he came out of the tree line, and he patted Ricky on the back, and he said, oh, you've already met my friend Sean. And as soon as he said that, Sean looked like he basically let his guard down. He put the wood down, and he stopped glaring directly at Ricky. But Ricky felt like Sean was not happy that Ricky was in his campsite, even though clearly Scott is the reason that Ricky is in his campsite. And so Ricky just felt really uncomfortable. And at the same time, Scott is ushering Ricky closer to the campfire to take a seat next to Sean. Sean's a great cook. He'll cook up this fish for us. It's going to be great. Take a seat. Ricky felt kind of annoyed that Scott was really forcing him to stay. But Ricky didn't want to be rude and just kind of abruptly leave, so he did take a seat next to Sean, who definitely was not excited to be sitting next to Ricky, and Ricky just kind of sat there waiting to see what would happen next. And what happened next is Scott walked over to Sean and handed off all the fish that he and Ricky had caught so that Sean could begin to prepare them to cook them. And then as Ricky is still just sitting there right next to Sean, Scott walked away from the campfire up to his truck, which was parked right next to Sean's Jeep, and Scott turned on the radio and began blasting country music. And when Ricky heard this music, he kind of winced, because to him, part of the reason the outdoors, the Appalachian Trail, being out in nature, part of the reason it was so wonderful was for the peace and quiet. And so it felt kind of like borderline disrespectful to be out in the middle of this beautiful place, blaring country music. And so to Ricky, he just couldn't help but feel like there's something off about these two guys. They just seem really disrespectful and kind of pushy and maybe aggressive. And so Ricky is just not happy. But again, Ricky didn't say anything and didn't attempt to leave because, again, he's really hungry and so is his dog, and he needs to eat that fish.
Hold on.
You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
A moment later, Scott walked back from the truck and took a seat next to Sean, and then he, along with Sean, pulled out their knives and began deboning the fish. And as they were doing this, Ricky, again, is just kind of sitting there doing nothing, and so he kind of meagerly asked, hey, can you give me a knife and I'll clean a fish? But Sean and Scott kind of waved him off and said, don't worry, we got this. And so Ricky just continued to sit there nervously, as all he could watch was the flashing of the light bouncing off their blades. But eventually, Scott and Sean finished deboning all the fish, and they put their knives away, and at that point, they began cooking the fish over the open flame. And suddenly for Ricky, it felt like, the mood had shifted a little bit. At least now the two men were not fiddling around with weapons. It felt kind of safe again. And so Ricky began making some small talk in hopes that would kind of, settle his nerves. And so Ricky told the two men about how much he loved the Appalachian Trail and how he came out here all the time for weeks at a time with his dog. And Ricky would tell the men that, sometimes he felt more at home out in the wild than he did at home. It was almost like being out in nature was a religious experience for Ricky. And he would even tell Sean and Scott that sometimes when he was out in nature, he would meditate and pray and even do some chanting, like part of a ritual. I mean, he was really trying to be in tune with Mother Nature. But as Ricky continued to tell Sean and Scott about his personal life, he noticed the two men were definitely paying attention and kind of nodding along at appropriate points in the story. But at the same time, Ricky felt like these two men were also kind of looking at him like Ricky was kind of weird, as if they were not prepared to come out and say it, but after hearing all these things about his life, it was like, what's going on with this guy? And so Ricky suddenly felt really embarrassed about being so open with these two guys who once again just seem like they don't quite like him or even really want him here. But luckily, right at that moment, the fish were done, and so the men just sat there in silence and wolfed down the food. By the time they finished, right about 8 p.m., it was very dark outside, and Ricky at this point is just ready to go. You know, he just felt so uneasy here. And so after putting down his plate and his silverware and saying thank you to Sean and Scott for their hospitality, he quickly got up and grabbed his dog, and he began walking into the woods towards his campsite. But after Ricky and his dog had walked maybe 10 or 15 feet away from this campsite, two things happened in rapid succession. Number one, Ricky suddenly stopped and turned around and looked back at the campsite. And number two, right as he did this, there was this enormous bang sound, like a small explosion that echoed through the forest. Okay, so if you're not listening to our show called Run Fool, then you are really missing out on a truly special and unique podcast. Now, it's technically a horror podcast, but honestly, it's so much more. Every episode is a fresh take on terrifying lore, like a modern ghost story wrapped up in a tightly spun narrative. Also, remember, Run Fool is a Ballin Studios podcast, which means there's always going to be a big plot twist or reveal at the end. Rodney Barnes is the iconic host of Run Fool, and every story he tells on there, it feels like this fully immersive horror movie. Also, the sound design on this show is like expert level. Barnes really knows what he's doing. Even if you never watch the show, you should tune in just for a second, at least once, just to hear Barnes's radio voice. It is like the best, most soothing voice I think I've ever heard. So if Run Fool feels like a show you might like, go run and follow the show and start listening. Also, be sure you stick around till the end of today's video because we're gonna play a clip from last week's episode of Run Fool. About 30 minutes later, and about 4 miles away from where Ricky and Sean and Scott had been, there were these two women who were in their house eating dinner when they heard the sudden frantic knocking on their front door. Now, these women live in a very isolated part of the country, and so the women were very concerned. One of them rushed over to the phone just to be ready to call the police, while the other very carefully made their way towards the front of the house, and they kind of peered out the window, but they couldn't see anything outside. It was too dark, and so they went to their door, which was still getting pounded on by whoever was out there, and the woman, she unlocked the door, and she opened it just a crack. And what she saw nearly made her faint. There was a man standing on her porch who was absolutely covered in blood, as if he had been fully submerged in a tank of blood. I mean, he is all red. And the man had his hand over his neck. And the woman who opened the door, she looked at him and she saw that there was this rhythmic pulsing of blood pumping out of his neck that was in time with his heart. This man is clearly bleeding to death. And so the woman, she screamed for the other woman to please call 911. We have someone who's dying here. And so she began calling 911. And then the man on the porch just said, please help me. And then he said something about Dismal Creek, and then he collapsed. And this was so shocking for the woman who had opened the door that she just stood there staring, having no idea what to do. But then she happened to look up and she noticed there was a Jeep that was idling out on the road in front of her house that she hadn't even registered until now. And so either this guy got dropped off or he drove that Jeep. But before she could even begin to understand what had just happened, an ambulance and a whole bunch of police cars came screaming up and parked in front of her house. And then the medics got out, they rushed up, and they grabbed the bleeding man, and they put him in the ambulance, and they rushed him off. Meanwhile, not far from the house, police officers were speeding towards Dismal Creek because when the women called 911, they said, you know, this guy who's shown up on the porch bleeding said something about Dismal Creek, but they had no idea what it was about. And so instead of trying to wait to figure out what was even going on, police had basically said, let's just go to Dismal Creek and look around and see if we can figure out, you know, why someone would leave that area and show up at this house covered in blood. But as the police were making their way up this winding mountain road, they saw a truck bombing down the road coming straight at them. And the truck, they initially hit their brakes and did kind of attempt to get out of the way of the police cars. But after this truck had basically come to a stop, the driver of the truck just hit the gas all over again, and they veered wildly off the side of the road into an embankment, crashed, flipped several times, and then came to a stop. And the police officers who had veered to the side of the road to avoid getting hit by this truck, you know, they just watched this happen and they couldn't understand why the driver had gunned it again after stopping and then seemingly intentionally drove off the road. It almost seemed like the driver was trying to crash. And so for the police, they got out of their car and they approached the wrecked truck with their guns drawn. But when they looked into the vehicle, they saw there was a single occupant, the driver, and he was still somehow alive. So the police got him out of the vehicle and they called an ambulance, but they actually sent an officer with the ambulance to escort them because the police were actually pretty suspicious of this truck driver. Because remember, they were going up that road to get to Dismal Creek to see what had happened there that would lead to another man showing up on somebody's doorstep in the middle of the night covered in blood. And now they have this truck driver who looks like he's speeding away from Dismal Creek, who crashes his truck. I mean, there was no clear connection between the truck crash and the bloody guy, but the police were suspicious that they had to be connected. So they sent the officer to the hospital as well.
Every interaction I have with instructors or administrators from Flatiron School has left me with the same message, and that is, you can do this, and we're going to show you how.
And we do. At Flatiron School, we teach tech skills so you can get the career you deserve. Join over 5,000 alumni who have gone on to work in coding, data science, and cybersecurity.
One of the reasons why I'm so excited to get into tech, to have my first programming job, is because of the potential there is in tech.
It took me exactly 2 months from graduation date.
About 30 minutes after the truck crash, the police left the scene and continued the rest of the way up the road to Dismal Creek. And once they got up there, the police fanned out all across the area and just began looking for anything. Just any clue that might explain what the heck happened here, if anything happened at Dismal Creek at all. And pretty quickly, the police actually did find something unique. In the middle of the Dismal Creek area, they found a campsite, but it was not the campsite where Sean and Scott were staying, where Ricky had gone and shared dinner with them. This was a different campsite. And not long after searching this other campsite, police concluded that whoever was staying here did not seem like they were mentally well. This seems like a mentally unstable and potentially dangerous person lives here. So the campsite was really simple. It was just a tent and a campfire. But when the police lifted up the flap and looked inside the tent, they found a collection of 30 knives along with a police scanner that basically picked up police radio chatter in the area, so you could listen to a scanner and basically know what the police were doing in your area. There were also all these weird piles of clothing. Some were for kids, some were for adults, some were for men, some were for women. There were piles of eyeglasses, and there were 8 pairs of women's underwear. And then also there was a map of the Appalachian Trail inside of this tent, and all over this map along the trail were all these spots that were circled, but there was no information about what these circles meant. However, one of the places that was circled was Dismal Creek. And then next to the map was a radio, and inside the radio was a cassette. And so the police just hit play, and immediately what they heard totally creeped them out, because the tape sounded like some kind of satanic ritual. It was basically this one man's voice just kind of howling and chanting over and over again. But by far, the most shocking thing that was found inside of that tent was a single piece of paper. And this piece of paper was a birth certificate, and the name on the birth certificate was a name that basically all police in this area knew, and in fact, anybody living in or around the Appalachian Trail definitely would know this name. And the identity of this person, the name on the birth certificate, was the key to putting together all these seemingly disconnected events that had happened on this night. From the explosion when Ricky walked away from the fire, to the bloody man at the house, to the truck crash, they were all connected through this single person. A few hours earlier, after Ricky had gotten up and walked away from Sean and Scott's campsite, and then after barely making it onto the trail, he had turned around and there was that loud explosion. Well, at that point in the story, Ricky, who's now looking back at the campsite and looking at Sean and Scott, he can see that the two of them, they've heard the sound too, and they were now staring at each other with looks of absolute shock and terror on their faces. But then Ricky watched as Sean reached up and touched his face, and he put his hand out in front of his face and it was covered in red. And the reason for that was because Sean had just been shot in the face, because that loud explosion was the sound of Ricky shooting his gun at Sean. And as Sean and Scott stood there staring at each other in absolute disbelief, Ricky, who's still in the tree line, ran towards the fire and just kept on shooting. And so Sean, at this point, as he sees Ricky coming into the campsite, he stands up and kind of staggers back and falls on the ground. But Scott, who's not hurt at this point, he just gets up and starts running away from the campsite, and Ricky turns his attention towards Scott, and he shoots at him, and he hits him straight in the neck and also in the back. But somehow Scott just kept on running despite these horrible wounds. And so Ricky watched as Scott disappeared into the woods, and then Ricky turned back to Sean, who's laying on the ground and can't go anywhere. He's been shot in the face, and Ricky just casually raised his gun and shot Sean right in the chest. But amazingly, Sean, after getting shot the second time, it created what must have been the most extreme adrenaline rush ever, because he jumped up to his feet, and right in front of his attacker, he just turned and sprinted to his Jeep. He hopped inside, fired it up, and just sped away as fast as he could. And when Sean flipped on his headlights and turned a corner after getting away from the campsite, he looked down the road and he actually saw his buddy, Scott, who had run away first, come tumbling out of the woods onto the road. And so Sean, who's gravely injured, drives over next to Scott, and he stops the Jeep long enough for Scott to climb inside, and they shut the door and they speed their way towards the nearest help, which happened to be that house where those two women lived. And so it was Scott, who looked like he was drenched in blood, who knocked on the woman's door. Sean was down in the Jeep out on the road, but he was just too weak to get out and come up to the door as well. But when the ambulance and police arrived, they would find not only Scott up on the porch, but also Sean in the Jeep, and both men would be taken to the hospital via helicopter. And then as for the man who was driving the truck down the road away from Dismal Creek, who then crashed right in front of the police, well, the driver of that truck was Ricky Williams. However, that was not his real name. There was no Ricky Williams. That was the name he just used. His real name, which was on the birth certificate that police found in that other campsite inside of the tent, was Randall Lee Smith. The same infamous Randall Lee Smith who had murdered those two hikers not far from Dismal Creek. That double homicide had happened in 1981, and Randall was caught and convicted, but he was paroled 15 years later in 1996 for good behavior. And for 10 years after that, Randall lived with his mother, and he wore this electronic bracelet, and he followed the rules. But by 2008, his electronic bracelet had came off, and even though Randall had attempted to continue living with his mother, it just wasn't tenable. He didn't have enough money, and so ultimately he packed up his things, grabbed his dog, and moved out onto the Appalachian Trail. And on May 6th, 2008, when Sean and Scott arrived in Dismal Creek to go fishing, Randall was waiting. Nobody has any idea why Randall murdered those two hikers back in 1981, or why he targeted Sean and Scott in 2008. All we know is that Randall Lee Smith was very mentally unwell, and very likely viewed the Appalachian Trail as like his sacred place. This is his home. This is the place he loves more than anything. And so maybe, he felt like Sean and Scott had somehow disrespected the Appalachian Trail, and that was enough to attack them. Now, we know Sean and Scott did not do anything intentionally disrespectful to Randall, because, amazingly, Sean and Scott survived this attack. And they would say that when they saw Randall, they just felt bad for him. They thought he was like this alcoholic drifter who didn't have a home of his own, and so he was just living out in the woods on the Appalachian Trail. And so they didn't judge him. Instead, they really did just want to give him some food and spend some time with him and make him feel human again. That was it. And because Randall appeared to be this kind of small, older man, Sean and Scott, who were, very big and imposing, they didn't feel threatened by this guy. As for that bizarre other campsite that police found up around Dismal Creek, the one that contained all those knives and the birth certificate, well, obviously, that was Randall's campsite. And that weird cassette tape that they listened to that sounded like a satanic ritual, that was Randall going through his meditations and chants that he would do when he was out in the middle of nowhere. It was like his way of respecting Mother Nature and the Appalachian Trail. And then all those items that were found inside of his tent, the different clothes and the eyeglasses and the women's underwear, it's believed those could be Randall's other victims. However, when police pulled DNA samples from all of those items that were found inside of his tent, like the clothes and the underwear and the eyeglasses, Well, those DNA samples did not match any of the missing people or murder victims in the police's database, and so that wasn't useful. And then also, police went to all those places on that map that were circled, and with the exception of obviously Dismal Creek, they didn't find anything else at the other locations that suggested any violent event had happened there. So only Randall knows the truth, which means we will never know the truth, because just 4 days after Randall was pulled out of that truck that he crashed, he died in police custody from a blood clot that formed as a result of the crash. And in those 4 days that Randall was in custody, he never gave up that there were any other victims. Today, Sean still has a bullet in his head and in his chest, and Scott still has big scarring on his neck and on his back. But both men have made a full recovery, relatively speaking, and they still go back to Dismal Creek all the time to go camping and fishing. As promised, here is a clip from last week's episode of our amazing podcast, Run Fool, hosted by the incredible, iconic storyteller, Rodney Barnes. Enjoy.
The first guy that stood up was about 6 feet tall. With thinning hair, he wore swept back from his forehead. He was dressed elegantly in a sweater and button-down, unusual enough in a sea of fleece jackets, and his eyes were hollowed in his skull. You write a lot about monsters that the rest of us don't actually believe in, the guy said. Reptiles, werewolves, murder goats, whatever. A chuckle rolled through the theater. I'm wondering if you'd ever consider addressing the other kind of monster. The real kind, he went on. The kind of monster that looks more like a man. I stared back, unnerved. I'd met far more of the human type of monster than I ever had the type with fur. But that's not what was giving me pause. Instead, it was the certainty that this guy had a story to tell. I was right about that, because his story, it would be one of the most frightening tales I'd ever heard.
So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we literally have hundreds of stories that sound an awful lot like this one, but many of them are only on the podcast. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and you can listen to it on Amazon Music or wherever else you get your podcasts. Thank you so much. Until next time, see ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here.
But in terms of like the actual training, sleep deprivation is horrible. You lose your mind. Like really, you actually become an insane person. In this like iconic, like idyllic place, there's like the most treacherous military training like ever taking place. And so it's an intense place to be. What's intense about it?
We can take this like that thing. I have crayons. If you want crayons. You want crayons?
No, I'm fine.
Alright.
Thank you, though.
I couldn't find the rest of my joke. Because we're kind of like skill them.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Whether you love true crime or comedy, celebrity interviews or news, you call the shots on what's in your podcast queue. And guess what? Now you can call them on your auto insurance too, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive. It works just the way it sounds. You tell Progressive how much you want to pay for your car insurance, and they'll show you coverage options that fit your budget. Get your quote today at Progressive.com to join the over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out?
Probably gathered by now, my grandma's told me a lot of stories over the years about all sorts of creatures from all over the country, but only one of them took place in the small town where I grew up. In fact, I sort of even overlap with the story when I was much younger and still lived in that small town in Prince George's County, Maryland, where our story takes place. In telling it to you, it's sort of a homecoming for me. I've been ruminating on it for the last 40-some-odd years, because this one really scared me. And the things that scare you as a kid, well, they kind of stick with you, even when you escape out to Hollywood. At the heart of this tale is a creature who, over the years, has been known by many different names, but most famously by two simple syllables: Goatman. Here's how I first heard it. As a younger woman, Grandma used to buy milk and cheese from a gentleman down the way called Mr. Wilson. He was a goat farmer and apparently one of the kindest, gentlest men she'd ever met. Mr. Wilson had a smile for everyone who visited his farm and kept the happiest, best-fed animals she'd ever seen. He also happened to be the only black man in town. Grandma said Mr. Wilson mostly kept to himself. He had no wife or children and spent most of his time at the farm, save for Sunday afternoons when he'd walk down the winding country roads into town with milk, cheese, and whatever else he had to sell that week. People would come out to buy produce as he walked by, but otherwise they mostly left him alone. But gradually that changed. Mr. Wilson started showing up on Sundays with less and less produce to sell, looking tired and without a trace of the big smile he usually wore. It was only after what came next that Grandma figured out what was really going on. See, some of the folks in town had begun to turn on Wilson. They thought he was stuck up and resented the idea of a black man making money off of them. That resentment led to bitterness, which led to hate, which led to a massacre. Not of people, at least not yet. It began with Mr. Wilson's goats. Week after week, one by one, the paddocks of Wilson's farm turned from lush green to red, as his precious animals, the only thing he had in his life, were slaughtered in the night. And then, when there were no more goats left to slaughter, they came from Mr. Wilson himself. A mob of boys from the local high school and their fathers dragged Mr. Wilson out of his bed one night, threw him in the back of a pickup, and drove him to the Kootenai County Bridge. They stripped him down and hanged him off the side and left him there to die. Horrifying stuff, and yet there's still more to it. More than my grandma had told me, that I only found out later when I was in high school because this is when I happened to kind of intersect with everything. Two of my classmates happened to brush up against this story firsthand, and from that incident, I discovered the part my grandma had left out of her telling. The part about how, although that night decades earlier was the end of the goat farmer's life, it was also the beginning of something else. Something that was still with us. Something inexplicably horrific and very, very deadly. You're listening to Run Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 9, Goat Man. Kootenai County Bridge is a relatively short bridge, about 100 feet of concrete and steel linking the east side of my hometown, where most of the houses are, to the schools and stores on the west. It's changed a lot over the years, from the rickety wooden thing in Mr. Wilson's time, through to the most recent upgrade when the town installed huge sodium lamps overhead to keep the bridge bathed in bright light around the clock. That was a smart move, one that had been implemented earlier, could have saved at least 3 lives that I know of. But then, we wouldn't have our story now, would we? Anyway, don't go trying to guess my age or nothing, but this was about 40 years ago, in the muggy heat of high summer, and it started with some poor deceased canine lying rotting in the middle of the bridge. Now, a dead dog on the road is nothing new, but this was no ordinary hit and run. It was notable for 2 reasons. 1, this dog had been mauled. Maimed. It was in fact missing its head. And 2, the head had been seemingly removed in a single snap, the gaping wound at the end of the neck almost guillotine-like in its clean precision. The motorist who stumbled upon this wretched sight was Mr. Whitman, while driving his twin sons, Skip and Jack, home from football practice one evening. As Whitman turned onto Old Kootenai County, the mauled corpse in the middle lit up suddenly in his high beams. Even from inside a car, it was clear that this was something extra messed up. Whitman got out to inspect it. Skip and Jack did too. I grew up with those twins, and it's fair to say they were a little strange. But they were also tall and athletic. And in that town, at that time, that was enough to make you cool and popular, regardless of any inclination to stare at roadkill for fun. I'll admit, I even admired them. They were free spirits, they were funny, and they knew exactly how great they were, which was about the only thing I didn't like about them. But back to the dead dog, back to the bridge, where Skip, Jack, and their daddy were staring at the carcass in silence, until Jack asked the only logical question. What the hell did this? The twins turned to their dad expecting a straightforward answer. Even an, I don't know, would have sufficed. But unlike his boys, Mr. Whitman hadn't gotten out of his car for fun. This was about more than a gander at a dog's innards. He was studying it nervously, and there was an unmistakable tremor in his voice when he replied. Well, not so much replied as muttered to himself. He's back. Skip and Jack waited for their dad to continue, but he just wandered back to the idling truck and sat there till the twins got in. Of course, they peppered him with more questions about what he'd meant. I mean, who wouldn't? A comment practically screams for a follow-up. But Mr. Whitman wouldn't talk no matter how much they pressed, save for ordering the twins to take the long route to and from school from now on, by which he meant no more Kootenai County Bridge. Skip and Jack eventually let it lie, and again, carefree spirits that they were, they soon dropped any sense of horror and turned their attention toward more practical matters, namely, how they could put that gnarly dog carcass to good use. Look, it was a different time. We didn't have all your fancy... forget it. Anyway, that same week, Skip and Jack were confronting something that they found much more horrific than a decapitated dog. A threat to their status as proverbial kings of the school, and that threat went by the name of Petey Howell. Petey had just moved to the area, and everyone loved him. Kids, teachers, the coach. The Whitmans brushed it off the first couple of weeks. Easy enough since they were starting lineup and Petey was just a sub after all. Till one day, they strode out into the parking lot, heading for the spot where most of our class gathered after the final bell, where the twins usually held court. And standing there, leaning against a nifty old clunker of a BMW, was Petey, making everyone around him shit their pants with laughter. No one even looked up as the Whitmans approached, Petey included, and that was too much for Skip and Jack. They were pissed that this guy dared stand in this parking lot and entertain their classmates was one thing, but that he wouldn't even acknowledge them. Skip's anger in that moment, plus the dead dog, combined into a sort of light bulb moment. And when he told his brother about it on the ride home, Jack confirmed it was genius. So the next day at school, Skip and Jack switched tactics. They started buttering up Petey, palling around and all that, complimenting his car, always the way to a teenage boy's heart. Then told Petey they wanted to hang out that night and that they'd pick him up around 9. Look, Petey had moved towns a few times, so he knew that when you're the new guy and people like the Whitmans want you to hang, you say yes, even if you don't want to. The other kids seemed to like him, but the Whitman twins were the key to true acceptance. So he said yes, and later that night, Skip and Jack picked him up in their daddy's truck, borrowed without permission, of course. But the thing their dad would have especially been mad about wasn't the truck. It was the fact that after the boys collected their classmate, they made straight for the Kootenai County Bridge against his direct orders. Petey already wasn't feeling great about the situation, and that feeling obviously got worse when the boys turned their headlights off upon approach to the bridge. Skip could see Petey stiffening up and tried to put him at ease by explaining that this was a pre-game tradition, that this bridge was like a wishing fountain. You close your eyes and think about winning as you walk across to the other side. Skip said he swore by it, and considering the boys were undefeated this season, he seemingly had a compelling argument. You want to try? Skip asked. Petey did not want to try, because frankly, he smelled a rat. But Petey also wanted Skip and Jack to like him, or at least to not hate him, which is how he came to be on the bridge, walking blindfolded towards the darkness on the other side, dutifully wishing for a win in that weekend's game, but also wishing he'd pass whatever test he was being put through, and that after this, they'd all be buddies. Skip Whitman was calling out directions, supposedly keeping Petey in a straight line, a little to the left, a little more. Step by step, Petey was angling his body per Skip's instructions, until suddenly he was hit with a smell like rancid raw meat. He took another step, and then he heard the flies, dozens of them buzzing away in front of him. Well, that was it for Petey. And just as he was clearing his throat to tell them that, just as his hand started up to release the blindfold, he felt two hands push against his back, hard, and Petey fell. He readied himself for a collision with the hard concrete of the bridge, but instead, his hands plunged into something cold, rotten, and slimy. It was, of course, the massacred dog guts. His blindfold had fallen off in the tumble, and he saw it inches from his face and all over him. And he knew instantly why the twins had shut off their lights, so that he wouldn't see this grotesque corpse he'd fallen inside of and get wise to their prank. Bile shot up in his throat, and he frantically crawled away from the thing to puke his guts out. He could hear footsteps run back to the truck, laughter, and the devastating screech of the tires as the Whitmans peeled out and vanished down the road. Petey sat there feeling, well, hurt. He should have known better. But right then, he needed a shower, more than he needed anything in his entire life. So he blinked away the tears and told himself to get moving. He started heading back across the bridge when he heard a sound, like something else walking too. Behind him, maybe. He turned around to check, but there was no one there. He kept walking, and there it was again. In fact, with every step he took, he heard another step almost immediately after, almost copying it, or more like a clomp than a step. And then he realized it wasn't coming from behind. It was coming from under the bridge, reverberating off the rocks below. And it was as though his movements were being mirrored by something walking upside down on the underside of the bridge. Petey stopped again, peering into the long shadows. Only this time, when he started up again, he tiptoed over to the railing. And this time, there was no clomping. Once at the railing, he leaned over the edge trying to get a glimpse of whatever was down there. But all he saw were the rocks below. Probably just his own echo, he thought. He started breathing a sigh of relief, but his lungs weren't even empty when a quick burst of clumps rang out, much faster and louder than before. And the last thing Petey saw was the glint of horns emerging from the darkness beneath the bridge and plunging straight into his throat.
If you love that chicken from Popeyes, you'll also love that flounder fish sandwich and shrimp tackle box from Popeyes.
College's online associate degree program can program and profession. Please visit their website at.
We're in a world of trouble. Petey was probably lost, put in his place, but it wasn't at first period. Skip and Jack laughed the whole ride home. Their joy, however, was short-lived. They'd assumed Petey would turn up at school, pissed as hell, but put in his place. But he wasn't in first period, or second. And when an announcement came over the PA asking for any information about Petey's whereabouts the previous night, they knew they were in a world of trouble. Petey was probably lost in the damn woods near the bridge, too green to know his way home. And when he finally got home, he was surely going to bring down the hammer of justice on the Whitmans. There was still no sign of Petey at practice after school, so that night the twins took their dad's truck again, without permission, again, and made their way back to the scene of the, not crime exactly, prank. Yeah, that's all this was. When you put it that way, it seemed plausible that they could maybe do some damage control if they found Petey. You know, pilfer some beers from their dad's fridge and pass it all off as a hazing ritual. They knew, of course, that he still wouldn't be at the bridge after so long, but it was the obvious place to start their search. It was also where their search that night would end, because pulling up next to the dead dog, Jack noticed something off to the side by the railing. Their headlights were reflecting in it. It was a dark puddle, a deep, red puddle, and leading away from it, toward the opposite railing and then disappearing, were a set of crimson footprints. No, not footprints, hoofprints. The Whitman twins shared a look, neither of them wanting to voice the unbidden thought that had just popped into their heads. Those two syllables that their father had uttered while standing over that torn-apart pup. He's back. And considering the dog, a missing classmate, blood on the road, and those hoofprints, they needed some answers, and they sure weren't going to get those from their dad. So the next morning, they skipped school and headed to the local library. When you wanted to know something about this town, you asked Mr. Evers, the town's librarian. His dedication to this fine slice of Maryland bordered on obsession, but those kinder than me would call it passion. Thing was, he was a hard hang, a grumpy, surly kind of guy who didn't want to be bothered during his shift at the library. So it wasn't surprising that when Skip and Jack wandered in asking about the Kootenai County Bridge, Mr. Evers' first reaction was telling them to get lost. What was surprising, though, was his second reaction. He looked up from his book, stared at the boys, and uttered, "You don't want to go sniffing out the goat man." "The goat man?" Jack asked. "Sure," said Mr. Evers. "You don't know about that? Old goat farmer. Killed on that bridge decades ago." Skip couldn't believe it. He was even chuckling. This thing that their dad and the librarian were seemingly scared of was a goat farmer. This caused Mr. Evers to snap. He was a goat farmer, Evers said, slamming his book shut. Now he's something else. And if you don't drop it, your last moments on this earth are liable to be amongst the worst, most depraved, most violent you could ever imagine. That's how the goat man will be sure you meet your maker. When you get a warning like that, there's not a whole lot you can do with it other than let it sink in. As the twins did. They stood there in stunned silence for all of a minute, but unfortunately for Mr. Evers, his warning didn't make them scurry out of the library and back to school. No, it only raised more questions from the boys. And after some more prodding and pleading, and using their famous Whitman charm to the height of its powers, the librarian cracked. In short, Evers told them a version of the story like my grandma had told me. How Mr. Wilson, the local farmer, was taken in the night many, many years ago and hanged off the Kootenai County Bridge by some kids and their angry daddies.
Get up in bed
But Evers
now.
added one missing detail about the moments after they hanged the old goat farmer, which I'd never heard before. Evers told the twins that when those boys turned around to see Mr. Wilson's body hanging there, all they saw was an empty slack of rope. Which was strange, unsettling, enough to make at least some of that mob wish they hadn't let their vicious, bigoted dispositions get the best of them. Some of them even swore they'd heard the loud bleating of a goat as they hightailed it out of there, but dismissed it from their minds. In the days that followed, though, the town realized something was very wrong. Livestock started going missing, only to turn up butchered beyond recognition. Same thing started happening to the town's pets, dogs especially. Missing, then found maimed. Pretty soon, the townsfolk were theorizing that when Mr. Wilson vanished from the rope that night, he'd somehow become some monstrous combination of his own furious soul and the goats he dedicated his life to. That he'd become, well, you can guess. And before too long, people started going missing. Some of whom were the bastards who had attacked Mr. Wilson that night, but some weren't. Only thing they all had in common, they were last seen at night near the Kootenai County Bridge, Mr. Wilson's unmarked grave, where the boys had left Petey all alone. The twins biked away from the library in silence, mulling over Mr. Evers' tale. It scared them. If the goat man was real, they had the answer to Petey's fate. So instead of heading to school like they certainly should have done, Skip and Jack took a different route, to the bridge. It was still light. Maybe they could figure out what happened. And to that end, the trip was a success. As they pulled onto the bridge, they heard something, a dripping sound. It was coming from under their feet, under the bridge. Skip and Jack dismounted and went to peer over the side, but it would have been better for everyone if they hadn't, because there, suspended by a frayed rope wrapped around his chest, was a body, or what remained of one. The head you see was gone, and loose ribbons of shredded skin peeled off it in other places, sending droplets of semi-clotted blood down to the water below with a steady drip, drip, drip. Even in this state, the Whitmans knew they'd found it, what was left of Petey Howell. Skip and Jack didn't have to discuss what to do next. Instinctively, they booked it, pedaling furiously away from the bridge and not stopping for a damn second till they were home. They threw their bikes in the yard, sprinted across their threshold, and slammed the door behind them. Winded, they sat on their beds until the fire in their lungs died down, the horror of what they'd just seen washing over them, as well as what it meant. that the goddamn goat man was real. Now, there were a few things that Skip and Jack should have done here. Mainly tell the police they'd found Petey, or at least tell their dad, or even just stay home and try to forget about it. But see, once the shock wore off, they found themselves absolutely debilitated by guilt. Skip especially. He knew it was his prank that had wrought this. They left Petey there to die, just because he didn't look up at them one time. So yeah, they were terrified, but also ashamed. There was nothing the Whitman twins hated more than feeling bad about themselves. Frankly, it pissed them off. Skip jumped up as a wave of determination hit him. They couldn't just sit here letting the goat man rip apart whoever he wanted, he declared. The only way he could atone for their prank on Petey was to... Skip couldn't even finish. He was getting too riled up, too self-righteous. Jack nodded along vigorously. His brother was right. And even if he wasn't, Jack knew he'd go with Skip to the ends of the earth if that's what he asked for. So Jack stood, looked Skip dead in the eye, and finished his brother's thought. Let's kill the goat man. Skip and Jack waited until nightfall until their dad was asleep, and then grabbed 2 of his shotguns off the wall and the keys to his truck. Again. They also grabbed their dog, named Killer, and set off. They turned their lights off as they approached the bridge, so as not to forego the element of surprise, letting the silvery, moonlit trees along the road guide them down. And look, not to jump too far ahead or anything, but if there is a next life, then that's a decision the pair will be sitting around roaring for close to eternity. See, there's another small detail Mr. Evers, and my grandma for that matter, had left out of the story. A small but crucial detail, which is, when those townfolk came for Mr. Wilson in the night all those years ago, they came with their lights off in order to sneak up on him. And as a result, that's what really sets the goat man off. That's the thing that drives him to murder the innocent. Not revenge, but blind rage from people moving over his grave in the dark, reminding him of that night. Which means for all the terror and fury, the goat man is actually surprisingly easy to avoid. It's how the town, their dad included, had managed to exist calmly enough for years with a known monster lurking nearby. Because just that small precaution, a light, kept him at bay. But without it, well, it's why Petey had ended up ripped to shreds earlier. And it's what set the stage for what was about to come that night with the twins. Anyway, the boys parked the truck at the edge of the bridge and sat there staring out the windshield. The whole place looked eerier, more forbidden than it had just a few days earlier, before they knew about the bridge's history. Funny how that happens. Finally, Skip said, "Go tie Killer's leash to the railing." Jack was staring at the distant blood-stained puddle. "Go tie Killer's leash to the railing." Jack was staring at the distant blood-stained puddles. The freshest one from Petey, and the one next to it from that headless dog. And then others, which he just now realized weren't oil stains like he'd always assumed. His grip on the gun slipped into his clammy palms and he felt his resolve dwindle. He looked to Skip for encouragement and got a small smile in return, but Jack could tell his brother was scared too. Jack climbed out and trip-trapped out to the middle of the bridge with Killer. The dog, the bait, whimpered as Jack tied it to the railing. "Don't worry," he said, trying to sound as reassuring as possible. "I'll be back real soon." The plan was simple: to run back and hide in the tree line, guns drawn, ready for the goat man to emerge to feast on another innocent pup. But first, Jack couldn't help peering over the side to check on Petey. And yep, he was still hanging there, still very much dead. Jack winced and silently promised his classmate that they'd get him out of there as soon as they took care of business.
I don't know. I think I might leave the skull
He heard the scream from under his feet, from beneath the bridge. It wasn't the scream of a man or an animal.
With his hand in the
It
skull,
was a beast.
color.
Skip and Jack froze. Skip by the car and Jack on the bridge, eyes wide and staring back at his brother, kind of hunched over. In fact, That's how Jack remained for the rest of his life, which wasn't a whole lot longer. Because he never saw what Skip saw, a dark figure that leapt up from beneath the bridge, high in the air, landing behind him. He never saw the silhouette of a massive creature, maybe 10, 15 feet tall, towering over him. He never saw, when it stepped into the moonlight, that this creature wasn't human. Or its body was, but the head was too large, too wide, with a snout and horns, a goat's head. He never saw what was, of course, the Goat Man. Because even though he had a weapon, Jack was simply unable to move, to breathe, to think. And before he had a chance to run or scream, before he even had a chance to turn around, the horns of Goat Man came down, plunging deep into Jack's flesh. Tearing, sucking, gnashing, ripping vital organs until the boy was flung like a rag doll over the side of the bridge. Skip, however, he saw all this. He could have run then. He could have hidden. He could have taken aim with a shotgun. Who the hell knows if any of that would have been successful or not? But he could have tried. Except it turns out that watching your twin brother get ripped apart by a half-man, half-goat behemoth is a debilitating sight. Knowing the reason he was ripped apart was paralyzing too, because this was all his fault. Again, his idea to come and catch the Goat Man like it was his idea to wreak havoc on Petey's life, just because he felt threatened. Isn't that how this creature was made in the first place? Just like those men who'd hung poor old Mr. Wilson, who thereby created the Goat Man. Skip was certain that he'd earned some kind of comeuppance. So he didn't run. He knew what was coming, what he deserved, and simply waited his turn. And as those loud clomping steps got closer, Skip looked up to the full moon above, the last thing he'd ever witnessed on this mortal coil, before the Goat Man was on him. Now, what happened to the Whitman twins in those woods? That's just legend. Sure, the town librarian apparently once muttered years later something about how he'd warned the twins to steer clear, etc., which I guess counts as some sort of evidence. But all I know for sure is that they, like Petey Howell, were never seen or heard from again. And truthfully, my hometown wasn't the same without them, swaggering around like they owned the place. Their daddy, of course, wasn't the same either. That's a whole nother sad story. I still think about them a lot, though. I think about the Goat Man, too. Not just the horror of it, though that's scary enough. A true monster. Head of a goat and the smarts of a man, with horns ready to rip you open from head to toe. But I don't stay up at night thinking about that, about the creature itself. I'm more bothered about how it got there. See, the story of Mr. Wilson is about a group of folks who didn't think he deserved success because of the color of his skin. Pure and simple. And thinking you're better than someone else and punishing them for it? Well, that's also an everybody problem. That kind of jealousy, it can come from your neighbors, your loved ones, hell, it can come from yourself. And though headlights and sodium lamps and what have you might keep away the Goat Man, it'll do nothing for the problem that made him. And that, my friends, is just as important to watch out for as the lethal monster that stalks the woods of Prince George's County.
Hello? Kielbasa rolls?
Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan and Lee Mengistu. Editing by Matt Hickey. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole
Ocasio. Special thanks to Mark McAdam and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week.
Hey, Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the Mr. Ballin podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. Today's episode is a fan favorite. It's called Love Makes You Do Crazy Things. The audio in the story has been remastered for today's episode. In 1996, an 18-year-old college freshman named Diane began acting strangely. She would suddenly break down and start crying hysterically, and then a second later, she'd get extremely mad. And then a second after that, she'd be fine again, as if nothing had happened. For a while, her classmates thought her erratic behavior must be tied to her just really missing her boyfriend, who went to another school. But when Diane's classmates finally approached her and asked her what was going on, she gave them an answer that at first sounded so unbelievable, they assumed it had to be a joke. But Diane wasn't joking, and she had the scars to prove it. Horrified, Diane's classmates left her bedroom and ran to tell school staff. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So if that's of interest to you, please ask to borrow.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive.
Thank you.
Most of you aren't just listening right now. You're driving, cleaning, and even exercising. But what if you could be saving money by switching to Progressive? Drivers who save by switching save nearly $750 on average, and auto customers qualify for an average of 7 discounts. Multitask right now. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $744 by new customers surveyed who save with Progressive between June 2022 and May 2023. Potential savings will vary. Discounts not available in all states and situations.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. And they may be able to help you too. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a free timeshare exit information kit that reveals how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. To get your free timeshare exit information kit, simply go to icanceltimeshare.com. That's the letter I, canceltimeshare.com. icanceltimeshare.com.
Please listen with care.
I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window and influenza.
I have kids of my own, so I'm kind of an authority on the subject of nursery rhymes. And here's my real honest take. They're creepy. Especially that one you just heard. Because it's not some hand-clapping, jump-roping tune. It's about death. Children were taught that rhyme in 1918, the year the Spanish influenza ripped through the world, killing millions and reminding humanity that sickness is as ruthless and mysterious a predator as the monsters and demons I tell you about each week. Yeah. Get the end of that rhyme now? Influenza? It was a song to encourage kids to close their windows, lest the disease float on in and take up its fatal residency in their lungs. Just over 100 years later, this song was also brought to me in Huntsville, Alabama, at the height of another pandemic, COVID-19. See, while all you were busy developing drinking problems or becoming bakers, I spent my stop-the-spread time on another obsession, physically investigating some of my grandma's most troubling tales. Like I've said, her words sit heavy in the back of my mind, festering nightmares that come for me when I close my eyes at night. And in COVID's early days, when I had far too much time on my hands, I wanted to get to the bottom of whatever part of my psyche refused to let these stories go. First step, seek out my grandma's stories, instead of letting them find me.
Huntsville was at the top of my list for a few reasons. One, that's where Grandma spent the 1918 pandemic as a little girl. Now here I was, living through a similar moment in history. Call me a sucker for symmetry. Back in 1918, Huntsville got hit hard, losing hundreds of residents, men, women, children. Lots of children. Which brings me to reason number 2. Grandma once told me those poor young souls were buried in a graveyard in town, and that plot of death was uncomfortably close to where a lot of life usually happened. A playground. And this playground. Actually, do I really need to explain? This episode is called Dead Children's Playground. You do the math. You're listening to Run Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 8, Dead Children's Playground. Now, Huntsville is about the most populated city in Alabama. But when I touched down after driving 14 hours straight from New York, it seemed deserted. Most cities I'd passed through were the same. Lots of folks keeping inside if they could, away from any neighbors who might infect them with just a breath. First thing I did on arrival was check out that playground. Now this place, according to Grandma, was downright sinister. Haunted by innocent young souls that passed their eternal time by rising up from their graves for a late-night romp on the jungle gym. But when I got to the location in question, what I found was a playground. You know, a slide, some swings. Sure, it was eerie. It was on the same property as a damn cemetery, Maple Hill. But the area itself was nestled within a limestone quarry. Like those stones were shielding the grounds from the death that lay beyond it. I sat on a bench as the sun set, surveying the place, all the while not sure what I was looking for. Was I hoping to confirm my nightmares were justified, or prove they weren't real? After about an hour, I decided I was too tired and hungry to come to any kind of personal revelation that night. I'd try again tomorrow. As I was leaving, I passed the only other living person I'd seen in this place since I'd arrived. A woman in scrubs and a white coat. She knelt by a gravestone. I didn't know it at the time, but her name was Helen, and she had just finished a 3-day shift in the local hospital. I'm not exaggerating when I say that shift was a nightmare. COVID patients were streaming through the ER doors in droves. More people than beds. More dying patients in a month-long period than Helen had seen in her entire career. And she was in pediatrics, so those patients were kids. All that's to say, when she was sent home to get some rest, she instead headed to the place that usually gave her clarity and peace, her sister's grave. See, her sister Laura was just 6 when she died from cancer. Helen was just a year older. And, well, if I was a therapist, I'd say every patient Helen tended to, that kiddo was a stand-in for Laura. Which may be why deaths on Helen's watch were usually rare. Except now. Hell, she'd lost patient after patient to COVID over the last month. The longest month of her life. It wasn't just tragic. To Helen, it was utterly destabilizing. It's why she was there. She was hoping this little moment of communion with her dearly departed sister would lead her to some sort of revelation. Something that might help her make sense of this new world. A world with so much death. So she closed her eyes, feeling the headstone's engraving under her fingertips as she... Helen dropped to the ground as a crow flew low over her head to take perch on Laura's headstone. Its penetrating black eyes stared at Helen with what seemed like unrelenting judgment. Seconds later, it took off into the night, destination unknown. Helen took a breath and told herself all the right things. It was just a bird, no reason to be jumpy. Although a look around told her she had stayed a little too late. Night had firmly settled in, and Laura's plot was in an area that the cemetery's sporadic lighting didn't quite reach. The shadows around her were deep and getting deeper. But before Helen could take her leave, a new sound drifted through the air, children's laughter. It was close, through the trees, where the playground was. It occurred to Helen that she was more tired than she thought. That place had been deserted since the onset of the pandemic. Lots of touch points. And kids don't always keep 6-foot distance.
You know the deal. She was probably hearing things. The laughter came again, along with faint singing, a schoolyard chant. Now you might think that's reason enough to get out of there. And remember my stance. Nursery rhymes are creepy as hell. But for Helen, this was a hopeful moment. Kids playing together was a welcome change from the wheezing and tears she was used to these days. That's why she moved towards the sound, following a winding path that took her past the edge of the cemetery and into a dark, wooded area. Up ahead, lights illuminated the small clearing that I'd visited earlier that evening. The limestone quarry and the playground it encircled. Except, unlike earlier, this spot was now teeming with kids. There were about a dozen of them, different ages, some on the swings, some laughing as they chased their comrades around. A few jumped rope, singing. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. Helen couldn't hear what they were singing about, and she didn't care. It just sounded nice. She took a seat on a bench at the end of the path, right where I'd plopped down. There were no parents around, which told her the kids must be locals. They were all in their pajamas, so maybe they snuck out to get some social interaction. Helen took in the scene for a while before noticing one kid in particular, a little girl, no older than 10. She stood at the edge of the revelry, half concealed by shadows. She wasn't partaking. Instead, she was staring directly ahead at Helen. She sort of reminded Helen of Laura. They had that same quiet, unassuming vibe that she remembered. Except the longer this kid stared, the more uneasy Helen became. The child wasn't really doing anything, but at the same time, Helen's body was starting to realize something her mind hadn't caught on to yet. This girl was wrong. There was a certainty that made her mouth dry and goosebumps explode all over her skin. That crow again. Helen tried to duck, but she was a little too slow. A sharp set of talons brushed against the top of her head as the bird swooped close, then flew off. Helen put a hand on her chest, trying to calm down. But even as her pulse settled, she knew something had changed. It wasn't until she turned back to the playground that she saw the most unnerving thing she'd encountered that day. All the children were gone. Helen blinked at the spot where the children once were. She hadn't heard them leave. There hadn't been enough time for them to leave. Unless she was exhausted. Maybe she drifted off or spaced out. I mean, hell, she was in the middle of a graveyard after a 72-hour shift. She wasn't exactly thinking clearly. The abandoned swings gently rotated back and forth, an echo of the action they'd just seen. The jump rope lay on the ground, forgotten. The lights were still on, but without the children there, the place was just an extension of the graveyard, desolate and cold. Helen shivered and stood. It was time to go. As she headed off into the inky black ether of the grounds, she hoped her communion with Laura had done enough to settle her mind and allow her to get some sleep that night. She was shit out of luck. The moment her head hit her pillow, images of her patient's last breaths of air, her sister's dying face, and even that lurking girl from the playground swirled around in her head. She tossed and turned, assaulted by these thoughts, until a familiar scream made her shoot up in bed. No way. But it was true. That crow sat on her bureau, beside her window. She could have sworn she shut the thing, but it was wide open, the screen nowhere to be seen. Her curtains blew around the bird, like a silent horn announcing its arrival. Once again it stared at her intently, too intently for Helen to handle, and within seconds she was out of the bed, using a pillow to usher this freaky bird out of the window. Its wings flapped loudly as it took off, and Helen slammed the pane shut behind it. Then she heard something that made her heart stop. A very soft, very human sigh. There was someone in her bedroom.
If you love that chicken from Popeyes, you'll also love that flounder fish sandwich and shrimp tackle box from Popeyes. Made with dusted in a southern crispy coating, Popeyes, and try the flounder fish sandwich.
Heart which had somehow moved into her throat. and her stomach that twisted so hard she was sure she was going to puke. There was no explicable reason this child should be in her room, and she was too spooked to come up with an explanation that made sense. Her fear meter ticked up a notch when the kid ducked behind the bed and out of sight. She could hear a flurry of movement, a scuttle if you will, as the girl quickly crawled along the floor, but Helen couldn't see where she was. Let me tell you, not being able to see a weird little child who inexplicably appears in your bedroom is way, way worse than being able to see it. Helen backed away from the bed until her back was touching the bureau by her window, a strategic position where this kid couldn't sneak up on her, where she could see what was happening. After a moment, the crawling stopped and the room went quiet. The only sounds were the faint hum of Helen's fridge in the other room, then a rush of water through her pipes as someone flushed a toilet in the apartment above her. And then, an icy cold hand touched her shoulder. Helen screamed and whipped around, expecting to see that little girl perched atop the bureau she was backed up against. But she wasn't there. Neither was the bureau, because somehow, Helen was now standing in the middle of that playground. There was a certain amount of shock that prevented Helen from doing much at this moment, and she was caught up in all the feelings you'd expect: confusion, denial, certainty that she was still sleeping. Except a breeze kicked up then, blowing the hair on the back of her neck. It tickled, which told her no. Sorry, Helen. This was not a dream. Then a very cold, very clammy hand grabbed hers. That girl. She smiled up at Helen, and just beyond that stretched, eerie grin were the others. The kids from before, who had been playing so joyfully, played no longer. Now they stood around the playground, all very still, all doing the worst damn thing you could imagine, staring right at Helen, unblinking, unmoving. And Helen, well, she had that awful feeling, the kind where your brain tells you to get out of there, but your body can't react. So she looked right back at them, some kind of bizarre after-hour stare down, until the girl holding Helen's hand laughed and ran to the others. It was like a switch got flicked on. The kids all just started playing. The swings groaned from little legs pumping themselves higher and higher. Footsteps pattered around as a game of tag got underway, and the thwack, thwack of the jump rope filled the air, along with that nursery rhyme. I had a bird, its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. The song really bothered Helen this time. Maybe it was because the name, Enza, it made her think of that crow, but it also scratched a memory at the back of her head. The sound of violent coughing ripped through the night. The girl from Helen's room was on her knees, shaking as loud wheezing racked her body. This kid was sick. Here's the thing. Helen was scared, but she was also a medical professional who had dedicated her life to saving children. And watching this girl in pain, she might as well have been watching her sister fade away all those years ago. So what she did next wasn't a choice, but a deeply ingrained instinct. She rushed over to the girl's side. But the child was gone by the time Helen got there. I don't mean dead. I mean gone. Vanished. Nothing there but the dirt she'd fallen on. Helen's brain didn't have time to catch up to this sight before she'd heard that song again behind her. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. There, skipping with zeal and singing at the top of her lungs, was the girl, the one that had just collapsed in a coughing fit. And whereas she looked ill and shaky before, she was now rosy and plump, full of energy and life, like she'd started over. Then a chorus of coughing filled the air. Around the grounds, other kids were collapsing, a wave of illness taking them out like fallen soldiers, one by one. The sounds that filled the night were awful, too awful to describe here. It took Helen back to the pediatric ward she worked in, to the COVID patients who gasped for breath as the virus raged through their helpless bodies. But the thing with these kids was, once they fell to the ground, it was only a matter of seconds before they appeared on their feet again, back to their games, like some kind of fiendish loop they kept playing over and over, along with that godforsaken rhyme. I had a bird. Its name was Enza.
I opened the window, and in flew Enza. In flew Enza. In flew Enza. Influenza. I broke this down for you already, but for Helen, this was the moment it all clicked into place. She slowly turned to look out at the cemetery, where she could see the outlines of the gravestones in the darkness. She knew that a lot of those who died in the Spanish influenza epidemic had been buried in this place. Many of them were children. And before the other part of her brain could tell her this was impossible, a small voice spoke at her side. That's where we sleep during the day. It was the girl. She pointed at the graveyard. That's what it finally took for Helen to accept the totally unbelievable reality she found herself in. These children were dead. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. Helen moved to run, but the girl grabbed her hand tightly and whispered, "Don't leave. I went and got you. We never find anyone who cares." She hesitated before adding, "I don't think they'll let you go anyway." Helen wrenched her hand away and took a step back, then another. Her head was on a swivel as she watched the kids stop playing, watched them take notice of her impending flight, and then she turned and ran. She raced down the cemetery path, past looming gravestones. It was dark, far too dark, as if the night had swallowed up whatever sparse lamplights usually lit this parcel. Which is why poor Helen didn't see the stone that jutted out of the path, which is why she was wholly unprepared as she went flying through the air. She skidded on a patch of grass, ripping up dirt and debris before coming to a stop by a headstone. Her hands gripped the earth as she hauled herself to her feet, sucking in deep breaths of air to regain the wind that was knocked out of her. She'd landed in front of a headstone that read, Penny Lawrence, 1910 to 1918. The one beside it, Ben Horace, 1905 to 1918. The one beside that, you get the idea. These were graves of the fallen children from the flu epidemic 100 years ago. The night seemed to go quiet around her. Despite the fear she felt, despite the desire to flee, something about these stones held her in place. Maybe it was the tragedy of it all, and knowing that below her feet were the bodies of so many innocent souls. A hand suddenly shot out of the earth underneath her, wrapping her ankle in an icy vice. Helen screamed, trying to pull herself free, and she did. But the moment she staggered forward, another hand reached out of the dirt right in front of her. Helen yelped and lunged towards the path, frantically trying to get away from the dead. The crow's scream cut through the night. Helen didn't even see Enza appear. All she felt were its wings flapping against her face, its talons cutting at her cheeks. It was driving her back towards the graves, back towards the dead children's clutches. When Enza finally released her, she once again stood in front of the tombs, but this time she couldn't see a single engraving, because countless ghostly hands had reached around the sides of the headstones. Little faces followed, and the children from the playground peered out at her from all directions, their eyes pleading. Then their voices filled the air, a chorus of wails. "Don't leave, help us, save us." The voices got so loud, so deafening, that Helen sank to the ground. Her hands covered her ears and she screamed, I can't save everyone." Now you might be expecting this to be the magic bullet, the big revelation that Helen had been searching for when she knelt before her sister's grave, and that this epiphany would also somehow send those children back into the ground from whence they came. If you were expecting that, you'd be half right. See, this exclamation unclenched a feeling buried deep within Helen's heart: guilt. Because of course, this insidious virus wasn't her fault, nor was the toll it took on humanity. She could only do her best, save who she could. The rest was up to God, if you believe in that kind of thing. This epiphany didn't have any sort of impact on those kids, though. They surged forward then, in a wave of tears and pleas. Their arms wrapped around Helen, embracing her in a lethal, frigid hug that she could not free herself from. It got harder to move, harder to breathe.
The night around her spun and everything blurred together as her gasp for air became wheezes, became nothing. And then everything went black. The first thing Helen was aware of when she came to was how cold she was. That's because she was outside lying in the grass, in nothing but her sleep t-shirt and shorts. Her chest throbbed and her ribs ached as she sat up. She was still in the cemetery, in a very familiar part of the cemetery, on her sister Laura's plot. Helen's eyes swam as she gently touched the engraving on the headstone. Then she kissed it and stood on shaky, unsteady legs. She had gone to the literal depths of hell, but she had gotten the clarity she came for. I was strolling through the cemetery entrance as Helen shuffled her way out. Even without her doctor's garb, I recognized her as the woman I'd seen the night before, only this time. I could tell by her somber face and trembling limbs that between then and now, she'd seen some things she might care to forget. It only took me offering my coat and asking if she needed assistance for her story to spill out of her. Yeah, I got an earful about the plight of the children who lurked in this cemetery, as well as the plight of the living during these trying times. I listened intently, soaking in every damn word she said till she was through talking, and then long after. Once she went away, I headed to the playground and took up my post on that bench to think some more. On one hand, Helen's tale meant the spirits of the dead my grandma told me about were just steps away. Maybe they were watching me right now. On the other, knowing this still didn't make me feel whole. Maybe it wasn't the proof I came for. Maybe I was just searching for something I wouldn't find. See, some things can't be reasoned with. Like the pandemics, the affliction that hit humanity in 1918 and then tore through our lives again in 2020. None of that made sense. Does it have to? Sometimes bad shit happens. Just like sometimes you get thoughts running through your head you'd rather not be in there. And that realization, well, that got me a little closer to feeling like I got what I came for. So I peeled myself off that bench and went on my way. But a sound stopped me, one that echoed through the playground, children's laughter, and a very faint song. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. Maybe I wanted some proof after all, because that night, even though I'd walked upon the hallowed grounds of the dead and confirmed some of the horrors that lurk among us, I slept like a baby.
Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan and Lee Mengistu. Editing by Matt Scher. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman, with engineering support by Zach Crapone. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn, and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Lindsay Kilbride and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week.
Hardcore. Kill confirmed. Eliminate all hostiles in here. Grab the tag. We lost the lead.
Enemies here.
Thank you for the follow. I hijacked the shoot. Oh. Kendo. No, haha. What? Alright, change that to mommy. What? Mama. My bad, I didn't think about it.
We're headed to the Warzone. Get geared up and stand by. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemies dropping into the AO. All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. There you are. We got the green light. You're going to the war zone. Grab your gear and shoot. You're up in 3. You are cleared hot.
Are you
on
on
all
my
threats.
Discord or the
Watch
regiment
your
Discord?
ass down there.
I'll see you on the other side. Resurgence. Survive and your team
Which
can
Discord?
redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad, soldier.
Bunch of shit in like a month of the server. Only got like 10 people in it, but
deployed a counter UAV. Hostile mosquitoid online.
Planting mine!
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
I got one dead, and another one on me.
Time for vengeance. You're redeploying.
Oh fuck, I might be dead. Oh no. Luckily he can't shoot.
Hostiles deployed a mosquito.
Enemy soldier incoming.
This dude's one shot and then another one right here.
Maintain your position for squad elimination. Keep pushing.
Hostile Guardian has been deployed.
Now you know. Keep your head up. Return to base.
So that's how the night's gonna be? Yeah. They called two back to back.
Hostile Guardian is active.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly. stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. There we are. Head shed gave the green light. We're deploying you to the front lines. Gear up and grab your chutes. Rules of engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
Let's get this done. Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
I guess he wants to go camp there. No, bro, John Moxley and Castioli are coming out like fucking hawking animal.
Hostile Guardian has been deployed. Hostile Guardian is active. Hostile Mosquito is online.
I got a dude on my cheeks. Right outside.
Setting mine!
Hostiles deploy the Mosquito.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Hostile Guardian has been deployed.
Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Go get hunting.
Called in our photo. Right outside.
Gas is inbound.
Hostile motor strike near your position.
Ooh,
Hostile Mosquito is
that
online.
was a slipper.
Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Right here. How did you not kill him? Oh no! Oh, buddy of mine, who you playing with?
Hostiles deploy the Mosquito.
Want to play some resurgence?
Stand by for redeployment.
Hostile Mosquito is online.
Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. Remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Detecting an encrypted transmission. Prep for orders. Select the highest stockpile of cash to unlock the broadcast signal.
What the heck is life space? I just send all my shit to restream. Restream, so I can stream on Kick and YouTube.
We're one of the
Oh,
top
there's someone in
squads.
chat.
Keep it up.
Oh, he's not in Discord. He's in chat. I might have to send. I gotta send y'all. I've already sent Animal a link in the Discord.
Hostiles deploy the mosquito. Friendly precision airstrike inbound.
This boy's rotating around, and he's right here.
Our counter UAV is active.
All squad members are in the safe zone.
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I got a guy on me. That dude might be cheating. This dude might be cheating. He knew I was in that corner. This dude's 100% cheating. There's no shot he knew I was in that corner.
There are 24 enemies active. Kill them all.
Throwing grenade!
Play the game, boy.
You're getting another chance. Make it count. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six. Well done. Running out of time, soldier. Track down that nest.
Friendly airstrike in the AO.
Friendly Guardian is active. You're losing ground. Move it. Advise you head to the safe zone. You got a lot of ground to cover.
Just pushing.
Only 10 left. Searches have been deactivated. This is the end game. Heads up, target area is now compromised. Mission aboard. Our Guardian's lost ground.
Crazy how he just knew to look that way.
Warzone, stay alert. Less than 10, we're still standing.
Hold on. Are you in Butterground's Discord? Alright, we can all go to Mr. Butterground's Discord. Alright. Hey, bro. We're going to a Mr. Butterground's. We all have Mr. Butterground's Discord. Hey, we all have Mr. Butterground's Discord, so we're all gonna go to his Discord. That way we don't have to be sending invites to different Discords. We can all just go to Butterground's Discord. Over. Join the Mr. Butterbrown, one of his Discords. He has Butter's Discord. He doesn't have our Discord. Or your Discord. Just join one of Mr. Butterbrown's Discord. We all have that together. Join the gaming part of the server. Stingy. Okay. It's 3 people. I don't think join. Okay, good. I have average 6 or 7. Feeling good. That was not good. 5. She's licking. She's never the best. Come on. I have glasses.
Gear up fast, we're about to get evil. Enemy soldier incoming. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move.
Gotcha.
Gang's all here.
He's
Word came
ranked
down.
with
We are
the
green to
buddies.
go. So gear up,
Sorry, I
grab
had
your
to
chutes. We're going to the war zone.
PS3.
Enemy activity will be high. Expect contact early and often.
Well, that's nice. We can play some rank tomorrow, or you can join him, because I'm only playing a couple more, and he only has room spots for 1.
Resurgence. Stay alive to keep your squad in the fight.
Animal. Do you have
Alright, soldier, mark a drop point for your
crazy
squad.
minded
Go get
at
after
it?
it.
I have titties. My wife's titties. I got hairy titties too.
Got a scavenger contract here.
Yeah, we did. Oh. Yeah.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Oh no.
Supply boxes marked. Secure those locations.
I'm trying.
Squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back.
Yikes. I'm running.
Call again. A counter UAV.
Counter UAV. Blocking enemy recon.
Cluster mine deployed.
Hostile Guardian has been deployed. Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Oh, I'm falling. Oh.
Hostile Guardian is active.
Counter UAV disengaging.
I am front tail. I need TP from my uncle.
Hostile Guardian has been deployed.
Planting Claymore!
You got gas moving in.
There's a bonus.
Enemy bomb drone in the area.
Let's go get this guy that's by himself. Oh, I hear somebody.
All right, your squad's in the safe zone.
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Loadout drop headed your way. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
This boy ran.
Hostile mortar strike in the area.
Boy dipped. This boy said, nah, I'm done.
25 are left. Stay sharp out there. Contract failed. Objective lost. Lost the supply cache locations. Contracts pulled. Rogue signal broadcast detected. Encrypted signal confirmed. Collect the
Someone just
highest
came up.
stockpile of cache to unlock the broadcast signal.
Moving here. Cancel that. Vehicle marked.
He said, this gun is ass.
We're outside the top squad. Let's push harder to break in.
Assault rifle here. Marking enemy.
Down to you, soldier. Stay sharp.
Wow. I got one down, but a whole other dude came. Oh, God.
We've got 10 squads active in the field.
I almost got that optic. 7 operator kills in multiplayer with no attachments. What? I got to do that. And then we can play a couple games of ranked before I get off. Play like 2-3 games. Hardcore or core? No, no. Oh, thank you. Yes. Oh, does it need to be? I figured we would get ready to play ranked, so let's not do hardcore. What gun is that? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Close kills? Wow, I gotta get close kills before attachment. Got it. Want to go to game chat since we'll have 15 minutes most likely. I thought she said you had 3. Oh, my buddy. 'Cause I got 1 with me. I thought you said you had 3. I got. Add crazy-minded NL. Add that guy. He's gonna join you when I leave. I only got a couple games. I'm streaming for 8 hours.
Hard point. Secure the target area. We have taken the lead. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Enemies inside the perimeter.
Hold on, baby,
Hardpoint
okay?
compromised. Secure. Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint.
Bro, where is it? There's one up there. How is he behind me? He's coming down the tunnel. We had that set up, but no. What the fuck? Got him. There's one tunnel. Rory, what are you messing with?
Hardpoint relocated.
He's weak, from the side.
Secure the area. Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint.
He's weak on the stairs. Unpushed alleyway.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Hold on, baby girl. What?
Hardpoint relocating. Stand
What?
by.
Alright, hold on, okay?
Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
I got one, there's one behind the little haystack. Jesus. I'm on hold.
Target area updated. Move to the hard point.
Got a trophy up.
Hard point compromised.
There's two in that bathroom.
Enemies inside the perimeter. Hard point compromised. Secure the area. Hard point relocated. Stand by. Enemies inside the perimeter. Hard point relocated. Secure the target area. Compromised. Secure the area. Target area. Enemies inside the perimeter.
I'm on offload.
Hard point compromised. Secure.
Oh.
Friendly cruiser. Still standing by. Hard point compromised. Area.
Aw, he left.
Impact. Good hit. Hard point relocated. Secure the target area. Hard point compromised. Secure the Confirming next hard point. Stand by. Enemies inside the perimeter. Target area updated. Move to the hard point. The mission is complete. Good work.
GG's. I'll play a couple more, then he's gonna finish the night off with you. Animal. This is my buddy Crazy. Butter knows him. Butter is... I don't know if he's ever played with him, so it's pretty. He is your... He likes trains. I like daughters. That's dumb. Hold on. Sure. 1 second. We're searching and destroying. Oh, no we're not. Unless they got McDonald's Wi-Fi, then we ain't starting this game. Cause it's a 3v2, bro. What, baby? It's in my lap. Sit down.
Falling. Falling, Daddy.
What? You look tired. Are you tired? Careful. Careful. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. What?
Bird.
Yeah. I put that face.
You burped in Daddy's face.
Yeah.
That's not nice.
Yeah. Falling. Falling, Dad.
Because they stay in tune with the gentleman agreement. Alright, enough. Enough. I said enough. It's the only reason why you want to sit up here. No. No more soda. Because you don't need soda. That's why. Arr. He's a bully. Master bully. Hey, stop. Oh, she just kicked me in my balls. Oh, God. Okay, you gotta sit down. Get down. No. Oh, you just kicked me in the balls. Give me a second.
With my graphics.
Hi, I'm Mr. Macy's. This is hard point, right? Yeah. I farted.
I farted.
You farted. Ew. Oh, stop. You gotta run.
I'm trying a pizza.
What? So, I don't know. Look for it.
Hard point. Secure the target
I don't know
area.
what you did with it, dude. Corey, it's not up there. I just cleaned up there. Or, let me... What, Aurora? What? There is no paper! There's no paper, baby. I don't have the
Hard
paper.
point compromised. Secure the air. Confirming next hard point. Stand by.
The paper's in the living room, or in the kitchen.
Move to the hard point. We have taken the lead.
Alright, hold on, okay, baby? Can you please... What, baby?
Hardpoint reloaded. Secure the target.
There's one backside.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Enemies inside the perimeter. Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint. Friendly cruise missiles deployed.
One's pushing on now.
Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
One's up top.
Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. Target area up. The hardpoint.
Why are we... That's one. Russell. Fucking stupid. You had this game in the fucking bag, bro. Only reason why we played is he said he hasn't been fucking crashing.
Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. Hardpoint compromised.
probably gonna hop off after this. This is dumb.
Hardpoint coming. The area. Enemies inside the perimeter. Relocating. Stand by. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Hardpoint. Secure the target area. Enemies inside the perimeter.
We only have 3 people. So they're gonna have the advantage every rotation.
Using hit hard.
Up top.
Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. The enemy holds the lead. Clock's ticking. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint. Return to base.
Well, we lost our boy. Lost our buddy, so. Yeah. I don't understand how he lost that, so I lost. Yeah, I want to play. His computer crashed on me. Give on a second, I'll go back up. Yeah, like, yeah, I'm seeing if he's loading back up. It says scanning and repairing. What does WTM mean? Wait a minute. I have. We can try it when we get to. Where's she? Hmm. Oh, you're too. Ow. Please. Oh, please. No, please. No, please. No, please. Happy birthday, deep in the treetop. With me? Me? I tried to stick with it. Yes, can you hear me? Well, I used to.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh, shit!
Awesome.
Right between the eyes. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. Gang, go ahead. Word came down. We are green to go. So gear up and grab your chutes. We're going to the war zone. Rules of engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
Let's roll. supply point for your squad and lead them in.
Over here. My bad, my daughter's in my lap. Oh, we got people coming. Got it all up on me.
Enemy soldier incoming. Target down. Marking the red zone. It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done.
Hold on, baby. I wouldn't have lost
You're
that.
getting another chance. Make it count.
Hit the reload button.
Hostile Guardian has been deployed.
You're still here, right? What? I got two of them.
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Be advised, enemies deploy to buy station.
Hostile Guardian is active.
Hostiles moving. Gas is moving. Enemies dropping into the AO. Sniper rifle here. Cancel that.
Right here.
Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Here's one shot right here. That's my first shot.
Resurging. Go get your revenge. You got a loadout drop inbound. You made the top 25. Well done. Down to you, soldier. Stay sharp.
I got you.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Marked remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Low signal broadcast detected. Encrypted signal confirmed. To decode the signal, prioritize opening loot caches. You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. You got reinforcements inbound.
boys on the steps.
We're outside the top squad. Let's push harder to break in.
Push my body. These boys landing in on my body.
Stand by for redeployment.
Why the fucking shit?
Got gas moving in. Move to the safe zone.
That's what I'm saying. Fucking stupid. Didn't they take my shit? Wow. They literally took my guns. That's crazy.
We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Wait, is that a loadout? What? Is that a real loadout?
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Enemies deployed a counter UAV. Disregard. Enemy UAV overhead. Setting Claymore!
Love you.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six. Hostile Mosquito is online. Gas is closing in.
Huh? What? What? Shut up. What you know what the chargers was? I don't. I'll have to. I thought we put it up.
Get to the safe zone. Fire sale's over. Adjusting prices. Maintain your position for squad elimination. Keep pushing.
Let's clean the field of these a-holes. After I clean myself. Back in business! That armor looks ratty claw on you.
Left.
Resurgence has closed. No more second chances. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now.
Enemy precision airstrike. Find cover. Hostiles deploy the mosquito.
You're losing ground. Move it. Head to the safe zone.
Sorry, hairball.
There's a guy in there, or behind us.
Only 10 left. 5 squads still operational in the AO. Moving to my mark. Gas is inbound. The safe zone is far from your location. Get moving, pronto.
Enemy precision airstrike. Hostile mortar strike. Near your position.
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Hostile airstrike near your location.
Be advised, resurgence is no longer active. This is for keeps.
Hostile bomb drone is active.
Only 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert. Oh boy, only 5 remaining. We're close.
I think I just finished it. I got one thing left. About half a token out. No, I got it. One more. Just that last, this guy. I gotta unlock this guy. 1100. I know. But then I won't be able to buy the battle pass when it comes out again. Or this will be sweet. No, it is 14. Yeah, if I buy it, I'm not going to be able to get the battle pass. That's fine. I'll complete it in the morning, though. Yeah, I'm going to hop off. My wife just got home. But she's not any good. See what's up. I will be back on tomorrow. Thank you, everybody that's tuned in. I love each and every one of you. And I will see y'all in the morning. I'll be on around lunchtime. Y'all have a good one.